Tarzan the Terrible by Edgar Rice Burroughs. Narrated by Peter Silverleaf. Chapter 1. The Pithecanthropus. Silent as the shadows through which he moved, the great beast slunk through the midnight jungle. His yellow-green eyes, round and staring, his sinewy tail undulating behind him, his head lowered and flattened, and every muscle vibrant to the thrill of the hunt. The jungle moon dappled an occasional clearing, which the great cat was always careful to avoid. Though he moved through thick verdure across a carpet of innumerable twigs, broken branches and leaves, his passing gave forth no sound that might have been apprehended by dull human ears. Apparently less cautious was the hunted thing, moving even as silently as the lion 100 paces ahead of the tawny carnivore. For instead of skirting the moon-splashed natural clearings, it passed directly across them, and by the tortuous record of its spoor, it might indeed be guessed that it sought these avenues of least resistance, as well it might, since, unlike its grim stalker, it walked erect upon 2 feet. It walked upon 2 feet and was hairless, except for a black thatch upon its head, its arms well-shaped and muscular, its hands powerful and slender with long tapering fingers and thumbs reaching almost to the first joint of the index fingers. Its legs, too, were shapely, but its feet departed from the standards of all races of men, except possibly a few of the lowest races, in that the great toes protruded at right angles from the foot. Pausing momentarily in the full light of the gorgeous African moon, the creature turned an attentive ear to the rear, and then, his head lifted, his features might readily have been discerned in the moonlight. They were strong, clean-cut, and regular. Features that would have attracted attention for their masculine beauty in any of the great capitals of the world. But was this thing a man? It would have been hard for a watcher in the trees to have decided as the lion's prey resumed its way across the silver tapestry that Luna had laid upon the floor of the dismal jungle. For from beneath the loincloth of black fur that girdled its thighs there depended a long, hairless, white tail. In one hand the creature carried a stout club, and suspended at its left side from a shoulder belt was a short, sheathed knife, while a crossbelt supported a pouch at its right hip. Confining these straps to the body and also apparently supporting the loincloth was a broad girdle which glittered in the moonlight as though encrusted with virgin gold, and was clasped in the center of the belly with a huge buckle of ornate design that scintillated as with precious stones. Closer and closer crept Numa the lion to his intended victim, and that the latter was not entirely unaware of his danger was evidenced by the increasing frequency with which he turned his ear and his sharp black eyes in the direction of the cat upon his trail. He did not greatly increase his speed, a long swinging walk where the open places permitted, but he loosened the knife in its scabbard and at all times kept his club in readiness for instant action. Forging at last through a narrow strip of dense jungle vegetation, the man-thing broke through into an almost treeless area of considerable extent. For an instant he hesitated, glancing quickly behind him and then up at the security of the branches of the great trees waving overhead. But some greater urge than fear or caution influenced his decision apparently, for he moved off again across the little plain, leaving the safety of the trees behind him. At greater or lesser intervals, leafy sanctuaries dotted the grassy expanse ahead of him, and the route he took, leading from one to another, indicated that he had not entirely cast discretion to the winds. But after the second tree had been left behind, the distance to the next was considerable. And it was then that Numa walked from the concealing cover of the jungle and, seeing his quarry apparently helpless before him, raised his tail stiffly erect and charged. 2 months. 2 long, weary months filled with hunger, with thirst, with hardships, with disappointment, and, greater than all, with gnawing pain, had passed since Tarzan of the Apes learned from the diary of the dead German captain that his wife still lived. A brief investigation, in which he was enthusiastically aided by the intelligence department of the British East African expedition, revealed the fact that an attempt had been made to keep Lady Jane in hiding in the interior, for reasons of which only the German High Command might be cognizant. In charge of Lieutenant Obergatz and a detachment of native German troops, she had been sent across the border into the Congo Free State. Starting out alone in search of her, Tarzan had succeeded in finding the village in which she had been incarcerated, only to learn that she had escaped months before and that the German officer had disappeared at the same time. From there on, the stories of the chiefs and the warriors whom he quizzed were vague and often contradictory. Even the direction that the fugitives had taken, Tarzan could only guess at by piecing together bits of fragmentary evidence gleaned from various sources. Sinister conjectures were forced upon him by various observations which he made in the village. One was incontrovertible proof that these people were man-eaters. The other, the presence in the village of various articles of native German uniforms and equipment. At great risk, and in the face of surly objection on the part of the chief, the ape-man made a careful inspection of every hut in the village, from which at least a little ray of hope resulted from the fact that he found no article that might have belonged to his wife. Leaving the village, he had made his way toward the southwest, crossing, after the most appalling hardships, a vast waterless steppe covered for the most part with dense thorn, coming at last into a district that had probably never been previously entered by any white man, and which was known only in the legends of the tribes whose country bordered it. Here were precipitous mountains, well-watered plateaus, wide plains, and vast swampy morasses. But neither the plains nor the plateaus nor the mountains were accessible to him until, after weeks of arduous effort, he succeeded in finding a spot where he might cross the morasses, a hideous stretch infested by venomous snakes and other larger dangerous reptiles. On several occasions he glimpsed at distances or by night what might have been titanic reptilian monsters, but as there were hippopotami, rhinoceri, and elephants in great numbers in and about the marsh, he was never positive that the forms he saw were not of these. When at last he stood upon firm ground after crossing the morasses, he realized why it was that for perhaps countless ages this territory had defied the courage and hardihood of the heroic races of the outer world that had, after innumerable reverses and unbelievable suffering, penetrated to practically every other region, from pole to pole. From the abundance and diversity of the game, it might have appeared that every known species of bird and beast and reptile had sought here a refuge wherein they might take their last stand against the encroaching multitudes of men that had steadily spread themselves over the surface of the earth, wresting the hunting grounds from the lower orders, from the moment that the first ape shed his hair and ceased to walk upon his knuckles. Even the species with which Tarzan was familiar showed here either the results of a divergent line of evolution or an unaltered form that had been transmitted without variation for countless ages. Too, there were many hybrid strains, not least interesting of which, to Tarzan, was a yellow and black striped lion. Smaller than the species with which Tarzan was familiar, but still a most formidable beast, since it possessed, in addition to sharp saber-like canines, the disposition of a devil. To Tarzan, it presented evidence that tigers had once roamed the jungles of Africa, possibly giant saber-tooths of another epoch, and these apparently had crossed with lions, with the resultant terrors that he occasionally encountered at the present day. The true lions of this new, old world differed but little from those with which he was familiar. In size and conformation they were almost identical, but instead of shedding the leopard spots of cubhood, they retained them through life as definitely marked as those of the leopard. 2 months of effort had revealed no slightest evidence that she he sought had entered this beautiful yet forbidding land. His investigation, however, of the cannibal village and his questioning of other tribes in the neighborhood had convinced him that if Lady Jane still lived, it must be in this direction that he seek her, since by a process of elimination he had reduced the direction of her flight to only this possibility. How she had crossed the morass he could not guess, and yet something within seemed to urge upon him belief that she had crossed it, and that if she still lived, it was here that she must be sought. But this unknown, untraversed wild was of vast extent. Grim, forbidding mountains blocked his way, torrents tumbling from rocky fastnesses impeded his progress, and at every turn he was forced to match wits and muscles with the great carnivora that he might procure sustenance. Time and again Tarzan and Numa stalked the same quarry, and now one, now the other bore off the prize. Seldom, however, did the ape-man go hungry, for the country was rich in game animals and birds and fish, in fruits and the countless other forms of vegetable life upon which the jungle-bred man may subsist. Tarzan often wondered why in so rich a country he found no evidences of man, and had at last come to the conclusion that the parched, thorn-covered steppe and the hideous morasses had formed a sufficient barrier to protect this country effectively from the inroads of mankind. After days of searching, he had succeeded finally in discovering a pass through the mountains, and, coming down upon the opposite side, had found himself in a country practically identical with that which he had left. The hunting was good, and at a waterhole in the mouth of a canyon where it debouched upon a tree-covered plain, Bara, the deer, fell an easy victim to the ape-man's cunning. It was just at dusk. The voices of great four-footed hunters rose now and again from various directions, and as the canyon afforded among its trees no comfortable retreat, the ape-man shouldered the carcass of the deer and started downward into the plain. At its opposite side rose lofty trees, a great forest which suggested to his practised eye a mighty jungle. Toward this the ape-man bent his step, but when midway of the plain he discovered standing alone such a tree as best suited him for a night's abode, swung lightly to its branches, and presently a comfortable resting place. Here he ate the flesh of Bara, and when satisfied carried the balance of the carcass to the opposite side of the tree, where he deposited it far above the ground in a secure place. Returning to his crotch, he settled himself for sleep, and in another moment the roars of the lions and the howlings of the lesser cats fell upon deaf ears. The usual noises of the jungle composed rather than disturbed the ape-man, but an unusual sound, however, imperceptible to the awakened ear of civilized man, seldom failed to impinge upon the consciousness of Tarzan, however deep his slumber, and so it was that when the moon was high, a sudden rush of feet across the grassy carpet in the vicinity of his tree brought him to alert and ready activity. Tarzan does not awaken as you and I, with the weight of slumber still upon his eyes and brain, for did the creatures of the wild awaken thus, their awakenings would be few. As his eyes snapped open, clear and bright, so clear and bright upon the nerve centers of his brain were registered the various perceptions of all his senses. Almost beneath him, racing toward his tree, was what at first glance appeared to be an almost naked white man. Yet, even at the first instant of discovery, the long white tail projecting rearward did not escape the ape-man. Behind the fleeing figure escaping came Numa the lion in full charge. Voiceless the prey, voiceless the killer. As two spirits in a dead world, the two moved in silent swiftness toward the culminating tragedy of this grim race. Even as his eyes opened and took in the scene beneath him, even in that brief instant of perception, followed reason, judgment, and decision, so rapidly one upon the heels of the other that almost simultaneously the ape-man was in mid-air, for he had seen a white-skinned creature cast in a mold similar to his own, pursued by Tarzan's hereditary enemy. So close was the lion to the fleeing man-thing that Tarzan had no time to carefully choose the method of his attack. As a diver leaps from the springboard head foremost into the waters beneath, so Tarzan of the Apes dove straight for Numa the lion. Naked in his right hand the blade of his father that so many times before had tasted the blood of lions. A raking talon caught Tarzan on the side, inflicting a long, deep wound, and then the ape-man was on Numa's back, and the blade was sinking again and again into the savage side. Nor was the man-thing either longer fleeing or idle. He, too, creature of the wild, had sensed on the instant the truth of the miracle of his saving, and turning in his tracks, had leapt forward with the raised bludgeon to Tarzan's assistance and Numa's undoing. A single terrific blow upon the flattened skull of the beast laid him insensible, and then, as Tarzan's knife found the wild heart, a few convulsive shudders and a sudden relaxation marked the passing of the carnivore. Leaping to his feet, the ape-man placed his foot upon the carcass of his kill and, raising his face to Goro the moon, voiced the savage victory cry that had so often awakened the echoes of his native jungle. As the hideous scream burst from the ape-man's lips, the man-thing stepped quickly back as in sudden awe, but when Tarzan returned his hunting knife to its sheath and turned toward him, the other saw in the quiet dignity of his demeanor no cause for apprehension. For a moment the two stood, appraising each other, and then the man-thing spoke. Tarzan realized that the creature before him was uttering articulate sounds which expressed in speech, though in a language with which Tarzan was unfamiliar, the thoughts of a man possessing to a greater or lesser extent the same powers of reason that he possessed. In other words, that though the creature before him had the tail and thumbs and great toes of a monkey, it was, in all other respects, quite evidently a man. The blood, which was now flowing down Tarzan's side, caught the creature's attention. From the pocket pouch at his side he took a small bag and, approaching Tarzan, indicated by signs that he wished the ape-man to lie down that he might treat the wound, whereupon, spreading the edges of the cut apart, he sprinkled the raw flesh with powder from the little bag. The pain of the wound was as nothing to the exquisite torture of the remedy, but, accustomed to physical suffering, the ape-man withstood it stoically, and in a few moments not only had the bleeding ceased, but the pain as well. In reply to the soft and far from unpleasant modulations of the other's voice, Tarzan spoke in various tribal dialects of the interior as well as in the language of the great apes, but it was evident that the man understood none of these. Seeing that they could not make each other understood, the Pithecanthropus advanced toward Tarzan and, placing his left hand over his heart, laid the palm of his right hand over the heart of the ape-man. To the latter, the action appeared as a form of friendly greeting, and, being versed in the ways of uncivilized races, he responded in kind as he realized it was doubtless intended that he should. His actions seemed to satisfy and please his new-found acquaintance, who immediately fell to talking again, and finally, with his head tipped back, sniffed the air in the direction of the tree above them, and then suddenly pointing toward the carcass of Bara, the deer, he touched his stomach in a sign language which even the densest might interpret. With a wave of his hand, Tarzan invited his guest to partake of the remains of his savage repast, and the other, leaping nimbly as a little monkey to the lower branches of the tree, made his way quickly to the flesh, assisted always by his long, strong, sinuous tail. The Pithecanthropus ate in silence, cutting small strips from the deer's loin with his keen knife. From his crotch in the tree, Tarzan watched his companion, noting the preponderance of human attributes which were doubtless accentuated by the paradoxical thumbs, great toes, and tail. He wondered if this creature was representative of some strange race, or if, what seemed more likely, an atavism. Either supposition would have seemed preposterous enough did he not have before him the evidence of the creature's existence. There he was, however, a tailed man with distinctly arboreal hands and feet. His trappings, gold-encrusted and jewel-studded, could have been wrought only by skilled artisans. But whether they were the work of this individual or of others like him, or of an entirely different race, Tarzan could not, of course, determine. His meal finished, the guest wiped his fingers and lips with leaves broken from a nearby branch, looked up at Tarzan with a pleasant smile that revealed a row of strong white teeth, the canines of which were no longer than Tarzan's own, spoke a few words which Tarzan judged were a polite expression of thanks, and then sought a comfortable place in the tree for the night. The earth was shadowed in the darkness which precedes the dawn when Tarzan was awakened by a violent shaking of the tree in which he had found shelter. As he opened his eyes, he saw that his companion was also astir, and glancing around quickly to apprehend the cause of the disturbance, the ape-man was astounded at the sight which met his eyes. The dim shadow of a colossal form reared close beside the tree, and he saw that it was the scraping of the giant body against the branches that had awakened him. That such a tremendous creature could have approached so closely without disturbing him filled Tarzan with both wonderment and chagrin. In the gloom, the ape-man at first conceived the intruder to be an elephant, yet, if so, one of greater proportions than any he had ever before seen. But as the dim outlines became less indistinct, he saw on a line with his eyes and 20 feet above the ground the dim silhouette of a grotesquely serrated back that gave the impression of a creature whose each and every spinal vertebra grew a thick, heavy horn. Only a proportion of the back was visible to the ape-man, the rest of the body being lost in the dense shadows beneath the tree, from whence there now arose the sound of giant jaws, powerfully crunching flesh and bones. From the odors that rose to the ape-man's sensitive nostrils, he presently realized that beneath him was some huge reptile feeding upon the carcass of the lion that had been slain there earlier in the night. As Tarzan's eyes, straining with curiosity, bored futilely into the dark shadows, he felt a light touch upon his shoulder, and, turning, saw that his companion was attempting to attract his attention. The creature, pressing a forefinger to his own lips as to enjoin silence, attempted by pulling on Tarzan's arm to indicate that they should leave at once. Realizing that he was in a strange country, evidently infested by creatures of titanic size, with habits and powers of which he was entirely unfamiliar, the ape-man permitted himself to be drawn away. With the utmost caution, the Pithecanthropus descended the tree upon the opposite side from the great nocturnal prowler, and, closely followed by Tarzan, moved silently away through the night across the plain. The ape-man was rather loath thus to relinquish an opportunity to inspect a creature which he realized was probably entirely different from anything in his past experience. Yet he was wise enough to know when discretion was the better part of valor, and now, as in the past, He yielded to that law which dominates the kindred of the wild, preventing them from courting danger uselessly, whose lives are sufficiently filled with danger in their ordinary routine of feeding and mating. As the rising sun dispelled the shadows of the night, Tarzan found himself again upon the verge of a great forest into which his guide plunged, taking nimbly to the branches of the trees through which he made his way with the celerity of long habitude and hereditary instinct. But though aided by a prehensile tail, fingers, and toes, the man-thing moved through the forest with no greater ease or surety than did the giant ape-man. It was during this journey that Tarzan recalled the wound in his side inflicted upon him the previous night by the raking talons of Numa the lion, and examining it was surprised to discover that not only was it painless, but along its edges were no indications of inflammation, the results doubtless of the antiseptic powder his strange companion had sprinkled upon it. They had proceeded for a mile or two when Tarzan's companion came to earth upon a grassy slope beneath a great tree whose branches overhung a clear brook. Here they drank, and Tarzan discovered the water to be not only deliciously pure and fresh, but of an icy temperature that indicated its rapid descent from the lofty mountains of its origin. Casting aside his loincloth and weapons, Tarzan entered the little pool beneath the tree, and after a moment emerged, greatly refreshed and filled with a keen desire to breakfast. As he came out to the pool, he noticed his companion examining him with a puzzled expression upon his face. Taking the ape-man by the shoulder, he turned him around so that Tarzan's back was toward him, and then, touching the end of Tarzan's spine with his forefinger, he curled his own tail up over his shoulder and, wheeling the ape-man about again, pointed first at Tarzan and then at his own caudal appendage, a look of puzzlement upon his face, the while he jabbered excitedly in his strange tongue. The ape-man realized that probably for the first time his companion had discovered that he was tailless by nature rather than by accident, and so he called attention to his own great toes and thumbs to further impress upon the creature that they were of different species. The fellow shook his head dubiously, as though entirely unable to comprehend why Tarzan should differ so from him, but at last, apparently giving the problem up with a shrug, he laid aside his own harness, skin, and weapons, and entered the pool. His ablutions completed, and his meagre apparel redonned, he seated himself at the foot of the tree, and motioning Tarzan to a place beside him, opened the pouch that hung at his right side, taking from it strips of dried flesh and a couple of handfuls of thin-shelled nuts, with which Tarzan was unfamiliar. Seeing the other break them with his teeth and eat the kernel, Tarzan followed the example thus set him, discovering the meat to be rich and well-flavored. The dried flesh also was far from unpalatable, though it had evidently been jerked without salt, a commodity which Tarzan imagined might be rather difficult to obtain in this locality. As they ate, Tarzan's companion pointed to the nuts, the dried meat, and various other nearby objects, in each instance repeating what Tarzan readily discovered must be the names of these things in the creature's native language. The ape-man could but smile at this evident desire upon the part of his new-found acquaintance to impart to him instructions that eventually might lead to an exchange of thoughts between them. Having already mastered several languages and a multitude of dialects, the ape-man felt that he could readily assimilate another, even though this appeared one entirely unrelated to any with which he was familiar. So occupied were they with their breakfast and the lessons that neither was aware of the beady eyes glittering down upon them from above, nor was Tarzan cognizant of any impending danger until the instant that a huge, hairy body leapt full upon his companion from the branches above them. Chapter 2. To the Death. In the moment of discovery, Tarzan saw that the creature was almost a counterpart of his companion in size and conformation, with the exception that his body was entirely clothed with a coat of shaggy black hair which almost concealed his features, while his harness and weapons were similar to those of the creature he had attacked. Ere Tarzan could prevent, the creature had struck the ape-man's companion a blow upon the head with his knotted club that felled him, unconscious, to the earth. But before he could inflict further injury upon his defenseless prey, the ape-man had closed with him. Instantly, Tarzan realized that he was locked with a creature of almost superhuman strength. The sinewy fingers of a powerful hand sought his throat, while the other lifted the bludgeon above his head. But if the strength of the hairy attacker was great, great too was that of his smooth-skinned antagonist. Swinging a single terrific blow with clenched fist to the point of the other's chin, Tarzan momentarily staggered his assailant, and then his own fingers closed upon the shaggy throat. As with the other hand, he seized the wrist of the arm that swung the club. With equal celerity, he shot his right leg behind the shaggy brute, and throwing his weight forward, hurled the thing over his hip heavily to the ground, at the same time precipitating his own body upon the other's chest. With the shock of the impact, the club fell from the brute's hand, and Tarzan's hold was wrenched from its throat. Instantly, the two were locked in a death-like embrace. Though the creature bit at Tarzan, the latter was quickly aware that this was not a particularly formidable method of offense or defense, since its canines were scarcely more developed than his own. The thing that he had principally to guard against was the sinuous tail which sought steadily to wrap itself about his throat, and against which experience had afforded him no defense. Struggling and snarling, the two rolled, growling about the sward at the foot of the tree, first one on top and then the other, but each more occupied at present in defending his throat from the other's choking grasp than in aggressive, offensive tactics. But presently the ape-man saw his opportunity, and as they rolled about, he forced the creature closer and closer to the pool, upon the banks of which the battle was progressing. At last they lay upon the very verge of the water, and now it remained for Tarzan to precipitate them both beneath the surface, but in such a way that he might remain on top. At the same instant there came within range of Tarzan's vision, just behind the prostrate form of his companion, the crouching, devil-faced figure of the striped saber-tooth hybrid, eyeing him with snarling, malevolent face. Almost simultaneously, Tarzan's shaggy antagonist discovered the menacing figure of the great cat. Immediately he ceased his belligerent activities against Tarzan and, jabbering and chattering to the ape-man, he tried to disengage himself from Tarzan's hold, but in such a way that indicated that as far as he was concerned, their battle was over. Appreciating the danger to his unconscious companion, and being anxious to protect him from the saber-tooth, the ape-man relinquished his hold upon his adversary, and together the two rose to their feet. Drawing his knife, Tarzan moved slowly toward the body of his companion, expecting that his recent antagonist would grasp the opportunity for escape. To his surprise, however, the beast, after regaining its club, advanced at his side. The great cat, flattened upon its belly, remained motionless except for twitching tail and snarling lips, where it lay perhaps 50 feet beyond the body of the Pithecanthropus. As Tarzan stepped over the body of the latter, he saw the eyelids quiver and open, and in his heart he felt a strange sense of relief that the creature was not dead, and a realization that, without his suspecting it, there had arisen within his savage bosom a bond of attachment for this strange new friend. Tarzan continued to approach the saber-tooth, nor did the shaggy beast at his right lag behind. Closer and closer they came until, at a distance of about 20 feet, the hybrid charged. Its rush was directed toward the shaggy man-like ape, who halted in his tracks with upraised bludgeon to meet the assault. Tarzan, on the contrary, leapt forward, and with a celerity second not even to that of the swift-moving cat, he threw himself headlong upon him as might a rugby tackler on an American gridiron. His right arm circled the beast's neck in front of the right shoulder, his left behind the left foreleg, and so great was the force of the impact that the two rolled over and over several times upon the ground, the cat screaming and clawing to liberate itself that it might turn upon its attacker, the man clinging desperately to his hold. Seemingly the attack was one of mad, senseless ferocity unguided by either reason or skill. Nothing, however, could have been farther from the truth than such an assumption, since every muscle in the ape-man's giant frame obeyed the dictates of the cunning mind that long experience had trained to meet every exigency of such an encounter. The long, powerful legs, though seemingly inextricably entangled with the hind feet of the clawing cat, ever, as by a miracle, escaped the raking talons, and yet, at just the proper instant, in the midst of all the rolling and tossing, they were where they should be to carry out the ape-man's plan of offence, so that on the instant that the cat believed it had won the mastery of its antagonist, it was jerked suddenly upward as the ape-man rose to his feet, holding the striped back close against his body as he rose and forcing it backward until it could but claw the air helplessly. Instantly the shaggy black rushed in with drawn knife, which it buried in the beast's heart. For a few moments Tarzan retained his hold, but when the body had relaxed in final dissolution, he pushed it from him, and the two who had formerly been locked in mortal combat stood facing each other across the body of the common foe. Tarzan waited, ready either for peace or war. Presently 2 shaggy black hands were raised. The left was laid upon its own heart, and the right extended until the palm touched Tarzan's breast. It was the same form of friendly salutation with which the Pithecanthropus had sealed his alliance with the ape-man, and Tarzan, glad of every ally he could win in this strange and savage world, quickly accepted the proffered friendship. At the conclusion of the brief ceremony, Tarzan, glancing in the direction of the hairless Pithecanthropus, discovered that the latter had recovered consciousness and was sitting erect, watching them intently. He now rose slowly, and at the same time the shaggy black turned in his direction and addressed him in what evidently was their common language. The hairless one replied, and the two approached each other slowly. Tarzan watched interestedly the outcome of their meeting. They halted a few paces apart, first one and then the other, speaking rapidly but without apparent excitement, each occasionally glancing or nodding toward Tarzan, indicating that he was to some extent the subject of their conversation. Presently they advanced again until they met, whereupon was repeated the brief ceremony of alliance which had previously marked the cessation of hostilities between Tarzan and the black. They then advanced toward the ape-man, addressing him earnestly, as though endeavoring to convey to him some important information. Presently, however, they gave it up as an unprofitable job and, resorting to sign language, conveyed to Tarzan that they were proceeding upon their way together and were urging him to accompany them. As the direction they indicated was a route which Tarzan had not previously traversed, he was extremely willing to accede to their request, as he had determined thoroughly to explore this unknown land before definitely abandoning search for Lady Jane therein. For several days their way led through the foothills parallel to the lofty range towering above. Often were they menaced by the savage denizens of this remote fastness, and occasionally Tarzan glimpsed weird forms of gigantic proportions amidst the shadows of the nights. On the 3rd day they came upon a large natural cave in the face of a low cliff, at the foot of which tumbled one of the numerous mountain brooks that watered the plain below and fed the morasses in the lowlands at the country's edge. Here the three took up their temporary abode, where Tarzan's instruction in the language of his companions progressed more rapidly than while on the march. The cave gave evidence of having harbored other man-like forms in the past. Remnants of a crude rock fireplace remained, and the walls and ceiling were blackened with the smoke of many fires. Scratched in the soot, and sometimes deeply into the rock beneath, were strange hieroglyphics and the outlines of beasts and birds and reptiles, some of the latter of weird form suggesting the extinct creatures of the Jurassic times. Some of the more recently made hieroglyphics Tarzan's companions read with interest and commented upon, and then, with the points of their knives, they too added to the possibly age-old record of the blackened walls. Tarzan's curiosity was aroused, but the only explanation at which he could arrive was that he was looking upon possibly the world's most primitive hotel register. At least it gave him a further insight into the development of the strange creatures with which fate had thrown him. Here were men with the tails of monkeys, one of them as hair-covered as any fur-bearing brute of the lower orders, and yet it was evident that they possessed not only a spoken but a written language. The former he was slowly mastering, and at this new evidence of unlooked-for civilization in creatures possessing so many of the physical attributes of beasts, Tarzan's curiosity was still further piqued, and his desire quickly to master their tongue strengthened, with the result that he fell to with even greater assiduity to the task he had set himself. Already he knew the names of his companions, and the common names of the fauna and flora with which they had most often come in contact. Tarzan, he of the hairless white skin, having assumed the role of tutor, prosecuted his task with a singleness of purpose that was reflected in his pupil's rapid mastery of Tarzan's mother tongue. At, the hairy black, also seemed to feel that there rested upon his broad shoulders a portion of the burden of responsibility for Tarzan's education, with the result that either one or the other of them was almost constantly coaching the ape-man during his waking hours. The result was only what might have been expected, a rapid assimilation of the teachings to the end that, before any of them realized it, communication by word of mouth became an accomplished fact. Tarzan explained to his companions the purpose of his mission, but neither could give him any slightest thread of hope to weave into the fabric of his longing. Never had there been in their country a woman such as he described, nor any tailless man other than himself that they ever had seen. I have been gone from Allur, while Bu, the moon, has eaten 7 times, said Tarzan. Many things may happen in 7 times 28 days, but I doubt that your woman could have entered our country across the terrible morasses which even you found an almost insurmountable obstacle, and if she had, could she have survived the perils that you already have encountered, besides those of which you have yet to learn? Not even our own women venture into the savage lands beyond the cities. Ah, Lur, light city, city of light, mused Tarzan, translating the word into his own tongue. And where is Allur? He asked. Is it your city, Tarzan, and At's? It is mine, replied the hairless one, but not At's. The Wazdon have no cities. They live in the trees of the forests and the caves of the hills. Is it not so, black man? He concluded, turning toward the hairy giant beside him. Yes, replied At. We Wazdon are free. Only the Hodon imprison themselves in cities. I would not be a white man. Tarzan smiled. Even here was the racial distinction between white man and black man, Hodon and Wazdon. Not even the fact that they appeared to be equals in the matter of intelligence made any difference. One was white and one was black, and it was easy to see that the white considered himself superior to the other. One could see it in his quiet smile. Where is Allur? Tarzan asked again. You are returning to it? It is beyond the mountains, replied Tarzan. I do not return to it, not yet. Not until Khotan is no more. Khotan? Queried Tarzan. Khotan is king, explained the Pithecanthropus. He rules this land. I was one of his warriors. I lived in the palace of Khotan, and there I met Lo-Ah, his daughter. We loved, like starlight, but Cotin would have none of me. He sent me away to fight with the men of the village of Dakat, who had refused to pay his tribute to the king, thinking that I would be killed, for Dakat is famous for his many fine warriors. And I was not killed. Instead, I returned victorious with the tribute, and with Dakat himself my prisoner. But Khotan was not pleased, because he saw that Loa loved me even more than before, her love being strengthened and fortified by pride in my achievement. Powerful is my father, Jardon, the Lion Man, chief of the largest village outside of Alur. Him Khotan hesitated to affront, and so he could not but praise me for my success, though he did it with half a smile. But you do not understand. It is what we call a smile that moves only the muscles of the face, and affects not the light of the eyes. It means hypocrisy and duplicity. It must be praised and rewarded. What better than that he reward me with the hand of Oloa, his daughter? But no, he saves Oloa for Bulot, son of Mozar, the chief whose great-grandfather was king and who thinks that he should be king. Thus would Khotan appease the wrath of Mosar and win the friendship of those who think that Mosar should be king. But what reward shall repay the faithful Tarzan? Greatly do we honor our priests. Within the temples even the chiefs and the king himself bow down to them. No greater honor could Khotan confer upon a subject who wished to be a priest, but I did not so wish. Priests other than the high priest must become eunuchs, for they may never marry. It was Oloa herself who brought word to me that her father had given the commands that would set in motion the machinery of the temple. A messenger was on his way in search of me to summon me to Khotan's presence. To have refused the priesthood once it was offered me by the king would have been to have affronted the temple and the gods. That would have meant death. But if I did not appear before Khotan, I would not have to refuse anything. Oloa and I decided that I must not appear. It was better to fly, carrying in my bosom a shred of hope, than to remain and, with my priesthood, abandon hope forever. Beneath the shadows of the great trees that grow within the palace grounds, I pressed her to me for, perhaps, the last time, and then, lest by ill fate I meet the messenger, I scaled the great wall that guards the palace and passed through the darkened city. My name and rank carried me beyond the city gate. Since then I have wandered far from the haunts of the Hodon, but strong within me is the urge to return, if even but to look from without her walls upon the city that holds her most dear to me, and again to visit the village of my birth, to see again my father and my mother. But the risk is too great, asked Tarzan. It is great, but not too great, replied Tarzan. I shall go. And I shall go with you, if I may, said the ape-man, for I must see this city of light, this Alur of yours, and search there for my lost mate, even though you believe that there is little chance that I find her. And you, At, do you come with us? Why not? Asked the hairy one. The lairs of my tribe lie in the crags above Alur, and though Sat, our chief, drove me out, I should like to return again, for there is a she there upon whom I should be glad to look once more, and who would be glad to look upon me. Yes, I will go with you. Sat feared that I might become chief, and who knows but that Sat was right. But Pan-at-Lee, it is she I seek first, even before a chieftainship. We three, then, shall travel together, said Tarzan. And fight together, added Tarzan. The three as one. And as he spoke, he drew his knife and held it above his head. The three as one, repeated At, drawing his weapon and duplicating Tarzan's act. It is spoken. The three as one, cried Tarzan of the Apes, to the death. and his blade flashed in the sunlight. "Let us go, then," said At. "My knife is dry and cries aloud for the blood of Sat." The trail over which Tarzan and At led, and which scarcely could be dignified even by the name of trail, was suited more to mountain sheep, monkeys, or birds than to man, but the three that followed it were trained to ways which no ordinary man might essay. Now, upon the lower slopes it led through dense forests, where the ground was so matted with fallen trees and over-rioting vines and brush that the way held always to the swaying branches high above the tangle. Again it skirted yawning gorges, whose slippery-faced rocks gave but momentary foothold even to the bare feet that lightly touched them as the three leapt chamois-like from one precarious foothold to the next. Dizzy and terrifying was the way that At chose across the summit as he led them around the shoulder of a towering crag that rose a sheer 2,000 feet of perpendicular rock above a tumbling river. And when, at last, they stood upon comparatively level ground again, At turned and looked at them both intently, and especially at Tarzan of the Apes. "You will both do," he said. "You are fit companions for At, the Wazdon." "What do you mean?" asked Tarzan. "I brought you this way," replied the black, "to learn if either lacked the courage to follow where At led. It is here that the young warriors of At come to prove their courage. And yet, though we are born and raised upon cliff sides, it is considered no disgrace to admit that Pasta Ulved, the father of mountains, has defeated us, for of those who try it only a few succeed. The bones of the others lie at the feet of Pastara Ulved." Tarzan laughed. "I would not care to come this way often," he said. "No," replied At, "but it has shortened our journey by at least a full day. So much the sooner shall Tarzan look upon the valley of Jad Ben Otto. Come." And he led the way upward along the shoulder of Pasta Ulved until there lay spread below them a scene of mystery and of beauty. A green valley girt by towering cliffs of marble whiteness, a green valley dotted by deep blue lakes and crossed by the blue trail of a winding river. In the centre, a city of the whiteness of the marble cliffs, a city which even at so great a distance evidenced a strange yet artistic architecture. Outside the city there were visible about the valley isolated groups of buildings, sometimes one, again two and three and four in a cluster, but always of the same glaring whiteness and always in some fantastic form. About the valley the cliffs were occasionally cleft by deep gorges, verdure-filled, giving the appearance of green rivers rioting downward toward a central sea of green. "Yad Pele Ul Jad Ben Otto," murmured Tarzan in the tongue of the pithecanthropi. "The valley of the great god. It is beautiful." "Here, in Allur, lives Khotan, the king, ruler over all Pal Uldon," said Tarzan. "And here, in these gorges, live the Wazdon," exclaimed At, "who do not acknowledge that Khotan is the ruler over all the land of man." Tarzan smiled and shrugged. "We will not quarrel, you and I," he said to At, "over that which all the ages have not proved sufficient time in which to reconcile the Hodon and Wazdon, but let me whisper to you a secret, At. The Hodon live together in greater or less peace under one ruler, so that when danger threatens them, they face the enemy with many warriors, for every fighting Hodon of Pal Uldon is there. But you, Wazdon, how is it with you? You have a dozen kings who fight not only with the Hodon, but with one another. When one of your tribe goes forth upon the fighting trail, even against the Hodon, it must leave behind sufficient warriors to protect its women and its children from the neighbors upon either hand. When we want eunuchs for the temples or servants for the fields or the homes, we march forth in great numbers upon one of your villages. You cannot even flee, for upon either side of you are enemies, and though you fight bravely, we come back with those who will presently be eunuchs in the temples and servants in our fields and homes. So long as the Wasdon are thus foolish, the Hodon will dominate, and their king will be king of Pal Uldon." "Perhaps you are right," admitted At. "It is because our neighbors are fools, each thinking that his tribe is the greatest and should rule among the Wasdon. They will not admit that the warriors of my tribe are the bravest and our she's the most beautiful." Tarden grinned. "Each of the others presents precisely the same arguments that you present, At," he said, "which, my friend, is the strongest bulwark of defense possessed by the Hodon." "Come," exclaimed Tarzan, "such discussions often lead to quarrels, and we three must have no quarrels. I, of course, am interested in learning what I can of the political and economic conditions of your land. I should like to know something of your religion, but not at the expense of bitterness between my only friends in Pal Uldon. Possibly, however, you hold to the same god." "There indeed we do differ," cried At, somewhat bitterly, and with a trace of excitement in his voice. "Differ?" almost shouted Tarden. "And why should we not differ? Who could agree with the preposterous—" "Stop!" cried Tarzan. "Now, indeed, have I stirred up a hornet's nest. Let us speak no more of matters political or religious." "That is wiser," agreed At, "but I might mention, for your information, that the one and only God has a long tail." "It is sacrilege," cried Tarden, laying his hand upon his knife. "Jud Ben Otto has no tail." "Stop!" shrieked At, springing forward, but instantly Tarzan interposed himself between them. "Enough," he snapped. "Let us be true to our oaths of friendship, that we may be honorable in the sight of God in whatever form we conceive him." "You are right, tailless one," said Tarden. "Come, Omat, let us look after our friendship and ourselves, secure in the conviction that Jud Ben Otto is sufficiently powerful to look after himself." "Done," agreed At. "But—" "No buts, At," admonished Tarzan. The shaggy black shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "Shall we make our way down toward the valley?" he asked. "The gorge below us is uninhabited. That to the left contains the caves of my people. I would see Pan-at-Lee once more. Tarden would visit his father in the valley below, and Tarzan seeks entrance to Allur in search of the mate that would be better dead than in the clutches of the Hodun priests of Jud Ben Otto. How shall we proceed?" "Let us remain together as long as possible," urged Tarden. "You, Omat, must seek Pan-at-Lee by night and by stealth, for three, even we three, may not hope to overcome Esat and all his warriors. At any time may we go to the village where my father is chief, for Jardon always will welcome the friends of his son. But for Tarzan to enter Allur is another matter. Though there is a way, and he has the courage to put it to the test. Listen! Come close, for Jud Ben Otto has keen ears, and this he must not hear." And with his lips close to the ears of his companions, Tarden, the tall tree, son of Jardon, the lion man, unfolded his daring plan. And at the same moment, 100 miles away, a lithe figure, naked but for a loincloth and weapons, moved silently across a thorn-covered, waterless steppe, searching always along the ground before him with keen eyes and sensitive nostrils. Chapter 3. Pan-at-Lee. Night had fallen upon uncharted Pal Uldon. A slender moon, low in the west, bathed the white faces of the chalk cliffs presented to her in a mellow, unearthly glow. Black were the shadows in Khor ul-Ya, Gorge of Lions, where dwelt the tribe of the same name under Es-Sat, their chief. From an aperture near the summit of the lofty escarpment, a hairy figure emerged, the head and shoulders first. The fierce eyes scanned the cliffside in every direction. It was Es-Sat, the chief. To right and left and below he looked as though to assure himself that he was unobserved, but no other figure moved upon the cliff face, nor did another hairy body protrude from any of the numerous cave mouths from the high-flung abode of the chief to the habitations of the more lowly members of the tribe nearer the cliff's base. Then he moved outward upon the sheer face of the white chalk wall. In the half-light of the baby moon it appeared that the heavy, shaggy black figure moved across the face of the perpendicular wall in some miraculous manner, but closer examination would have revealed stout pegs, as large around as a man's wrist, protruding from the holes in the cliff into which they were driven. Es-Sat's 4 hand-like members and his long, sinuous tail permitted him to move with consummate ease whither he chose, a gigantic rat upon a mighty wall. As he progressed upon his way, he avoided the cave mouths, passing either above or below those that lay in his path. The outward appearance of these caves was similar. An opening from 8 to as much as 20 feet long, by 8 high and 4 to 6 feet deep, was cut into the chalk-like rock of the cliff. In the back of this large opening, which formed what might be described as the front veranda of the home, was an opening about 3 feet wide and 6 feet high, evidently forming the doorway to the interior apartment or apartments. On either side of this doorway were smaller openings, which it were easy to assume were windows through which light and air might find their way to the inhabitants. Similar windows were also dotted over the cliff face between the entrance porches, suggesting that the entire face of the cliff was honeycombed with apartments. From many of these smaller apertures, small streams of water trickled down the escarpment, and the walls above others was blackened as by smoke. Where the water ran, the wall was eroded to a depth of from a few inches to as much as a foot, suggesting that some of the tiny streams had been trickling downward to the green carpet of vegetation below for ages. In this primeval setting the great Pithecanthropus aroused no jarring discord, for he was as much a part of it as the trees that grew upon the summit of the cliff or those that hid their feet among the dank ferns in the bottom of the gorge. Now he paused before an entranceway and listened, and then, noiselessly, as the moonlight upon the trickling waters, he merged with the shadows of the outer porch. At the doorway leading into the interior, he paused again, listening, and then, quietly pushing aside the heavy skin that covered the aperture, he passed within a large chamber hewn from the living rock. From the far end, through another doorway, shone a light, dimly. Toward this he crept with utmost stealth, his naked feet giving forth no sound. The knotted club that had been hanging at his back from a thong about his neck he now removed and carried in his left hand. Beyond the second doorway was a corridor running parallel with the cliff face. In this corridor were 3 more doorways, one at each end and a third almost opposite that in which Es-Sat stood. The light was coming from an apartment at the end of the corridor at his left. A sputtering flame rose and fell in a small stone receptacle that stood upon a table or bench of the same material, a monolithic bench fashioned at the time the room was excavated, rising massively from the floor of which it was a part. In one corner of the room beyond the table had been left a dais of stone about 4 feet wide and 8 feet long. Upon this were piled a foot or so of softly tanned pelts from which the fur had not been removed. Upon the edge of this dais sat a young female Wasdon. In one hand she held a thin piece of metal, apparently of hammered gold, with serrated edges, and in the other a short, stiff brush. With these she was occupied in going over her smooth, glossy coat, which bore a remarkable resemblance to plucked sealskin. Her loincloth of yellow and black striped Jatto skin lay on the couch beside her, with the circular breastplates of beaten gold, revealing the symmetrical lines of her nude figure in all its beauty and harmony of contour, for even though the creature was jet black and entirely covered with hair, yet she was undeniably beautiful. That she was beautiful in the eyes of Sat, the chief, was evidenced by the gloating expression upon his fierce countenance and the increased rapidity of his breathing. Moving quickly forward, he entered the room, and as he did so, the young she looked up. Instantly her eyes filled with terror, and as quickly she seized the loincloth, and with a few deft movements adjusted it about her. As she gathered up her breastplates, Sat rounded the table and moved quickly toward her. "What do you want?" she whispered, though she knew full well. "Anat Lee," he said, "your chief has come for you. It was for this that you sent away my father and my brothers to spy upon the Kor al-Ulul. I will not have you. Leave the cave of my ancestors." Sat smiled. It was the smile of a strong and wicked man who knows his power, not a pleasant smile at all. "I will leave, Panat Lee," he said, "but you shall go with me to the cave of Sat the chief, to be the envied of the Shis of Kor al-Yah. Come." "Never," cried Panat Lee. "I hate you. Sooner would I mate with a Hodon than with you, beater of women, murderer of babes." A frightful scowl distorted the features of the chief. "She, Jatto," he cried, "I will tame you. I will break you. Sat, the chief, takes what he will, and who dares question his right or combat his least purpose will first serve that purpose and then be broken as I break this." And he picked a stone platter from the table and broke it in his powerful hands. "You might have been first and most favored in the cave of the ancestors of Sat, but now shall you be last and least, and when I am done with you, you shall belong to all of the men of Sat's cave. Thus for those who spurn the love of their chief." He advanced quickly to seize her, and as he laid a rough hand upon her, she struck him heavily upon the side of his head with her golden breastplates. Without a sound, Sat the chief sank to the floor of the apartment. For a moment Panat Lee bent over him, her improvised weapon raised to strike again should he show signs of returning consciousness, her glossy breasts rising and falling with her quickened breathing. Suddenly she stooped and removed Sat's knife with its scabbard and shoulder belt. Slipping it over her own shoulder, she quickly adjusted her breastplates and, keeping a watchful glance upon the figure of the fallen chief, backed from the room. In a niche in the outer room, just beside the doorway leading to the balcony, were neatly piled a number of rounded pegs from 18 to 20 inches in length. Selecting 5 of these, she made them into a little bundle about which she twined the lower extremity of her sinuous tail, and thus carrying them, made her way to the outer edge of the balcony. Assuring herself that there was none about to see or hinder her, she took quickly to the pegs already set in the face of the cliff, and with the celerity of a monkey clambered swiftly aloft to the highest row of pegs, which she followed in the direction of the lower end of the gorge for a matter of some 100 yards. Here, above her head, were a series of small round holes placed one above another in 3 parallel rows. Clinging only with her toes, she removed 2 of the pegs from the bundle carried in her tail, and taking one in either hand, she inserted them in 2 opposite holes of the outer rows as far above her as she could reach. Hanging by these new holes, she now took one of the 3 remaining pegs in each of her feet, leaving the 5th grasped securely in her tail. Reaching above her with this member, she inserted the fifth peg in one of the holes of the centre row, and then, alternately hanging by her tail, her feet, or her hands, she moved the pegs upward to new holes, thus carrying her stairway with her as she ascended. At the summit of the cliff, a gnarled tree exposed its time-worn roots above the topmost holes, forming the last step from the sheer face of the precipice to level footing. This was the last avenue of escape for members of the tribe hard pressed by enemies from below. There were 3 such emergency exits from the village, and it were death to use them in other than an emergency. This Panat well knew, but she knew too that it were worse than death to remain where the angered Sat might lay hands upon her. When she had gained the summit, the girl moved quickly through the darkness in the direction of the next gorge, which cut the mountainside a mile beyond Khor-ul-Yar. It was the Gorge of Water, Khor-ul-Lul, to which her father and 2 brothers had been sent by Sat, ostensibly to spy upon the neighbouring tribe. There was a slender chance, that she might find them. If not, there was the deserted Khor-ul-Grif several miles beyond, where she might hide indefinitely from man if she could elude the frightful monster from which the gorge derived its name, and whose presence there had rendered its caves uninhabitable for generations. Panat crept stealthily along the rim of the Khor-ul-Lul. Just where her father and brothers would watch she did not know. Sometimes their spies remained upon the rim, sometimes they watched from the gorge's bottom. Panat was at a loss to know what to do or where to go. She felt very small and helpless alone in the vast darkness of the night. Strange noises fell upon her ears. There came from the lonely reaches of the towering mountains above her, from far away in the invisible valley, and from the nearer foothills, and once, in the distance, she heard what she thought was the bellow of a bull Grif. It came from the direction of the Khor-ul-Grif. She shuddered. Presently there came to her keen ears another sound. Something approached her along the rim of the gorge. It was coming from above. She halted, listening. Perhaps it was her father, or a brother. It was coming closer. She strained her eyes through the darkness. She did not move. She scarcely breathed, and then, of a sudden, quite close it seemed, there blazed through the black night 2 yellow-green spots of fire. Panat was brave, but as always with the primitive, the darkness held infinite terrors for her. Not alone the terrors of the known, but more frightful ones as well, those of the unknown. She had passed through much this night, and her nerves were keyed to the highest pitch. Raw, taut nerves they were, ready to react in an exaggerated form to the slightest shock. But this was no slight shock. To hope for a father and a brother, and to see death instead glaring out of the darkness. Yes, Panat was brave, but she was not of iron. With a shriek that reverberated among the hills, she turned and fled along the rim of the Khor-ul-Lul, and behind her, swiftly, came the devil-eyed lion of the mountains of Pal-ul-Don. Panat was lost. Death was inevitable. Of this scene there could be no doubt, but to die beneath the rending fangs of the carnivore, congenital terror of her kind, it was unthinkable. But there was an alternative. The lion was almost upon her. Another instant, and he would seize her. Panat turned sharply to her left. Just a few steps she took in the new direction before she disappeared over the rim of Khor-ul-Lul. The baffled lion, planting all 4 feet, barely stopped upon the verge of the abyss. Glaring down into the black shadows beneath, he mounted an angry roar. Through the darkness at the bottom of Khor-ul-Yar, At led the way toward the caves of his people. Behind him came Tarzan and Tarden. Presently they halted beneath a great tree that grew close to the cliff. "First," whispered At, "I will go to the cave of Panat Then will I seek the cave of my ancestors to have speech with my own blood. It will not take long. Wait here. I shall return soon. Afterward shall we go together to Tardan's people." He moved silently toward the foot of the cliff, up which Tarzan could presently see him ascending like a great fly on a wall. In the dim light, the ape-man could not see the peg set in the face of the cliff. At moved warily. In the lower tier of caves there should be a sentry. His knowledge of his people and their customs told him, however, that in all probability the sentry was asleep. In this he was not mistaken, yet he did not in any way abate his wariness. Smoothly and swiftly he ascended toward the cave of Pan-at-Lee, while from below Tarzan and Tardan watched him. "How does he do it?" asked Tarzan. "I can see no foothold upon that vertical surface, and yet he appears to be climbing with the utmost ease." Tardan explained the stairway of pegs. "You could ascend easily," he said, "although a tail would be of great assistance." They watched until At was about to enter the cave of Pan-at-Lee without seeing any indication that he had been observed, and then, simultaneously, both saw a head appear in the mouth of one of the lower caves. It was quickly evident that its owner had discovered At, for immediately he started upward in pursuit. Without a word, Tarzan and Tardan sprang forward toward the foot of the cliff. The Pithecanthropus was the first to reach it, and the ape-man saw him spring upward for a handhold on the lowest peg above him. Now Tarzan saw other pegs roughly paralleling each other in zigzag rows up the cliff face. He sprang and caught one of these, pulled himself upward by one hand until he could reach a second with his other hand, and when he had ascended far enough to use his feet, discovered that he could make rapid progress. Tardan was outstripping him, however, for these precarious ladders were no novelty to him. Further, he had an advantage in possessing a tail. Nevertheless, the ape-man gave a good account of himself, being presently urged to redouble efforts by the fact that the Oise-Don above Tardan glanced down and discovered his pursuers just before the Ho-Dun overtook him. Instantly a wild cry shattered the silence of the gorge, a cry that was immediately answered by hundreds of savage throats as warrior after warrior emerged from the entrance to his cave. The creature who had raised the alarm had now reached the recess before Pan-at-Lee's cave, and here he halted and turned to give battle to Tardan. Unslinging his club, which had hung down his back, from a thong about his neck, he stood upon the level floor of the entranceway, effectually blocking Tardan's ascent. From all directions the warriors of Kor-ol-Ya were swarming toward the interlopers. Tarzan, who had reached a point on the same level with Tardan, but a little to the latter's left, saw that nothing short of a miracle could save them. Just at the ape-man's left was the entrance to a cave that either was deserted or whose occupants had not as yet been aroused, for the level recess remained unoccupied. Resourceful was the alert mind of Tarzan of the Apes, and quick to respond were the trained muscles. In the time that you or I might give to debating an action, he would accomplish it, and now, though only seconds separated his nearest antagonist from him, in the brief span of time at his disposal, he had stepped into the recess, unslung his long rope, and leaning far out, shot the sinuous noose, with the precision of long habitude, toward the menacing figure wielding its heavy club above Tardan. There was a momentary pause of the rope hand as the noose sped toward its goal, a quick movement of the right wrist that closed it upon its victim as it settled over his head, and then a surging tug as, seizing the rope in both hands, Tarzan threw back upon it all the weight of his great frame. Voicing a terrified shriek, the Oise-Don lunged head-foremost from the recess above Tardan. Tarzan braced himself for the coming shock when the creature's body should have fallen the full length of the rope, and as it did, there was a snap of the vertebrae that rose sickeningly in the momentary silence that had followed the doomed man's departing scream. Unshaken by the stress of the suddenly arrested weight at the end of the rope, Tarzan quickly pulled the body to his side that he might remove the noose from about its neck, for he could not afford to lose so priceless a weapon. During the several seconds that had elapsed since he cast the rope, the Wasdon warriors had remained inert as though paralyzed by wonder or by terror. Now, again, one of them found his voice and his head, and straightway, shrieking invectives at the strange intruder, started upward for the ape-man, urging his fellows to attack. This man was the closest to Tarzan. But for him, the ape-man could easily have reached Tarzan's side, as the latter was urging him to do. Tarzan raised the body of the dead Wasdon above his head, held it poised there for a moment as, with face raised to the heavens, he screamed forth the horrid challenge of the bull apes of the tribe of Kerchak. And with all the strength of his giant sinews, he hurled the corpse heavily upon the ascending warrior. So great was the force of the impact that not only was the Wasdon torn from his hold, but two of the pegs to which he clung were broken short in their sockets. As the two bodies, the living and the dead, hurtled downward toward the foot of the cliff, a great cry arose from the Wasdon. "Jad, Guru Don! Jad, Guru Don!" they screamed, and then, "Kill him! Kill him!" And now Tarzan stood in the recess beside Tarden. "Jad, Guru Don," repeated the latter, smiling. "The terrible man. Tarzan the terrible. They may kill you, but they will never forget you." "They shall not kill. What have we here?" Tarzan's statement as to what they should not do was interrupted by a sudden ejaculation as two figures, locked in death-like embrace, stumbled through the doorway of the cave to the outer porch. One was Omat, the other a creature of his own kind, but with a rough coat, the hairs of which seemed to grow straight outward from the skin, stiffly, unlike Omat's sleek covering. The two were quite evidently well matched, and equally evident was the fact that each was bent upon murder. They fought almost in silence, except for an occasional low growl as one or the other acknowledged thus some new hurt. Tarzan, following a natural impulse to aid his ally, leapt forward to enter the dispute, only to be checked by a grunted admonition from Omat. "Back," he said. "This fight is mine, alone." The ape-man understood, and stepped aside. "It is a Gundbar," explained Tarden, "a chief battle. This fellow must be Sat, the chief. If Omat kills him without assistance, Omat may become chief." Tarzan smiled. It was the law of his own jungle, the law of the tribe of Kerchak, the bull ape, the ancient law of primitive man that needed but the refining influences of civilization to introduce the hired dagger and the poisoned cup. Then his attention was drawn to the outer edge of the vestibule. Above it appeared the shaggy face of one of Sat's warriors. Tarzan sprang to intercept the man, but Tarden was there ahead of him. "Back!" cried the Hodan to the newcomer. "It is Gundbar." The fellow looked scrutinizingly at the two fighters, and then turned his face downward toward his fellows. "Back!" he cried. "It is Gundbar between Sat and Omat." Then he looked back at Tarden and Tarzan. "Who are you?" he asked. "We are Omat's friends," replied Tarden. The fellow nodded. "We will attend to you later," he said, and disappeared below the edge of the recess. The battle upon the ledge continued with unabated ferocity, Tarzan and Tarden having difficulty in keeping out of the way of the contestants, who tore and beat at each other with hands and feet and lashing tails. Sat was unarmed. Hanat Lee had seen to that, but at Omat's side swung a sheathed knife which he made no effort to draw. That would have been contrary to their savage and primitive code, for the chief battle must be fought with nature's weapons. Sometimes they separated for an instant, only to rush upon each other again with all the ferocity and nearly the strength of mad bulls. Presently one of them tripped the other, but in that vice-like embrace one could not fall alone. Sat dragged At with him, toppling upon the brink of the niche. Even Tarzan held his breath. There they surged, to and fro, perilously for a moment, and then the inevitable happened. The two, locked in murderous embrace, rolled over the edge and disappeared from the ape-man's view. Tarzan voiced a suppressed sigh, for he had liked Omat, and then, with Tarden, approached the edge and looked over. Far below, in the dim light of the coming dawn, two inert forms should be lying stark in death. But to Tarzan's amazement, such was far from the sight that met his eyes. Instead, there were the two figures still vibrant with life and still battling only a few feet below him. Clinging always to the pegs with two holds, a hand and a foot, or a foot and a tail, they seemed as much at home upon the perpendicular wall as upon the level surface of the vestibule. But now their tactics were slightly altered, for each seemed particularly bent upon dislodging his antagonist from his holds and precipitating him to certain death below. It was soon evident that At, younger and with greater powers of endurance than Sat, was gaining an advantage. Now was the chief almost wholly on the defensive. Holding him by the cross belt with one mighty hand, Omat was forcing his foeman straight out from the cliff, and with the other hand and one foot was rapidly breaking first one of Sat's holds and then another, alternating his efforts, or rather punctuating them, with vicious blows to the pit of his adversary's stomach. Rapidly was Sat weakening, and with the knowledge of impending death there came, as there comes to every coward and bully under similar circumstances, a crumbling of the veneer of bravado which had long masqueraded as courage, and with it crumbled his code of ethics. Now was Sat no longer chief of Kor al-Yar. Instead, he was a whimpering craven battling for life. Clutching at At, clutching at the nearest pegs, he sought any support that would save him from that awful fall, and as he strove to push aside the hand of death, whose cold fingers he already felt upon his heart, his tail sought Omat's side and the handle of the knife that hung there. Tarzan saw, and even as Sat drew the blade from its sheath, he dropped cat-like to the pegs beside the battling men. Sat's tail had drawn back for the cowardly fatal thrust. Now many others saw the perfidious act, and a great cry of rage and disgust arose from savage throats. But as the blade sped toward its goal, the ape-man seized the hairy member that wielded it, and at the same instant Omat thrust the body of Sat from him with such force that its weakened holds were broken, and it hurtled downward, a brief meteor of screaming fear, to death. Chapter 4. Tarzan Jad Guru. As Tarzan and Omat clambered back to the vestibule of Panat-Lee's cave and took their stand beside Tarden in readiness for whatever eventuality might follow the death of Sat, the sun that topped the eastern hills touched also the figure of a sleeper upon a distant, thorn-covered step, awakening him to another day of tireless tracking along a faint and rapidly disappearing spoor. For a time silence reigned in the Kor al-Yar. The tribesmen waited, looking now down upon the dead thing that had been their chief, now at one another, and now at Omat, and the two who stood upon his either side. Presently Omat spoke. "I am Omat," he cried. "Who will say that Omat is not Gund for Kor al-Yar?" He waited for a taker of his challenge. One or two of the larger young bucks fidgeted restlessly and eyed him, but there was no reply. "Then Omat is Gund," he said with finality. "Now tell me, where are Panat-Lee, her father, and her brothers?" An old warrior spoke. Hanat Lee should be in her cave. Who should know that better than you who are there now? Her father and her brothers were sent to watch Kor Ul Lul, but neither of these questions arouse any tumult in our breasts. There is one that does. Can Omat be chief of Kor Ulyar and yet stand at bay against his own people with a Hodon and that terrible man at his side, that terrible man who has no tail? Hand the strangers over to your people to be slain, as is the way of the Wasdon, and then may Omat be Gund. Neither Tarzan nor Tarden spoke then, but they stood watching Omat and waiting for his decision, the ghost of a smile upon the lips of the ape-man. Tarden, at least, knew that the old warrior had spoken the truth. The Wasdon entertain no strangers and take no prisoners of an alien race. Then spoke Omat. Always there is change, he said. Even the old hills of Pal Uldon appear never twice alike. The brilliant sun, a passing cloud, the moon, a mist, the changing seasons, the sharp clearness following a storm, these things bring each a new change in our hills. From birth to death, day by day, there is constant change in each of us. Change, then, is one of Jad ben Otto's laws. And now I, Omat, your Gund, bring another change. Strangers who are brave men and good friends shall no longer be slain by the Wasdon of Kor Ulyar. There were growls and murmurings and a restless moving among the warriors as each eyed the others to see who would take the initiative against Omat, the iconoclast. Cease your mutterings, admonished the new Gund. I am your chief. My word is your law. You had no part in making me chief. Some of you helped Esat to drive me from the cave of my ancestors. The rest of you permitted it. I owe you nothing. Only these two whom you would have me kill were loyal to me. I am Gund, and if there be any who doubts it, let him speak. He cannot die younger. Tarzan was pleased. Here was a man after his own heart. He admired the fearlessness of Omat's challenge, and he was a sufficiently good judge of men to know that he had listened to no idle bluff. Omat would back up his words to the death, if necessary, and the chances were that he would not be the one to die. Evidently the majority of the Kor Uljayans entertained the same conviction. I will make you a good Gund, said Omat, seeing that no one appeared inclined to dispute his rights. Your wives and daughters will be safe. They were not safe while Esat ruled. Go now to your crops and your hunting. I leave to search for Panat Lee. Ab-On will be Gund while I am away. Look to him for guidance and to me for an accounting when I return, and may Jad ben Otto smile upon you. He turned toward Tarzan and the Hodon. And you, my friends, he said, are free to go among my people. The cave of my ancestors is yours. Do what you will. I, said Tarzan, will go with Omat to search for Panat Lee. And I, said Tarden. Omat smiled. Good, he exclaimed, and when we have found her, we shall go together upon Tarzan's business and Tarden's. Where first shall we search? He turned toward his warriors. Who knows where she may be? None knew other than that Panat Lee had gone to her cave with the others the previous evening, that there was no clue, no suggestion as to her whereabouts. Show me where she sleeps, said Tarzan. Let me see something that belongs to her, an article of her apparel. Then, doubtless, I can help you. Two young warriors climbed closer to the ledge upon which Omat stood. They were Insad and Odan. It was the latter who spoke. Gund of Kor Ulyar, he said, we would go with you to search for Panat Lee. It was the first acknowledgment of Omat's chieftainship, and immediately following it, the tenseness that had prevailed seemed to relax. The warriors spoke aloud instead of in whispers, and the women appeared from the mouths of caves, as with the passing of a sudden storm. Insad and Odan had taken the lead, and now all seemed glad to follow. Some came to talk with Omat and to look more closely at Tarzan. Others, heads of caves, gathered their hunters and discussed the business of the day. The women and children prepared to descend to the fields with the youths and the old men, whose duty it was to guard them. Odan and Insad shall go with us, announced Omat. We shall not need more. Tarzan, come with me, and I shall show you where Panat Lee sleeps, though why you should wish to know I cannot guess. She is not there. I have looked for myself. The two entered the cave where Omat led the way to the apartment in which Sat had surprised Panat Lee the previous night. All here are hers, said Omat, except the war club lying on the floor. That was Sat's. The ape-man moved silently about the apartment, the quivering of his sensitive nostrils scarcely apparent to his companion, who only wondered what good purpose could be served here, and chafed at the delay. Come, said the ape-man presently, and led the way toward the outer recess. Here their three companions were awaiting them. Tarzan passed to the left side of the niche and examined the pegs that lay within reach. He looked at them, but it was not his eyes that were examining them. Keener than his keen eyes was that marvelously trained sense of scent that had first been developed in him during infancy under the tutorage of his foster mother Kala, the she-ape, and further sharpened in the grim jungles by that master teacher, the instinct of self-preservation. From the left side of the niche he turned to the right. Omat was becoming impatient. Let us be off, he said. We must search for Panat Lee if we would ever find her. Where shall we search? Asked Tarzan. Omat scratched his head. Where? He repeated. Why, all Pal Uldon, if necessary. A large job, said Tarzan. Come, he added. She went this way. And he took to the pegs that led aloft toward the summit of the cliff. Here he followed the scent easily, since none had passed that way since Panat Lee had fled. At the point at which she had left the permanent pegs and resorted to those carried with her, Tarzan came to an abrupt halt. She went this way to the summit, he called back to Omat, who was directly behind him. But there are no pegs here. I do not know how you know that she went this way, said Omat, but we will get pegs. Insad, return and fetch climbing pegs for 5. The young warrior was soon back, and the pegs distributed. Omat handed 5 to Tarzan and explained their use. The ape-man returned one. I need but 4, he said. Omat smiled. What a wonderful creature you would be if you were not deformed, he said, glancing with pride at his own strong tail. I admit that I am handicapped, replied Tarzan. You others go ahead and leave the pegs in place for me. I am afraid that otherwise it will be slow work, as I cannot hold the pegs in my toes as you do. All right, agreed Omat. Tarden, Insad, and I will go first. You follow, and Odan bring up the rear and collect the pegs. We cannot leave them here for our enemies. Can't your enemies bring their own pegs? Asked Tarzan. Yes, but it delays them and makes easier our defense, and they do not know which of all the holes you see are deep enough for pegs. The others are made to confuse our enemies and are too shallow to hold a peg. At the top of the cliff, beside the gnarled tree, Tarzan again took up the trail. Here the scent was fully as strong as upon the pegs, and the ape-man moved rapidly across the ridge in the direction of the Khor-ul-Lul. Presently he paused and turned toward Omat. Here she moved swiftly, running at top speed, and, Omat, she was pursued by a lion. You can read that in the grass, asked Odan as the others gathered about the ape-man. Tarzan nodded. I do not think the lion got her, he added, but that we shall determine quickly. No, he did not get her. Look. And he pointed toward the southwest, down the ridge. Following the direction indicated by his finger, the others presently detected a movement in some bushes a couple of 100 yards away. What is it? Asked Omat. It is she? And he started toward the spot. Wait, advised Tarzan. It is the lion which pursued her. You can see him? Asked Tarzan. No, I can smell him. The others looked, their astonishment and incredulity, but of the fact that it was indeed a lion they were not left long in doubt. Presently the bushes parted, and the creature stepped out in full view, facing them. It was a magnificent beast, large and beautifully maned, with the brilliant leopard spots of its kind well marked and symmetrical. For a moment it eyed them, and then, still chafing at the loss of its prey earlier in the morning, it charged. The Pal Uldonians unslung their clubs and stood waiting the onrushing beast. Tarzan of the Apes drew his hunting knife and crouched in the path of the fanged fury. It was almost upon him when it swerved to the right and leaped for Omat, only to be sent to earth with a staggering blow upon the head. Almost instantly it was up, and though the men rushed fearlessly in, it managed to sweep aside their weapons with its mighty paws. A single blow wrenched Odan's club from his hand and sent it hurtling against Tarzan, knocking him from his feet. Taking advantage of its opportunity, the lion rose to throw itself upon Odan, and at the same instant Tarzan flung himself upon its back. Strong, white teeth buried themselves in the spotted neck, mighty arms encircled the savage throat, and the sinewy legs of the ape-man locked themselves about the gaunt belly. The others, powerless to aid, stood breathlessly about as the great lion lunged hither and thither, clawing and biting fearfully and futilely at the savage creature that had fastened itself upon him. Over and over they rolled, and now the onlookers saw a brown hand raised above the lion's side, a brown hand grasping a keen blade. They saw it fall and rise and fall again, each time with terrific force, and in its wake they saw a crimson streak trickling down Jar's gorgeous coat. Now, from the lion's throat rose hideous screams of hate and rage and pain as he redoubled his efforts to dislodge and punish his tormentor. But always the tousled black head remained half buried in the dark brown mane, and the mighty arm rose and fell to plunge the knife again and again into the dying beast. The Pal Uldonians stood in mute wonder and admiration. Brave men and mighty hunters they were, and as such the first to accord honor to a mightier. "And you would have had me slay him," cried Omat, glancing at Insad and Odan. "Jad ben Otho reward that you did not," breathed Insad. And now the lion lunged suddenly to earth, and with a few spasmodic quiverings lay still. The ape-man rose and shook himself, even as might Jar, the leopard-coated lion of Pal Uldon, had he been the one to survive. Odan advanced quickly toward Tarzan, placing a palm upon his own breast and the other on Tarzan's. "Tarzan the Terrible," he said, "I ask no greater honor than your friendship." "And I no more than the friendship of Omat's friends," replied the ape-man simply, returning the other's salute. "Do you think," asked Omat, coming close to Tarzan and laying a hand upon the other's shoulder, "that he got her?" "No, my friend, it was a hungry lion that charged us." "You seem to know much of lions," said Insad. "Had I a brother, I could not know him better," replied Tarzan. "Then where can she be?" continued Omat. "We can but follow while the spoor is fresh," answered the ape-man, and again taking up his interrupted tracking, he led them down the ridge and at a sharp turning of the trail to the left brought them to the verge of the cliff that dropped into the Khor-ul-Lul. For a moment Tarzan examined the ground to the right and to the left, then he stood erect and, looking at Omat, pointed into the gorge. For a moment the Wazdon gazed down into the green rift at the bottom of which a tumultuous river tumbled downward along its rocky bed, and then he closed his eyes as to a sudden spasm of pain and turned away. "You mean she jumped?" he asked. "To escape the lion," replied Tarzan. "He was right behind her. Look, you can see where his forepaws left their impress in the turf as he checked his charge upon the very verge of the abyss." "Is there any chance," commenced Omat, to be suddenly silenced by a warning gesture from Tarzan. "Down," whispered the ape-man. "Many men are coming. They are running from down the ridge." He flattened himself upon his belly in the grass, the others following his example. For some minutes they waited thus, and then the others too heard the sound of running feet, and now a hoarse shout followed by many more. "It is the war cry of the Khor-ul-Lul," whispered Omat, "the hunting cry of men who hunt men. Presently shall we see them, and if Jad ben Otho is pleased with us, they shall not too greatly outnumber us." "They are many," said Tarzan. 40 or 50, I should say. But how many are the pursued, and how many the pursuers, we cannot even guess, except that the latter must greatly outnumber the former, else these would not run so fast." "Here they come," said Tarden. "It is An-Un, father of Panat-Lee and his 2 sons," exclaimed Odan. "They will pass without seeing us if we do not hurry," he added, looking at Omat the chief for a sign. "Come," cried the latter, springing to his feet and running rapidly to intercept the 3 fugitives. The others followed him. "5 friends," shouted Omat as An-Un and his sons discovered them. "Adenendio," echoed Odan and Insad. The fugitives scarcely paused as these unexpected reinforcements joined them, but they eyed Tarden and Tarzan with puzzled glances. "Khor-ul-Lul are many," shouted An-Un. "Would that we might pause and fight, but first we must warn Es-Sat and our people." "Yes," said Omat, "we must warn our people." "Es-Sat is dead," said Insad. "Who is chief?" asked one of An-Un's sons. "Omat," replied Odan. "It is well," cried An-Un. "Panat-Lee said that you would come back and slay Es-Sat." Now the enemy broke into sight behind them. "Come," cried Tarzan, "let us turn and charge them," raising a great cry. They pursued but 3, and when they see 8 charging upon them, they will think that many men have come to do battle. They will believe that there are more even than they see, and then one who is swift will have time to reach the gorge and warn your people." "It is well," said Omat. "Id-An, you are swift. Carry word to the warriors of Khor-ul-Yar that we fight Khor-ul-Lul upon the ridge, and that Ab-On shall send 100 men." Id-An, the son of An-Un, sped swiftly toward the cliff dwellings of the Khor-ul-Yar, while the others charged the oncoming Khor-ul-Lul, the war cries of the 2 tribes rising and falling in a certain grim harmony. The leaders of the Khor-ul-Lul paused at sight of the reinforcements, waiting apparently for those behind to catch up with them and possibly also to learn how great a force confronted them. The leaders, swifter runners than their fellows perhaps, were far in advance, while the balance of their number had not yet emerged from the brush. And now, as Omat and his companions fell upon them with a ferocity born of necessity, they fell back, so that when their companions at last came in sight of them, they appeared to be in full rout. The natural result was that the others turned and fled. Encouraged by this first success, Omat followed them into the brush, his little company charging valiantly upon his either side, and loud and terrifying were the savage yells with which they pursued the fleeing enemy. The brush, while not growing so closely together as to impede progress, was of such height as to hide the members of the party from one another when they became separated by even a few yards. The result was that Tarzan, always swift and always keen for battle, was soon pursuing the enemy far in the lead of the others, a lack of prudence which was to prove his undoing. The warriors of Kor-ul-Lul, doubtless as valorous as their foemen, retreated only to a more strategic position in the brush, nor were they long in guessing that the number of their pursuers was fewer than their own. They made a stand then where the brush was densest. An ambush it was, and into this ran Tarzan of the Apes. They tricked him neatly. Yes, sad as is the narration of it, they tricked the wily jungle lord. But then they were fighting on their own ground, every foot of which they knew as you know your front parlour, and they were following their own tactics, of which Tarzan knew nothing. A single black warrior appeared to Tarzan, a laggard in the rear of the retreating enemy, and thus, retreating, he lured Tarzan on. At last he turned at bay, confronting the ape-man with bludgeon and drawn knife, and as Tarzan charged him, a score of burly Wazdon leapt from the surrounding brush. Instantly, but too late, the giant Tarmangani realized his peril. There flashed before him a vision of his lost mate, and a great and sickening regret surged through him with the realization that if she still lived she might no longer hope, for though she might never know of the passing of her lord, the fact of it must inevitably seal her doom. And consequent to this thought there enveloped him a blind frenzy of hatred for these creatures who dared thwart his purpose and menace the welfare of his wife. With a savage growl he threw himself upon the warrior before him, twisting the heavy club from the creature's hand as if he had been a little child, and with his left fist, backed by the weight and sinew of his giant frame, he crashed a shattering blow to the centre of the Wazdon's face, a blow that crushed the bones and dropped the fellow in his tracks. Then he swung upon the others with their fallen comrade's bludgeon, striking to right and left mighty, unmerciful blows that drove down their own weapons until that wielded by the ape-man was splintered and shattered. On either hand they fell before his cudgel. So rapid the delivery of his blows, so cat-like his recovery, that in the first few moments of the battle he seemed invulnerable to their attacks. But it could not last. He was outnumbered 20-1, and his undoing came from a thrown club. It struck him upon the back of the head. For a moment he stood swaying, and then, like a great pine beneath the woodsman's axe, he crashed to earth. Others of the Kor-ul-Lul had rushed to engage the balance of Omat's party. They could be heard fighting at a short distance, and it was evident that Kor-ul-Yar were falling slowly back, and as they fell, Omat called to the missing one, "Tarzan the Terrible! Tarzan the Terrible!" "Jad Guru, indeed," repeated one of the Kor-ul-Lul, rising from where Tarzan had dropped him. "Tarzan, Jad Guru! He was worse than that." Chapter 5. In the Kor-ul-Griff. As Tarzan fell among his enemies, a man halted many miles away upon the outer verge of the morass that encircles Pal-ul-Don. Naked he was, except for a loincloth and 3 belts of cartridges, 2 of which passed over his shoulders, crossing upon his chest and back, while the 3rd encircled his waist. Slung to his back by its leathern sling strap was an Enfield, and he carried too a long knife, a bow, and a quiver of arrows. He had come far through wild and savage lands, menaced by fierce beasts and fearsome men. Yet intact to the last cartridge was the ammunition that had filled his belts the day that he set out. The bows and arrows and the long knife had brought him thus far safely. yet often in the face of great risks that could have been minimized by a single shot from the well-kept rifle at his back. What purpose might he have for conserving this precious ammunition? In risking his life to bring the last bright shining missile to his unknown goal? For what, for whom were these death-dealing bits of metal preserved? In all the world, only he knew. When Panat Lee stepped over the edge of the cliff above Kor-ul-Lul, she expected to be dashed to instant death upon the rocks below. But she had chosen this in preference to the rending fangs of Jar. Instead, chance had ordained that she make the frightful plunge at a point where the tumbling river swung close beneath the overhanging cliff, to eddy for a slow moment in a deep pool before plunging madly downward again in a cataract of boiling foam and water thundering against rocks. Into this icy pool the girl shot, and down beneath the watery surface until, half-choked, yet fighting bravely, she battled her way once more to air. Swimming strongly, she made the opposite shore, and there dragged herself out upon the bank to lie panting and spent, until the approaching dawn warned her to seek concealment, for she was in the country of her people's enemies. Rising, she moved into the concealment of the rank vegetation that grows so riotously in the well-watered khors of Pal-ul-Don. Hidden amidst the plant life from the sight of any who might chance to pass along the well-beaten trail that skirted the river, Panat Lee sought rest and food, the latter growing in abundance all about her in the form of fruits and berries and succulent tubers, which she scooped from the earth with the knife of the dead Esat. Ah, if she had but known that he was dead, what trials and risks and terrors she might have been saved! But she thought that he still lived, and so she dared not return to Kor-ul-Jar. At least not yet, while his rage was at white heat. Later, perhaps, her father and brothers returned to their cave. She might risk it, but not now. Not now. Nor could she for long remain here in the neighborhood of the hostile Kor-ul-Lul, and somewhere she must find safety from beasts before the night set in. As she sat upon the bole of a fallen tree, seeking some solution of the problem of existence that confronted her, there broke upon her ears from up the gorge the voices of shouting men, a sound that she recognized all too well. It was the war cry of the Kor-ul-Lul. Closer and closer it approached her hiding place. Then, through the veil of foliage, she caught glimpses of 3 figures fleeing along the trail, and behind them the shouting of the pursuers rose louder and louder as they neared her. Again she caught sight of the fugitives crossing the river below the cataract, and again they were lost to sight. And now the pursuers came into view, shouting Kor-ul-Lul warriors, fierce and implacable. 40, perhaps 50 of them. She waited breathless, but they did not swerve from the trail and passed her, unguessing that an enemy she lay hid within a few yards of them. Once again she caught sight of the pursued. 3 Wazdon warriors clambering the cliff face at a point where portions of the summit had fallen away, presenting a steep slope that might be ascended by such as these. Suddenly her attention was riveted upon the 3. Could it be? Oh, Jad ben Othu, had she but known a moment before! When they passed, she might have joined them, for they were her father and 2 brothers. Now it was too late. With bated breath and tense muscles, she watched the race. Would they reach the summit? Would the Kor-ul-Lul overhaul them? They climbed well, but oh, so slowly. Now one lost his footing in the loose shale and slipped back. The Kor-ul-Lul were ascending. One hurled his club at the nearest fugitive. The great god was pleased with the brother of Panat Lee, for he caused the club to fall short of its target and to fall, rolling and bounding back upon its owner, carrying him from his feet and precipitating him to the bottom of the gorge. Standing now, her hands pressed tight above her golden breastplates, Panat Lee watched the race for life. Now one, her older brother, reached the summit, and clinging there to something that she could not see, he lowered his body and his long tail to the farther beneath him. The latter, seizing this support, extended his own tail to the sun below, the one who had slipped back, and thus, upon a living ladder of their own making, the three reached the summit and disappeared from view before the Kor-ul-lul overtook them. But the latter did not abandon the chase. On they went until they too had disappeared from sight. Only a faint shouting came down to Panat Lee to tell her that the pursuit continued. The girl knew that she must move on. At any moment now might come a hunting party, combing the gorge for the smaller animals that fed or bedded there. Behind her were Sat and the returning party of Kor-ul-lul that had pursued her kin. Before her, across the next ridge, was the Kor-ul-grif, the lair of the terrifying monsters that brought the chill of fear to every inhabitant of Pal Uldon. Below her, in the valley, was the country of the Hodon, where she could look for only slavery or death. Here were the Kor-ul-lul, the ancient enemies of her people, and everywhere were the wild beasts that eat the flesh of man. For but a moment she debated, and then turning her face toward the southeast, she set out across the gorge of water toward the Kor-ul-grif. At least there were no men there. As it is now, so it was in the beginning. Back to the primitive progenitor of man which is typified by Panat Lee and her kind today. Of all the hunters that woman fears, man is the most relentless, the most terrible. To the dangers of man she preferred the dangers of the grif. Moving cautiously, she reached the foot of the cliff at the far side of the Kor-ul-lul, and here, toward noon, she found a comparatively easy ascent. Crossing the ridge, she stood at last upon the brink of Kor-ul-grif, the horror place of the folklore of her race. Dank and mysterious grew the vegetation below. Giant trees waved their plumed tops almost level with the summit of the cliff, and over all brooded an ominous silence. Panat Lee lay upon her belly and, stretching over the edge, scanned the cliff face below her. She could see caves there and the stone pegs which the ancients had fashioned so laboriously by hand. She had heard of these in the firelight tales of her childhood, and of how the grifs had come from the morasses across the mountains, and of how at last the people had fled after many had been seized and devoured by the hideous creatures, leaving their caves untenanted for no man living knew how long. Some said that Jad ben Othu, who has lived forever, was still a little boy. Panat Lee shuddered, but there were caves, and in them she would be safe, even from the grifs. She found a place where the stone pegs reached to the very summit of the cliff, left there, no doubt, in the final exodus of the tribe, when there was no longer need of safeguarding the deserted caves against invasion. Panat Lee clambered slowly down toward the uppermost cave. She found the recess in front of the doorway almost identical with those of her own tribe. The floor of it, though, was littered with twigs and old nests and the droppings of birds, until it was half choked. She moved along to another recess, and still another, but all were alike in the accumulated filth. Evidently there was no need in looking further. This one seemed large and commodious. With her knife, she fell to work, cleaning away the debris of the simple expedient of pushing it over the edge, and always her eyes turned constantly toward the silent gorge where lurked the fearsome creatures of Pal Uldon. And other eyes were there, eyes she did not see, but that saw her and watched her every move. Fierce eyes, greedy eyes, cunning and cruel. They watched her, and a red tongue licked flabby, pendulous lips. They watched her, and a half-human brain laboriously evolved a brutish design. As in her own Kor-ul-yar, The natural springs in the cliff had been developed by the long-dead builders of the cave so that fresh, pure water trickled now, as it had for ages, within easy access to the cave entrances. Her only difficulty would be in procuring food, and for that she must take the risk at least once in 2 days, for she was sure that she could find fruits and tubers, and perhaps small animals, birds, and eggs near the foot of the cliff, the last two possibly in the caves themselves. Thus might she live on here indefinitely. She felt now a certain sense of security, imparted doubtless by the impregnability of her high-flung sanctuary, that she knew to be safe from all the more dangerous beasts, and this one from men too, since it lay in the abjured Cor-ul-Griff. Now she determined to inspect the interior of her new home. The sun, still in the south, lighted the interior of the first apartment. It was similar to those of her experience. The same beasts and men were depicted in the same crude fashion in the carvings on the walls. Evidently there had been little progress in the race of Wasdon during the generations that had come and departed since Cor-ul-Griff had been abandoned by men. Of course, Panat-Lee thought no such thoughts, for evolution and progress existed not for her or her kind. Things were as they had always been, and would always be as they were. That these strange creatures have existed thus for incalculable ages, it can scarce be doubted. So marked are the indications of antiquity about their dwellings: deep furrows worn by naked feet in living rock, the hollow in the jamb of a stone doorway where many arms have touched in passing, the endless carvings that cover, oft-times, the entire face of a great cliff, and all the walls and ceilings of every cave, and each carving wrought by a different hand, for each is the coat of arms, one might say, of the adult male who traced it. And so Panat-Lee found this ancient cave homelike and familiar. There was less litter within than she had found without, and what was there was mostly an accumulation of dust. Beside the doorway was the niche in which wood and tinder were kept, but there remained nothing now other than mere dust. She had, however, saved a little pile of twigs from the debris on the porch. In a short time she had made a light by firing a bundle of twigs, and lighting others from this fire, she explored some of the inner rooms. Nor here did she find aught that was new or strange, nor any relic of the departed owners other than a few broken stone dishes. She had been looking for something soft to sleep upon, but was doomed to disappointment, as the former owners had evidently made a leisurely departure, carrying all their belongings with them. Below, in the gorge, were leaves and grasses and fragrant branches, but Panat-Lee felt no stomach for descending into that horrid abyss for the gratification of mere creature comfort. Only the necessity for food would drive her there. And so, as the shadows lengthened and night approached, she prepared to make as comfortable a bed as she could by gathering the dust of ages into a little pile and spreading it between her soft body and the hard floor. At best, it was only better than nothing. But Panat-Lee was very tired. She had not slept since 2 nights before, and in the interval she had experienced many dangers and hardships. What wonder, then, that despite the hard bed, she was asleep almost immediately she had composed herself for rest. She slept, and the moon rose, casting its silver light upon the cliff's white face and lessening the gloom of the dark forest and the dismal gorge. In the distance a lion roared. There was a long silence. From the upper reaches of the gorge came a deep bellow. There was a movement in the trees at the cliff's foot. Again the bellow, low and ominous. It was answered from below the deserted village. Something dropped from the foliage of a tree directly below the cave in which Panat-Lee slept. It dropped to the ground among the dense shadows. Now it moved, cautiously. It moved toward the foot of the cliff, taking form and shape in the moonlight. It moved like the creature of a bad dream, slowly, sluggishly. It might have been a huge sleuth. It might have been a man with so grotesque a brush does the moon paint, master cubist. Slowly it moved up the face of the cliff. Like a great grub worm it moved, but now the moon brush touched it again, and it had hands and feet, and with them it clung to the stone pegs and raised itself laboriously aloft toward the cave where Panat Lee slept. From the lower reaches of the gorge came again the sound of bellowing, and it was answered from above the village. Tarzan of the Apes opened his eyes. He was conscious of a pain in his head, and at first that was about all. A moment later, grotesque shadows, rising and falling, focused his arousing perceptions. Presently he saw that he was in a cave. A dozen Wasdon warriors squatted about, talking. A rude stone cresset containing burning oil lighted the interior, and as the flame rose and fell, the exaggerated shadows of the warriors danced upon the walls behind them. "We brought him to you alive, Gund," he heard one of them saying, "because never before the Hodan like him seen. He has no tail. He was born without one, for there is no scar to mark where a tail had been cut off. The thumbs upon his hands and feet are unlike those of the races of Pal Uldon. He is more powerful than many men put together, and he attacks with the fearlessness of Jar. We brought him alive that you might see him before he is slain." The chief rose and approached the ape-man, who closed his eyes and feigned unconsciousness. He felt hairy hands upon him as he was turned over none too gently. The Gund examined him from head to foot, making comments, especially upon the shape and size of his thumbs and great toes. "With these and with no tail," he said, "it cannot climb." "No," agreed one of the warriors, "it would surely fall even from the cliff pegs." "I have never seen a thing like it," said the chief. "It is neither Wasdon nor Hodon. I wonder from whence it came and what it is called." The Coral Jar shouted aloud, "Tarzan Jad Guru," and we thought they might be calling this one, said a warrior. "Shall we kill it now?" "No," replied the chief. "We will wait until its life returns into its head that I may question it. Remain here, Intan, and watch it. When it can again hear and speak, call me." He turned and departed from the cave, the others, except Intan, following him. As they moved past him and out of the chamber, Tarzan caught snatches of their conversation, which indicated that the Coral Jar reinforcements had fallen upon their little party in great numbers and driven them away. Evidently the swift feet of It-An had saved the day for the warriors of Omat. The ape-man smiled, then he partially opened an eye and cast it upon Intan. The warrior stood at the entrance to the cave looking out. His back was toward his prisoner. Tarzan tested the bonds that secured his wrists. They seemed none too stout, and they had tied his hands in front of him. Evidence, indeed, that the Wasdon took few prisoners, if any. Cautiously he raised his wrists until he could examine the thongs that confined them. A grim smile lighted his features. Instantly he was at work upon the bonds with his strong teeth, but ever a wary eye was upon Intan, the warrior of Kol-ul-Lul. The last knot had been loosened, and Tarzan's hands were free when Intan turned to cast an appraising eye upon his ward. He saw that the prisoner's position was changed. He no longer lay upon his back as they had left him, but upon his side, and his hands were drawn up against his face. Intan came closer and bent down. The bonds seemed very loose upon the prisoner's wrists. He extended his hand to examine them with his fingers, and instantly the two hands leapt from their bonds, one to seize his own wrist, the other his throat. So unexpected the cat-like attack that Intan had not even time to cry out before steel fingers silenced him. The creature pulled him suddenly forward so that he lost his balance and rolled over upon the prisoner and to the floor beyond to stop with Tarzan upon his breast. Intan struggled to release himself, struggled to draw his knife, but Tarzan found it before him. The Wazdon's tail leapt to the other's throat, encircling it. He too could choke, but his own knife, in the hands of his antagonist, severed the beloved member close to its root. The Wazdon's struggles became weaker. A film was obscuring his vision. He knew that he was dying, and he was right. A moment later, he was dead. Tarzan rose to his feet and placed one foot upon the breast of his dead foe. How the urge seized him to roar forth the victory cry of his kind! But he dared not. He discovered that they had not removed his rope from his shoulders, and that they had replaced his knife in its sheath. It had been in his hand when he was felled. Strange creatures! He did not know that they held a superstitious fear of the weapons of a dead enemy, believing that if buried without them he would forever haunt his slayers in search of them, and that when he found them he would kill the man who killed him. Against the wall leaned his bow and quiver of arrows. Tarzan stepped toward the doorway of the cave and looked out. Night had just fallen. He could hear voices from the nearer caves, and there floated to his nostrils the odor of cooking food. He looked down and experienced a sensation of relief. The cave in which he had been held was in the lowest tier, scarce 30 feet from the base of the cliff. He was about to chance an immediate descent when there occurred to him a thought that brought a grin to his savage lips, a thought that was born of the name the Wazdon had given him. Tarzan Jad Guru, Tarzan the Terrible, and a recollection of the days when he had delighted in baiting the blacks of the distant jungle of his birth. He turned back into the cave where lay the dead body of Intan. With his knife he severed the warrior's head, and carrying it to the outer edge of the recess, tossed it to the ground below. Then he dropped swiftly and silently down the ladder of pegs in a way that would have surprised the Kor-ul-lul, who had been so sure that he could not climb. At the bottom he picked up the head of Intan and disappeared among the shadows of the trees, carrying the grisly trophy by its shock of shaggy hair. Horrible? But you are judging a wild beast by the standards of civilization. You may teach a lion tricks, but he is still a lion. Tarzan looked well in a tuxedo, but he was still a Tarmangani, and beneath his pleated shirt beat a wild and savage heart. Nor was his madness lacking in method. He knew that the hearts of the Kor-ul-lul would be filled with rage when they discovered the thing that he had done, and he knew, too, that mixed with the rage would be a leaven of fear, and it was fear of him that had made Tarzan master of many jungles. One does not win the respect of the killers with bonbons. Below the village, Tarzan returned to the foot of the cliff, searching for a point where he could make the ascent to the ridge and thus back to the village of Omat, the Kor-ul-yar. He came at last to a place where the river ran so close to the rocky wall that he was forced to swim it in search of a trail upon the opposite side, and here it was that his keen nostrils detected a familiar spoor. It was the scent of Pan-at-lee at the spot where she had emerged from the pool and had taken to the safety of the jungle. Immediately the ape-man's plans were changed. Pan-at-lee lived, or at least she had lived after the leap from the cliff summit. He had started in search of her for Omat, his friend, and for Omat he would continue upon the trail he had picked up thus fortuitously by accident. It led him into the jungle and across the gorge, and then to the point at which Pan-at-lee had commenced the ascent of the opposite cliffs. Here Tarzan abandoned the head of Intan, tying it to the lower branch of a tree, for he knew that it would handicap him in his ascent of the steep escarpment. Ape-like he ascended, following easily the scent spoor of Pan-at-lee. Over the summit and across the ridge the trail lay, plain as a printed page to the delicate senses of the jungle-bred tracker. Tarzan knew naught of the Kor-ul-grif. He had seen dimly in the shadows of the night strange, monstrous forms, and Tarden and Omad had spoken of great creatures that all men feared, but always, everywhere, by night and by day, there were dangers. From infancy, death had stalked, grim and terrible, at his heels. He knew little of any other existence. To cope with danger was his life, and he lived his life as simply and as naturally as you live yours amidst the dangers of the crowded city streets. The black man who goes abroad in the jungle by night is afraid, for he has spent his life since infancy surrounded by numbers of his own kind and safeguarded, especially at night, by such crude means as lie within his powers. But Tarzan had lived as the lion lives, and the panther and the elephant and the ape, a true jungle creature dependent solely upon his prowess and his wits, playing a lone hand against creation. Therefore he was surprised at nothing, and feared nothing, and so he walked through the strange night, as undisturbed and unapprehensive as the farmer to the cow lot in the darkness before the dawn. Once more, Pan-At-Lee's trail ended at the verge of a cliff, but this time there was no indication that she had leapt over the edge, and a moment's search revealed to Tarzan the stone pegs upon which she had made her descent. As he lay upon his belly, leaning over the top of the cliff, examining the pegs, his attention was suddenly attracted by something at the foot of the cliff. He could not distinguish its identity, but he saw that it moved, and presently that it was ascending slowly, apparently by means of pegs similar to those directly below him. He watched it intently as it rose higher and higher, until he was able to distinguish its form more clearly, with the result that he became convinced that it more nearly resembled some form of great ape than a lower order. It had a tail, though, and in other respects it did not seem a true ape. Slowly it ascended to the upper tier of caves, into one of which it disappeared. Then Tarzan took up again the trail of Pan-At-Lee. He followed it down the stone pegs to the nearest cave, and then further along the upper tier. The ape-man raised his eyebrows when he saw the direction in which it led, and quickened his pace. He had almost reached the third cave when the echoes of Col-Ol-Griff were awakened by a shrill scream of terror. I have used the Pal-Uldon word for gorge with the English plural, which is not the correct native plural form. The latter, it seems to me, is awkward for us, and so I have generally ignored it throughout my manuscript, permitting, for example, Kor-Ul-Jar to answer for both singular and plural. However, for the benefit of those who may be interested in such things, I may say that the plurals are formed simply for all words in the Pal-Uldon language by doubling the initial letter of the word as Kuk-Kor, gorges, pronounced as though written Kar-Kor, the A having the sound of A in sofa. Lions de Don. Chapter 6. The Tor-O-Don. Pan-At-Lee slept, the troubled sleep of physical and nervous exhaustion, filled with weird dreamings. She dreamt that she slept beneath a great tree in the bottom of the Cor-Ol-Griff, and that one of the fearsome beasts was creeping upon her, but she could not open her eyes nor move. She tried to scream, but no sound issued from her lips. She felt the thing touch her throat, her breast, her arm, and there it closed and seemed to be dragging her toward it. With a superhuman effort of will, she opened her eyes. In the instant she knew that she was dreaming, and that quickly the hallucination of the dream would fade. It had happened to her many times before. But it persisted. In the dim light that filtered into the dark chamber, she saw a form beside her. She felt hairy fingers upon her, and a hairy breast against which was being drawn. Jad Ben Otho, this was no dream. And then she screamed and tried to fight the thing from her, but her scream was answered by a low growl, and another hairy hand seized her by the hair of the head. The beast rose now upon its hind legs and dragged her from the cave to the moonlit recess without, and at the same instant she saw the figure of what she took to be a hodon rise above the outer edge of the niche. The beast that held her saw it too, and growled ominously, but it did not relinquish its hold upon her hair. It crouched as though waiting an attack, and it increased the volume and frequency of its growls until the horrid sounds reverberated through the gorge, drowning even the deep bellowings of the beasts below, whose mighty thunderings had broken out anew with the sudden commotion from the high-flung cave. The beast that held her crouched, and the creature that faced it crouched also and growled, as hideously as the other. Panat trembled. This was no hodon, and though she feared the hodon, she feared this thing more, with its cat-like crouch and its beastly growls. She was lost, that Panat knew. The two things might fight for her, but whichever won, she was lost. Perhaps, during the battle, if it came to that, she might find the opportunity to throw herself over into the Cor-Ol Griff. The thing that held her she had recognized now as a Tor-Odon, but the other thing she could not place, though in the moonlight she could see it very distinctly. It had no tail. She could see its hands and its feet, and they were not the hands and feet of the races of the Pal-Uldon. It was slowly closing upon the Tor-Odon, and in one hand it held a gleaming knife. Now it spoke, and to Panat terror was added an equal weight of consternation. "When it leaves go of you," it said, "as it will presently to defend itself, run quickly behind me, Panat, and go to the cave nearest the pegs you descended from the cliff-top. Watch from there. If I am defeated, you will have time to escape this slow thing. If I am not, I will come to you there. I am Omat's friend and yours." The last words took the keen edge from Panat terror, but she did not understand. How did this strange creature know her name? How did it know that she had descended the pegs by a certain cave? It must, then, have been here when she came. Panat was puzzled. "Who are you?" she asked, "and from whence do you come?" "I am Tarzan," he replied, "and just now I come from Omat of the Cor-Ol Jar in search of you." Omat, Gund of Cor-Ol Jar? What wild talk was this? She would have questioned him further, but now he was approaching the Tor-Odon, and the latter was screaming and growling so loudly as to drown the sound of her voice. And then it did what the strange creature had said that it would do. It released its hold upon her hair as it prepared to charge. Charge it did, and in those close quarters there was no room to fence for openings. Instantly the two beasts locked in deadly embrace, each seeking the other's throat. Panat watched, taking no advantage of the opportunity to escape which their preoccupation gave her. She watched and waited, for into her savage little brain had come the resolve to pin her faith to this strange creature who had unlocked her heart with those 4 words, "I am Omat's friend." And so she waited, with drawn knife, the opportunity to do her bit in the vanquishing of the Tor-Odon. That the newcomer could do it unaided she well knew to be beyond the realms of possibility, for she knew well the prowess of the beast-like man with whom it fought. There were not many of them in Pal-Uldon, but what few there were a terror to the women of the Wasdon and the Hodon, for the old Tor-Odon bulls roamed the mountains and the valleys of Pal-Uldon between rutting seasons, and woe betide the women who fell in their paths. With his tail the Tor-Odon sought one of Tarzan's ankles, and finding it, tripped him. The two fell heavily, but so agile was the ape-man and so quick his powerful muscles that even in falling he twisted the beast beneath him, so that Tarzan fell on top, and now the tail that had tripped him sought his throat, as had the tail of Intan, the Cor-Ol-Lul. In the effort of turning his antagonist's body during the fall, Tarzan had had to relinquish his knife that he might seize the shaggy body with both hands, and now the weapon lay out of reach at the very edge of the recess. Both hands were occupied for the moment in fending off the clutching fingers that sought to seize him and drag his throat within reach of his foe's formidable fangs, and now the tail was seeking its deadly hold with a formidable persistence that would not be denied. Tanat Lee hovered about, breathless, her dagger ready, but there was no opening that did not also endanger Tarzan. So constantly were the two duelists changing their positions. Tarzan felt the tail slowly but surely insinuating itself about his neck, though he had drawn his head down between the muscles of his shoulders in an effort to protect this vulnerable part. The battle seemed to be going against him, for the giant beast against which he strove would have been a fair match in weight and strength for a Bolgani the gorilla. And knowing this, he suddenly exerted a single superhuman effort, thrust far apart the giant hands with the swiftness of a striking snake, buried his fangs in the jugular of the Tor-o-Don. At the same instant the creature's tail coiled about his own throat, and then commenced a battle royal of turning and twisting bodies as each sought to dislodge the fatal hold of the other. But the acts of the ape-man were guided by a human brain, and thus it was that the rolling bodies rolled in the direction that Tarzan wished, toward the edge of the recess. The choking tail had shut the air from his lungs. He knew that his gasping lips were parted and his tongue protruding, and now his brain reeled and his sight grew dim, but not before he reached his goal, and a quick hand shot out to seize the knife that now lay within reach as the two bodies tottered perilously upon the brink of the chasm. With all his remaining strength the ape-man drove home the blade. Once, twice, thrice, and then all went black before him as he felt himself, still in the clutches of the Tor-o-Don, topple from the recess. Fortunate it was for Tarzan that Tanat Lee had not obeyed his injunction to make good her escape while he engaged the Tor-o-Don, for it was to this fact that he owed his life. Close beside the struggling forms during the brief moments of the terrific climax, she had realized every detail of the danger to Tarzan with which the emergency was fraught, and as she saw the two rolling over the outer edge of the niche, she seized the ape-man by an ankle, at the same time throwing herself prone upon the rocky floor. The muscles of the Tor-o-Don relaxed in death with the last thrust of Tarzan's knife, and with its hold upon the ape-man released, it shot from sight into the gorge below. It was with infinite difficulty that Tanat Lee retained her hold upon the ankle of her protector, but she did so, and then, slowly, she sought to drag the dead weight back to the safety of the niche. This, however, was beyond her strength, and she could but hold on tightly, hoping that some plan would suggest itself before her powers of endurance failed. She wondered if, after all, the creature was already dead, but that she could not bring herself to believe, and if not dead, how long it would be before he regained consciousness. If he did not regain it soon, he never would regain it, that she knew, for she felt her fingers numbing to the strain upon them and slipping, slowly, slowly, from their hold. It was then that Tarzan regained consciousness. He could not know what power upheld him, but he felt that whatever it was slowly releasing its hold upon his ankle. Within easy reach of his hands were two pegs, and these he seized upon just as Tanat Lee's fingers slipped from their hold. As it was, he came near to being precipitated into the gorge. Only his great strength saved him. He was upright now, and his feet found other pegs. His first thought was of his foe. Where was he? Waiting above there to finish him? Tarzan looked up just as the frightened face of Tanat Lee appeared over the threshold of the recess. "You live," she cried. "Yes," replied Tarzan. "Where is the shaggy one?" Tanat Lee pointed downward. "There," she said. "Dead." "Good," exclaimed the ape-man, clambering to her side. "You are unharmed?" he asked. "You came just in time," replied Tanat Lee. "But who are you, and how did you know that I was here, and what do you know of At, and where did you come from, and what did you mean by calling At Gund?" Wait, wait, cried Tarzan, one at a time. My, but you are all alike. The shes of the tribe of Kerchak, the ladies of England, and their sisters of the Pal Uldan. Have patience, and I will try to tell you all that you wish to know. 4 of us set out with Omat from Kor-ul-Jar to search for you. We were attacked by the Kor-ul-Lal and separated. I was taken prisoner but escaped. Again I stumbled upon your trail and followed it, reaching the summit of this cliff just as the hairy one was climbing up after you. I was coming to investigate when I heard your scream. The rest you know. But you called At Gund of Kor-ul-Jar, she insisted. Sat is Gund. Sat is dead, explained the ape-man. At slew him, and now At is Gund. At came back, seeking you. He found Sat in your cave and killed him. Yes, said the girl. Sat came to my cave, and I struck him down with my golden breastplates and escaped. And a lion pursued you, continued Tarzan, and you leapt from the cliff into Kor-ul-Lul, but why you were not killed is beyond me. Is there anything beyond you? Exclaimed Panatlee. How could you know that a lion pursued me and that I leapt from the cliff and not know that it was the pool of deep water below that saved me? I would have known that too, had not the Kor-ul-Lul come then and prevented me continuing upon your trail. But now I would ask you a question. By what name do you call the thing which I just fought? It was a Torodon, she replied. I have seen but one before. They are terrible creatures with the cunning of man and the ferocity of a beast. Great indeed must be the warrior who slays one single-handed. She gazed at him in open admiration. And now, said Tarzan, you must sleep. For tomorrow we shall return to Kor-ul-Jar and Omat, and I doubt that you have had much rest these 2 nights. Panatlee, lulled by a feeling of security, slept peacefully into the morning while Tarzan stretched himself upon the hard floor of the recess just outside her cave. The sun was high in the heavens when he awoke. For 2 hours it had looked down upon another heroic figure miles away. The figure of a godlike man fighting his way through the hideous morass that lies like a filthy moat, defending Pal Uldan from the creatures of the outer world. Now waist-deep in the sucking ooze, now menaced by loathsome reptiles, the man advanced only by virtue of Herculean efforts, gaining laboriously by inches along the devious way that he was forced to choose in selecting the least precarious footing. Near the center of the morass was open water, slimy, green-hued water. He reached it at last after more than 2 hours of such effort as would have left an ordinary man spent and dying in the sticky mud, yet he was less than halfway across the marsh. Grassy with slime and mud was his smooth brown hide, and greasy with slime and mud was his beloved Enfield that had shone so brightly in the first rays of the rising sun. He paused a moment upon the edge of the open water, and then, throwing himself forward, struck out to swim across. He swam with long, easy, powerful strokes, calculated less for speed than for endurance, for his was primarily a test of the latter, since beyond the open water was another 2 hours or more of grueling effort between it and solid ground. He was, perhaps, halfway across, and congratulating himself upon the ease of the achievement of this portion of his task, when there arose from the depths directly in his path a hideous reptile which, with wide distended jaws, bore down upon him, hissing shrilly. Tarzan arose and stretched, expanded his great chest, and drank in deep draughts of the fresh morning air. His clear eyes scanned the wondrous beauties of the landscape spread out before them. Directly below lay Kor-ul-Grif, a dense, sombre green of gently moving treetops. To Tarzan it was neither grim nor forbidding. It was jungle, beloved jungle. To his right there spread a panorama of the lower reaches of the valley of Jud Ben Otho, with its winding streams and its blue lakes. Gleaming whitely in the sunlight were scattered groups of dwellings, the feudal strongholds of the lesser chiefs of the Hodon. At Lur, the City of Light, he could not see, as it was hidden by the shoulder of the cliff in which the deserted village lay. For a moment Tarzan gave himself over to that spiritual enjoyment of beauty that only the man-mind may attain, and then nature asserted herself, and the belly of the beast called aloud that it was hungry. Again Tarzan looked down at Cor Ulgrif. There was the jungle. Grew there a jungle that would not feed Tarzan? The ape-man smiled and commenced the descent to the gorge. Was there danger there? Of course. Who knew it better than Tarzan? In all jungles lies death, for life and death go hand in hand, and where life teems, death reaps its fullest harvest. Never had Tarzan met a creature of the jungle with which he could not cope, sometimes by virtue of brute strength alone, again by a combination of brute strength and the cunning of the man-mind, but Tarzan had never met a griff. He had heard the bellowings in the gorge the night before after he had lain down to sleep, and he meant to ask Panat Lee this morning what manner of beast so disturbed the slumbers of its betters. He reached the foot of the cliff and strode into the jungle, and here he halted, his keen eyes and ears watchful and alert, his sensitive nostrils searching each shifting air current for the scent spoor of game. Again he advanced deeper into the wood, his light step giving forth no sound, his bow and arrows in readiness. A light morning breeze was blowing from up the gorge, and in the direction he bent his steps. Many odours impinged upon his organs of scent. Some of these he classified without effort, but others were strange. The odours of beasts and of birds, of trees and shrubs and flowers with which he was unfamiliar. He sensed faintly the reptilian odour that he had learned to connect with the strange nocturnal forms that had loomed dim and bulky on several occasions since his introduction to Pal Uldon. And then suddenly he caught plainly the strong, sweet odour of Bara, the deer. Were the belly vocal, Tarzan's would have given a little cry of joy, for it loved the flesh of Bara. The ape-man moved rapidly, but cautiously forward. The prey was not far distant, and as the hunter approached it, he took silently to the trees, and still in his nostrils was the faint reptilian odour that spoke of a great creature which he had never yet seen except as a denser shadow among the dense shadows of the night. But the odour was of such a faintness as suggests to the jungle-bred the distance of absolute safety. And now, moving noiselessly, Tarzan came within sight of Bara, drinking at a pool where the stream that waters Cor Ulgrif crosses an open place in the jungle. The deer was too far from the nearest tree to risk a charge, so the ape-man must depend upon the accuracy and force of his first arrow, which must drop the deer in its tracks or forfeit both deer and shaft. Far back came the right hand and the bow, that you or I might not move, bent easily beneath the muscles of the forest god. There was a singing twang, and Bara, leaping high in air, collapsed upon the ground, an arrow through his heart. Tarzan dropped to earth and ran to his kill, lest the animal might even yet arise and escape. But Bara was safely dead. As Tarzan stooped to lift it to his shoulder, there fell upon his ears a thunderous bellow that seemed almost at his right elbow, and as his eyes shot in the direction of the sound, there broke upon his vision such a creature as paleontologists have dreamed as having possibly existed in the dimmest vistas of Earth's infancy, a gigantic creature, vibrant with mad rage, that charged, bellowing, upon him. When Panat Lee awoke, she looked out upon the niche in search of Tarzan. He was not there. She sprang to her feet and rushed out, looking down into Cor Ulgrif, guessing that he had gone down in search of food, and there she caught a glimpse of him disappearing into the forest. For an instant she was panic-stricken. She knew that he was a stranger in Pal Udon, and that so he might not realize the dangers that lay in that gorge of terror. Why did she not call to him to return? You or I might have done so, but not Pal Udon, for they know the ways of the Griff. They know the weak eyes and the keen ears, and that at the sound of a human voice they come. To have called to Tarzan then would but have been to invite disaster, and so she did not call. Instead, afraid though she was, she descended into the gorge for the purpose of overhauling Tarzan and warning him in whispers of his danger. It was a brave act, since it was performed in the face of countless ages of inherited fear of the creatures that she might be called upon to face. Men have been decorated for less. Hanat Lee descended from a long line of hunters, assumed that Tarzan would move upwind, and in this direction she sought his tracks, which she soon found well marked, since he had made no effort to conceal them. She moved rapidly until she reached the point at which Tarzan had taken to the trees. Of course she knew what had happened, since her own people were semi-arboreal, but she could not track him through the trees, having no such well-developed sense of scent as he. She could but hope that he had continued on upwind, and in this direction she moved, her heart pounding in terror against her ribs, her eyes glancing first in one direction and then another. She had reached the edge of a clearing when two things happened. She caught sight of Tarzan bending over a dead deer, and at the same instant a deafening roar sounded almost beside her. It terrified her beyond description, but it brought no paralysis of fear. Instead, it galvanized her into instant action, with the result that Hanat Lee swarmed up the nearest tree to the very loftiest branch that would sustain her weight. Then she looked down. The thing that Tarzan saw charging him when the warning bellow attracted his surprised eyes loomed terrifically monstrous before him, monstrous and awe-inspiring. But it did not terrify Tarzan. It only angered him, for he saw that it was beyond even his powers to combat, and that meant that it might cause him to lose his kill, and Tarzan was hungry. There was but a single alternative to remaining for annihilation, and that was flight, swift and immediate. And Tarzan fled, but he carried the carcass of Bara the deer with him. He had not more than a dozen paces start, but on the other hand the nearest tree was almost as close. His greatest danger lay, he imagined, in the great towering height of the creature pursuing him, for even though he reached the tree he would have to climb high in an incredibly short time, as, unless appearances were deceiving, the thing could reach up and pluck him down from any branch under 30 feet above the ground, and possibly from those up to 50 feet if it reared up on its hind legs. But Tarzan was no sluggard, and though the Griff was incredibly fast despite its great bulk, it was no match for Tarzan, and when it comes to climbing, the little monkeys gaze with envy upon the feats of the ape-man. And so it was that the bellowing Griff came to a baffled stop at the foot of the tree, and even though he reared up and sought to seize his prey among the branches, as Tarzan had guessed he might, he failed in this also. And then, well out of reach, Tarzan came to a stop, and there, just above him, he saw Hanat Lee sitting, wide-eyed and trembling. "How came you here?" he asked. She told him. "You came to warn me," he said. "It was very brave and unselfish of you. I am chagrined that I should have been thus surprised. The creature was upwind from me, and yet I did not sense its near presence until it charged. I cannot understand it." "It is not strange," said Hanat Lee. "That is one of the peculiarities of the Griff. It is said that man never knows of its presence until it is upon him, so silently does it move despite its great size." "But I should have smelled it," cried Tarzan disgustedly. "Smelled it?" ejaculated Hanat Lee. "Smelled it?" "Certainly. How do you suppose I found this deer so quickly? And I sensed the Griff, too, but faintly as at a great distance." Tarzan suddenly ceased speaking and looked down at the bellowing creature below them. His nostrils quivered as though searching for a scent. "Ah," he exclaimed, "I have it." "What?" asked Pan-at-lee. "I was deceived because the creature gives off practically no odor," explained the ape-man. "What I smelled was the faint aroma that doubtless permeates the entire jungle because of the long presence of many of the creatures. It is the sort of odor that would remain for a long time, faint as it is." "Pan-at-lee, did you ever hear of Triceratops? No? Well, this thing that you call a griff is a Triceratops, and it has been extinct for hundreds of thousands of years. I have seen its skeleton in the museum in London, and a figure of one restored. I always thought that the scientists who did such work depended principally upon an overwrought imagination, but I see that I was wrong. This living thing is not an exact counterpart of the restorations that I saw, but it is so similar as to be easily recognizable, and then, too, we must remember that during the ages that have elapsed since the paleontologist's specimen lived, many changes might have been wrought by evolution in the living line that has quite evidently persisted in Pal-ul-Don." "Triceratops, London, paleo, I don't know what you are talking about," cried Pan-at-lee. Tarzan smiled and threw a piece of dead wood at the face of the angry creature below them. Instantly the great bony hood over the neck was erected, and a mad bellow rolled upward from the gigantic body. Full 20 feet at the shoulder the thing stood, a dirty slate blue in color except for its yellow face, with the blue bands encircling the eyes, the red hood with the yellow lining and the yellow belly. The 3 parallel lines of bony protuberances down the back gave a further touch of color to the body, those following the line of the spine being red, while those on either side are yellow. The 5 and 3-toed hooves of the ancient horned dinosaurs had become talons in the griff, but the 3 horns, 2 large ones above the eyes and a median horn on the nose, had persisted through all the ages. Weird and terrible as was its appearance, Tarzan could not but admire the mighty creature looming big below him, its 75 feet of length majestically typifying those things which all his life the ape-man had admired: courage and strength. In that massive tail alone was the strength of an elephant. The wicked little eyes looked up at him, and horny beak opened to disclose a full set of powerful teeth. "Herbivorous," murmured the ape-man. "Your ancestors may have been, but not you." And then to Pan-at-lee, "Let us go now. At the cave we will have deer meat, and then back to Kol-ul-Jar and At." The girl shuddered. "Go?" she repeated. "We will never go from here." "Why not?" asked Tarzan. For answer she but pointed to the griff. "Nonsense!" exclaimed the man. "It cannot climb. We can reach the cliff through the trees and be back in the cave before it knows what has become of us." "You do not know the griff," replied Pan-at-lee gloomily. "Wherever we go it will follow, and always it will be ready at the foot of each tree when we would descend. It will never give us up." "We can live in the trees for a long time, if necessary," replied Tarzan, "and some time the thing will leave." The girl shook her head. "Never," she said. "And then there are the Toro-Don. They will come and kill us, and after eating a little will throw the balance to the griff. The griff and Toro-Don are friends, because the Toro-Don shares his food with the griff." "You may be right," said Tarzan, "but even so, I don't intend waiting here for someone to come along and eat part of me and then feed the balance to that beast below. If I don't get out of this place whole, it won't be my fault. Come along now, and we'll make a try of it." And so saying, he moved off through the tree-tops with Pan-at-lee close behind. Below them, on the ground, moved the horned dinosaur, and when they reached the edge of the forest, where there lay 50 yards of open ground to cross to the foot of the cliff, he was there with them, at the bottom of the tree, waiting. Tarzan looked ruefully down and scratched his head. Chapter 7. Jungle Craft. Presently he looked up and at Panat Lee. "Can you cross the gorge through the trees very rapidly?" he questioned. "Alone?" she asked. "No," replied Tarzan. "I can follow wherever you can lead," she said then. "Across and back again?" "Yes." "Then come and do exactly as I bid." He started back again through the trees, swiftly swinging monkey-like from limb to limb, following a zigzag course that he tried to select with an eye for the difficulties of the trail beneath. Where the underbrush was heaviest, where fallen trees blocked the way, he led the footsteps of the creature below them, but all to no avail. When they reached the opposite side of the gorge, the Griff was with them. "Back again," said Tarzan, and turning, the two retracted their high-flung way through the upper terraces of the ancient forest of the Kor-ul Griff. But the result was the same. No, not quite. It was worse, for another Griff had joined the first, and now two waited beneath the tree in which they stopped. The cliff, looming high above them with its innumerable cave mouths, seemed to beckon and to taunt them. It was so near, yet eternity yawned between. The body of the Torodon lay at the cliff's foot, where it had fallen. It was in plain view of the two in the tree. One of the Griffs walked over and sniffed about it, but did not offer to devour it. Tarzan had examined it casually as he had passed earlier in the morning. He guessed that it represented either a very high order of ape or a very low order of man, something akin to the Java man, perhaps, a truer example of pithecanthropi than either the Hodon or the Wasdon, possibly the precursor of them both. As his eyes wandered idly over the scene below, his active brain was working out the details of the plan that he had made to permit Panat Lee's escape from the gorge. His thoughts were interrupted by a strange cry from above them in the gorge. "Wee-oo! Wee-oo!" it sounded, coming closer. The Griffs below raised their heads and looked in the direction of the interruption. One of them made a low, rumbling sound in its throat. It was not a bellow, and it did not indicate anger. Immediately the wee-oo responded. The Griffs repeated the rumbling, and at intervals the wee-oo was repeated, coming ever closer. Tarzan looked at Panat Lee. "What is it?" he asked. "I do not know," she replied. "Perhaps a strange bird or another horrid beast that dwells in this frightful place." "Ah!" exclaimed Tarzan. "There it is. Look!" Panat Lee voiced a cry of despair. "A Torodon!" The creature, walking erect and carrying a stick in one hand, advanced at a slow, lumbering gait. It walked directly toward the Griffs, who moved aside as though afraid. Tarzan watched intently. The Torodon was now quite close to one of the Triceratops. It swung its head and snapped at him viciously. Instead, the Torodon sprang in and commenced to belabor the huge beast across the face with his stick. To the ape-man's amazement, the Griff, that might have annihilated the comparatively puny Torodon instantly in any of a dozen ways, cringed like a whipped cur. "Wee-oo! Wee-oo!" shouted the Torodon, and the Griff came slowly toward him. A whack on the median horn brought it to a stop. Then the Torodon walked around behind it, clambered up its tail, and seated himself astraddle of the huge back. "Wee-oo!" he shouted, and prodded the beast with a sharp point of his stick. The Griff commenced to move off. So rapt had Tarzan been in the scene below him that he had given no thought to escape, for he realized that for him and Panat Lee, time in these brief moments turned back countless ages to spread before their eyes a page of the dim and distant past. They, too, had looked upon the first man and his primitive beasts of burden. And now the ridden Griff halted and looked up at them, bellowing. It was sufficient. The creature had warned its master of their presence. Instantly the Torodon urged the beast close beneath the tree which held them, at the same time leaping to his feet upon the horny back. Tarzan saw the bestial face, the great fangs, the mighty muscles. From the loins of such had sprung the human race, and only from such could it have sprung, for only such as this might have survived the horrid dangers of the age that was theirs. The Torodon beat upon his breast and growled horribly, hideous, uncouth, beastly. Tarzan rose to his full height upon a swaying branch, straight and beautiful as a demigod, unspoiled by the taint of civilization, a perfect specimen of what the human race might have been had the laws of man not interfered with the laws of nature. The present fitted an arrow to his bow and drew the shaft far back. The past, basing its claims upon brute strength, sought to reach the other and drag him down, but the loosed arrow sank deep into the savage heart, and the past sank back into the oblivion that had claimed his kind. "Tarzan Jad Guru," murmured Panat Lee, unknowingly giving him out of the fullness of her admiration the same title that the warriors of her tribe had bestowed upon him. The ape-man turned to her. "Panat Lee," he said, "these beasts may keep us treed here indefinitely. I doubt if we can escape together, but I have a plan. You remain here, hiding yourself in the foliage, while I start back across the gorge in sight of them and yelling to attract their attention. Unless they have more brains than I suspect, they will follow me. When they are gone, you make for the cliff. Wait for me in the cave not longer than today. If I do not come by tomorrow's sun, you will have to start back for Khor-ul-Jar alone. Here is a joint of deer meat for you." He had severed one of the deer's hind legs, and this he passed up to her. "I cannot desert you," she said simply. "It is not the way of my people to desert a friend and ally. At would never forgive me." "Tell At that I commanded you to go," replied Tarzan. "It is a command?" she asked. "It is. Goodbye, Panat Lee. Hasten back to At. You are a fitting mate for the chief of Khor-ul-Jar." He moved off slowly through the trees. "Goodbye, Tarzan Jad Guru," she called after him. "Fortunate are my Omat and his Panat Lee in owning such a friend." Tarzan, shouting aloud, continued upon his way, and the great Griffs, lured by his voice, followed beneath. His ruse was evidently proving successful, and he was filled with elation as he had led the bellowing beasts farther and farther from Panat Lee. He hoped that she would take advantage of the opportunity afforded for her escape, yet at the same time he was filled with concern as to her ability to survive the dangers which lay between Khor-ul-Griff and Khor-ul-Jar. There were lions and Torodons and the unfriendly tribe of Khor-ul-Lul to hinder her progress, though the distance in itself to the cliffs of her people was not great. He realized her bravery and understood the resourcefulness that she must share in common with all primitive people who, day by day, must contend face to face with nature's law of the survival of the fittest, unaided by the numerous artificial protections that civilization has thrown around its brood of weaklings. Several times during this crossing of the gorge, Tarzan endeavored to outwit his keen pursuers, but all to no avail. Double as he would, he could not throw them off his track, and ever as he changed his course, they changed theirs to conform. Along the verge of the forest upon the southeastern side of the gorge, he sought some point at which the trees touched some negotiable portion of the cliff, but though he travelled far both up and down the gorge, he discovered no such easy avenue of escape. The ape-man finally commenced to entertain an idea of the hopelessness of his case, and to realize to the full why the cod old Griff had been religiously abjured by the races of Pal Uldon for all these many ages. Night was falling, and though since early morning he had sought diligently a way out of this cul-de-sac, he was no nearer to liberty than at the moment the first bellowing Griff had charged at him as he stooped over the carcass of his kill. But with the falling of night came renewed hope, for, in common with the great cats, Tarzan was, to a greater or lesser extent, a nocturnal beast. It is true he could not see by night as well as they, but that lack was largely recompensed by the keenness of his scent and the highly developed sensitiveness of his other organs of perception. As the blind follow and interpret their braille characters with deft fingers, so Tarzan reads the book of the jungle with feet and hands and eyes and ears and nose, each contributing its share to the quick and accurate translation of the text. But again he was doomed to be thwarted by one vital weakness. He did not know the Griff, and before the night was over he wondered if the things never slept, for wheresoever he moved they moved also, and always they barred his road to liberty. Finally, just before dawn, he relinquished his immediate effort and sought rest in a friendly tree crotch in the safety of the middle terrace. Once again was the sun high when Tarzan awoke, rested and refreshed. Keen to the necessities of the moment, he made no effort to locate his jailers, lest in the act he might apprise them of his movements. Instead, he sought cautiously and silently to melt away among the foliage of the trees. His first move, however, was heralded by a deep bellow from below. Among the numerous refinements of civilization that Tarzan had failed to acquire was that of profanity, and possibly it is to be regretted, since there are circumstances under which it is at least a relief to pent emotion. And it may be that, in effect, Tarzan resorted to profanity if there can be physical as well as vocal swearing, since immediately the bellow announced that his hopes had been again frustrated, he turned quickly, and seeing the hideous face of the Griff below him, seized a large fruit from a nearby branch and hurled it viciously at the horned snout. The missile struck full between the creature's eyes, resulting in a reaction that surprised the ape-man. It did not arouse the beast to a show of revengeful rage as Tarzan had expected and hoped. Instead, the creature gave a single vicious side snap at the fruit as it bounded from his skull and then turned sulkily away, walking off a few steps. There was that in the act that recalled immediately to Tarzan's mind similar action on the preceding day when the Toro-Odon had struck one of the creatures across the face with his staff, and instantly there sprung to the cunning and courageous brain a plan of escape from his predicament that might have blanched the cheek of the most heroic. The gambling instinct is not strong among creatures of the wild. The chances of their daily life are sufficient stimuli for the beneficial excitement of their nerve centers. It has remained for civilized man, protected in a measure from the natural dangers of existence, to invent artificial stimulants in the form of cards and dice and roulette wheels. Yet when necessity bids, there are no greater gamblers than the savage denizens of the jungle, the forest, and the hills, for as lightly as you roll the ivory cubes upon the green cloth, they will gamble with death, their own lives, the stake. And so Tarzan would gamble now, pitting the seemingly wild deductions of his shrewd brain against all the proofs of the bestial ferocity of his antagonists that his experience of them had adduced, against all the age-old folklore and legend that had been handed down for countless generations and passed on to him through the lips of Panat Lee. Yet, as he worked in preparation for the greatest play that man can make in the game of life, he smiled, nor was there any indication of haste or excitement or nervousness in his demeanor. First, he selected a long, straight branch about 2 inches in diameter at its base. This he cut from the tree with his knife, removed the smaller branches and twigs until he had fashioned a pole about 10 feet in length. This he sharpened at the smaller end. The staff finished to his satisfaction, he looked down upon the Triceratops. "Wee-oo!" he cried. Instantly the beasts raised their heads and looked at him. From the throat of one of them came faintly a low rumbling sound. "Wee-oo!" repeated Tarzan, and hurled the balance of the carcass of the deer to them. Instantly the griffs fell upon it with much bellowing, one of them attempting to seize it and keep it from the other. But finally the second obtained a hold, and an instant later it had been torn asunder and greedily devoured. Once again they looked up at the ape-man, and this time they saw him descending to the ground. One of them started toward him. Again Tarzan repeated the weird cry of the Tor-o-don. The griff halted in his track, apparently puzzled, while Tarzan slipped lightly to the earth and advanced toward the nearer beast, his staff raised menacingly, and the call of the first man upon his lips. Would the cry be answered by the low rumbling of the beast of burden, or the horrid bellow of the man-eater? Upon the answer to this question hung the fate of the ape-man. Panat-Lee was listening intently to the sounds of the departing griffs as Tarzan led them cunningly from her, and when she was sure that they were far enough away to ensure her safe retreat, she dropped swiftly from the branches to the ground and sped like a frightened deer across the open space to the foot of the cliff, stepped over the body of the Tor-o-don who had attacked her the night before, and was soon climbing rapidly up the ancient stone pegs of the deserted cliff village. In the mouth of the cave near that which she had occupied, she kindled a fire and cooked the haunch of venison that Tarzan had left her, and from one of the trickling streams that ran down the face of the escarpment she obtained water to satisfy her thirst. All day she waited, hearing in the distance, and sometimes close at hand, the bellowing of the griffs which pursued the strange creature that had dropped so miraculously into her life. For him she felt the same keen, almost fanatical loyalty that many another had experienced for Tarzan of the Apes. Beast and human, he had held them to him with the bonds that were stronger than steel, those of them that were clean and courageous, and the weak and the helpless, but never could Tarzan claim among his admirers the coward, the ingrate, or the scoundrel. From such, both man and beast, he had won fear and hatred. To Panat-Lee he was all that was brave and noble and heroic, and, too, he was Omat's friend, the friend of the man she loved. For any one of these reasons, Panat-Lee would have died for Tarzan, for such is the loyalty of the simple-minded children of nature. It has remained for civilization to teach us to weigh the relative rewards of loyalty and its antithesis. The loyalty of the primitive is spontaneous, unreasoning, unselfish, and such was the loyalty of Panat-Lee for the Tarmangani. And so it was that she waited that day and night, hoping that he would return, that she might accompany him back to Omat, for her experience had taught her that in the face of danger two have a better chance than one. But Tarzan Jad Guru had not come, and so upon the following morning Panat-Lee set out upon her return to Kor-ul-Jah. She knew the dangers, and yet she faced them with the stolid indifference of her race. When they directly confronted and menaced her would be time enough to experience fear or excitement or confidence. In the meantime it was unnecessary to waste nerve energy by anticipating them. She moved, therefore, through her savage land with no greater show of concern that might mark your sauntering to a corner drugstore for a Sunday. But this is your life, and that is Panat-Lee's, and even now, as you read this, Panat-Lee may be sitting upon the edge of the recess of Omat's cave, while the jar and Jatto roar from the gorge below and from the ridge above, and the Kor-ul-Lul threaten upon the south, and the Hodun from the valley of the Jadban, although far below. For Panat-Lee still lives and preens her silky coat of jet beneath the tropical moonlight of Pal-ul-Don. But she was not to reach Jar this day, nor the next, nor for many days after, though the danger that threatened her was neither Wasdon enemy nor savage beast. She came without misadventure to the Lull, and after descending its rocky southern wall without catching the slightest glimpse of the hereditary enemies of her people, she experienced a renewal of confidence that was little short of practical assurance that she would successfully terminate her venture and be restored once more to her own people and the lover she had not seen for so many long and weary moons. She was almost across the gorge now, and moving with an extreme caution abated no whit by her confidence, for wariness is an instinctive trait of the primitive, something which cannot be laid aside, even momentarily, if one would survive. And so she came to the trail that follows the windings of Lull from its uppermost reaches down into the broad and fertile valley of Jad Ben Otho. And as she stepped into the trail, there arose on either side of her from out of the bushes that border the path, as though materialized from thin air, a score of tall, white warriors of the Hodon. Like a frightened deer, Panat Lee cast a single startled look at these menaces of her freedom, and leapt quickly toward the bushes in an effort to escape. But the warriors were too close at hand. They closed upon her from every side, and then, drawing her knife, she turned at bay, metamorphosed by the fires of fear and hate from a startled deer to a raging tiger-cat. They did not try to kill her, but only to subdue and capture her, and so it was that more than a single Hodan warrior felt the keen edge of her blade in his flesh before they had succeeded in overpowering her by numbers. And still she fought and scratched and bit after they had taken the knife from her, until it was necessary to tie her hands and fasten a piece of wood between her teeth by means of thongs passed behind her head. At first she refused to walk when they started off in the direction of the valley, but after two of them had seized her by the hair and dragged her for a number of yards, she thought better of her original decision and came along with them, though still as defiant as her bound wrists and gagged mouth would permit. Near the entrance to Lull, they came upon another body of their warriors, with which were several Wasdon prisoners from the tribe of Lull. It was a raiding party come up from Hodon city of the valley after slaves. This Panat Lee knew, for the occurrence was by no means unusual. During her lifetime, the tribe to which she belonged had been sufficiently fortunate or powerful to withstand successfully the majority of such raids made upon them, but yet Panat Lee had known of friends and relatives who had been carried into slavery by the Hodon, and she knew, too, another thing which gave her hope, as doubtless it did to each of the other captives, that occasionally the prisoners escaped from the cities of the hairless whites. After they had joined the other party, the entire band set forth into the valley, and presently, from the conversation of her captors, Panat Lee knew that she was headed for Allur, the City of Light, while in the cave of his ancestors, At, chief of the Jar, bemoaned the loss of both his friend and she who was to have been his mate. Chapter 8. Allure. As the hissing reptile bore down upon the stranger swimming in the open water near the center of the morass on the frontier of Pal Uldon, it seemed to the man that this indeed must be the futile termination of an arduous and danger-filled journey. It seemed, too, equally futile to pit his puny knife against this frightful creature. Had he been attacked on land, it is possible that he might, as a last resort, have used his Enfield, though he had come thus far through all these weary, danger-ridden miles without recourse to it, though again and again had his life hung in the balance in the face of the savage denizens of forest, jungle, and steppe. For whatever it may have been for which he was preserving his precious ammunition, he evidently held it more sacred even than his life, for as yet He had not used a single round, and now the decision was not required of him, since it would have been impossible for him to have unslung his Enfield, loaded and fired with the necessary celerity while swimming. Though his chance for survival seemed slender and hope at its lowest ebb, he was not minded therefore to give up without a struggle. Instead, he drew his blade and awaited the oncoming reptile. The creature was like no living thing he ever before had seen, although possibly it resembled a crocodile in some respects, more than it did anything with which he was familiar. As this frightful survivor of some extinct progenitor charged upon him with distended jaws, there came to the man quickly a full consciousness of the futility of endeavoring to stay the mad rush, or pierce the armor-coated hide with his little knife. The thing was almost upon him now, and whatever form of defense he chose must be made quickly. There seemed but a single alternative to instant death, and this he took at almost the instant the great reptile towered directly above him. With the celerity of a seal he dove head foremost beneath the oncoming body, and at the same instant, turning upon his back, he plunged his blade into the soft, cold surface of the slimy belly, as the momentum of the hurtling reptile carried it swiftly over him, and then with powerful strokes he swam on beneath the surface for a dozen yards before he rose. A glance showed him the stricken monster plunging madly in pain and rage upon the surface of the water behind him. That it was writhing in its death agonies was evidenced by the fact that it made no effort to pursue him, and so, to the accompaniment of the shrill screaming of the dying monster, the man won at last to the farther edge of the open water to take up once more the almost superhuman effort of crossing the last stretch of clinging mud which separated him from the solid ground of Pal Ul Don. A good 2 hours it took him to drag his now weary body through the clinging, stinking muck, but at last, mud-covered and spent, he dragged himself out upon the soft grasses of the bank. 100 yards away, a stream, winding its way down from the distant mountains, emptied into the morass, and after a short rest he made his way to this, and seeking a quiet pool, bathed himself and washed the mud and slime from his weapon, accoutrements, and loincloth. Another hour was spent beneath the rays of the hot sun in wiping, polishing, and oiling his Enfield, though the means at hand for drying it consisted principally of dry grasses. It was afternoon before he had satisfied himself that his precious weapon was safe from any harm by dirt or dampness, and then he arose and took up the search for the spoor he had followed to the opposite side of the swamp. Would he find again the trail that had led into the opposite side of the morass, to be lost there even to his trained senses? If he found it not again upon this side of the almost impassable barrier, he might assume that his long journey had ended in failure, and so he sought up and down the verge of the stagnant water for traces of an old spoor that would have been invisible to your eyes or mine, even had we followed directly in the tracks of its maker. As Tarzan advanced upon the griffs, he imitated, as closely as he could recall them, the methods and mannerisms of the Tarzan, but up to the instant that he stood close beside one of the huge creatures, he realized that his fate still hung in the balance, for the thing gave forth no sign either menacing or otherwise. It stood there, watching him out of its cold reptilian eyes, and then Tarzan raised his staff, and with a menacing wee-oo, struck the griff a vicious blow across the face. The creature made a sudden side snap in his direction, a snap that did not reach him, and then turned sullenly away, precisely as it had when the Tarzan commanded it. Walking around to its rear, as he had seen the shaggy first man do, Tarzan ran up the broad tail and seated himself upon the creature's back, and then again, imitating the acts of the Tarzan, he prodded it with the sharpened point of his staff, and thus, goading it forward and guiding it with blows, first upon one side and then upon the other, he started it down the gorge in the direction of the valley. At first, it had been in his mind only to determine if he could successfully assert any authority over the great monsters, realizing that in this possibility lay his only hope of immediate escape from his jailers. But once seated upon the back of his titanic mount, the ape-man experienced the sensation of a new thrill that recalled to him the day in his boyhood that he had first clambered to the broad head of Tantor, the elephant, and this, together with the sense of mastery that was always meat and drink to the lord of the jungle, decided him to put his newly acquired power to some utilitarian purpose. Annette Lee, he judged, must either have already reached safety or met with death. At least no longer could he be of service to her, while below Cor Griff, in the soft green valley, lay Allure, the city of light, which, since he had gazed upon it from the shoulder of Pastor Ulved, had been his ambition and his goal. Whether or not its gleaming walls held the secret of his lost mate, he could not even guess, but if she lived at all within the precincts of Pal Uldon, it must be among the Hodon, since the hairy black men of this forgotten world took no prisoners. And so, to Allure he would go, and how more effectively than upon the back of this grim and terrible creature that the races of Pal Uldon held in such awe? A little mountain stream tumbles down from Kor Ul Griff to be joined in the foothills with that which empties the waters of Kor Ul Lul into the valley, forming a small river which runs southwest, eventually entering the valley's largest lake of the city of Allure, through the center of which the stream passes. An ancient trail, well marked by countless generations of naked feet of man and beast, leads down toward Allure beside the river, and along this Tarzan guided the Griff. Once clear of the forest which ran below the mouth of the gorge, Tarzan caught occasional glimpses of the city gleaming in the distance far below him. The country through which he passed was resplendent with the riotous beauties of tropical verdure. Thick, lush grasses grew waist-high upon either side of the trail, and the way was broken now and again by patches of open park-like forest, or perhaps a little patch of dense jungle, where the trees overarched the way and trailing creepers depended in graceful loops from branch to branch. At times the ape-man had difficulty in commanding obedience upon the part of his unruly beast, but always in the end its fear of the relatively puny goad urged it on to obedience. Late in the afternoon, as they approached the confluence of the stream they were skirting, and another which appeared to come from the direction of Kor Ul Jar, the ape-man, emerging from one of the jungle patches, discovered a considerable party of Hodon upon the opposite bank. Simultaneously they saw him, and the mighty creature he bestrode. For a moment they stood in wide-eyed amazement, and then, in answer to the command of their leader, they turned and bolted for the shelter of the nearby wood. The ape-man had but a brief glimpse of them, but it was sufficient indication that there were Wasdon with them, doubtless prisoners taken in one of the raids upon the Wasdon villages of which Tarden and Omat had told him. At the sound of their voices, the Griff had bellowed terrifically and started in pursuit, even though a river intervened, but by dint of much prodding and beating, Tarzan had succeeded in heading the animal back into the path, though thereafter for a long time it was sullen and more intractable than ever. As the sun dropped nearer the summit of the western hills, Tarzan became aware that his plan to enter Allure upon the back of a Griff was likely doomed to failure, since the stubbornness of the great beast was increasingly momentarily, doubtless due to the fact that its huge belly was crying out for food. The ape-man wondered if the Toro-Odons had any means of picketing their beasts for the night, but as he did not know, and as no plan suggested itself, he determined that he should have to trust to the chance of finding it again in the morning. There now arose in his mind a question as to what would be their relationship when Tarzan had dismounted. Would it again revert to that of hunter and quarry, or would fear of the goad continue to hold its supremacy over the natural instinct of the hunting flesh-eater. Tarzan wondered, but as he could not remain upon the griff forever, and as he preferred dismounting and putting the matter to a final test while it was still light, he decided to act at once. How to stop the creature he did not know, as up to this time his sole desire had been to urge it forward. By experimenting with his staff, however, he found that he could bring it to a halt by reaching forward and striking the thing upon its beak-like snout. Close by grew a number of leafy trees, in any one of which the ape-man could have found sanctuary, but it had occurred to him that should he immediately take to the trees, it might suggest to the mind of the griff that the creature that had been commanding him all day feared him, with the result that Tarzan would once again be held a prisoner by the Triceratops. And so, when the griff halted, Tarzan slid to the ground, struck the creature a careless blow across the flank as though in dismissal, and walked indifferently away. From the throat of the beast came a low rumbling sound, and without even a glance at Tarzan, it turned and entered the river, where it stood drinking for a long time. Convinced that the griff no longer constituted a menace to him, the ape-man, spurred on himself by the gnawing of hunger, unslung his bow, and selecting a handful of arrows, set forth cautiously in search of food, evidence of the near presence of which was being borne up to him by a breeze from down-river. 10 minutes later he had made his kill, again one of the Pal-Udon specimens of antelope, all species of which Tarzan had known since childhood as Bara the deer, since in the little primer that had been the basis of his education the picture of a deer had been the nearest approach to the likeness of the antelope, from the giant eland to the smaller bushback of the hunting grounds of his youth. Cutting off a haunch, he cached it in a nearby tree, and throwing the balance of the carcass across his shoulder, trotted back toward the spot at which he had left the griff. The great beast was just emerging from the river when Tarzan, seeing it, issued the weird cry of the Pterodon. The creature looked in the direction of the sound, voicing at the same time the low rumble with which it answered the call of its master. Twice Tarzan repeated his cry before the beast moved slowly toward him, and when it had come within a few paces he tossed the carcass of the deer to it, upon which it fell with greedy jaws. "If anything will keep it within call," mused the ape-man as he returned to the tree in which he had cached his own portion of his kill, "it is the knowledge that I will feed it." But as he finished his repast and settled himself comfortably for the night high among the swaying branches of his eyrie, he had little confidence that he would ride into Allure the following day upon his prehistoric steed. When Tarzan awoke early the following morning, he dropped lightly to the ground and made his way to the stream. Removing his weapons and loincloth, he entered the cold waters of the little pool, and after his refreshing bath, returned to the tree to breakfast upon another portion of Bara the deer, adding to his repast some fruits and berries which grew in abundance nearby. His meal over, he sought the ground again, and raising his voice in the weird cry that he had learned, he called aloud on the chance of attracting the griff. But though he waited for some time and continued calling, there was no response, and he was finally forced to the conclusion that he had seen the last of his great mount of the preceding day. And so he set his face toward Allure, pinning his faith upon his knowledge of the Hodon tongue, his great strength, and his native wit. Refreshed by food and rest, the journey toward Allure, made in the cool of the morning along the bank of the joyous river, he found delightful in the extreme. Differentiating him from his fellows of the savage jungle were many characteristics other than those physical and mental. Not the least of these were in a measure spiritual, and one that had doubtless been as strong as another in influencing Tarzan's love of the jungle had been his appreciation of the beauties of nature. The apes cared more for a grubworm in a rotten log than for all the majestic grandeur of the forest giants waving above them. The only beauties that Numa acknowledged were those of his own person as he paraded them before the admiring eyes of his mate. But in all the manifestations of the creative power of nature of which Tarzan was cognizant, he appreciated the beauties. As Tarzan neared the city, his interest became centered upon the architecture of the outlying buildings, which were hewn from the chalk-like limestone of what had once been a group of low hills, similar to the many grass-covered hillocks that dotted the valley in every direction. Tarzan's explanation of the Hodon methods of house construction accounted for the oft-times remarkable shapes and proportions of the buildings which, during the ages that must have been required for their construction, had been hewn from the limestone hills, the exteriors chiselled to such architectural forms as appealed to the eyes of the builders, while at the same time following roughly the original outlines of the hills in an evident desire to economize both labor and space. The excavation of the apartments within had been similarly governed by necessity. As he came nearer, Tarzan saw that the waste material from these building operations had been utilized in the construction of outer walls about each building or group of buildings, resulting from a single hillock, and later he was to learn that it had also been used for the filling of inequalities between the hills and the forming of paved streets throughout the city, the result possibly more of the adoption of an easy method of disposing of the quantities of broken limestone than by any real necessity for pavements. There were people moving about within the city and upon the narrow ledges and terraces that broke the lines of the buildings, and which seemed to be a peculiarity of Hodon architecture, a concession, no doubt, to some inherent instinct that might be traced back to their early cliff-dwelling progenitors. Tarzan was not surprised that, at a short distance, he aroused no suspicion or curiosity in the minds of those who saw him, since, until closer scrutiny was possible, there was little to distinguish him from a native either in his general conformation or his color. He had, of course, formulated a plan of action, and, having decided, he did not hesitate in the carrying out his plan. With the same assurance that you might venture upon the main street of a neighboring city, Tarzan strode into the Hodon city of Allure. The first person to detect his spuriousness was a little child playing in the arched gateway of one of the walled buildings. "No tail, no tail," it shouted, throwing a stone at him, and then it suddenly grew dumb, and its eyes wide as it sensed that this creature was something other than a mere Hodon warrior who had lost his tail. With a gasp, the child turned and fled, screaming into the courtyard of its home. Tarzan continued on his way, fully realizing that the moment was imminent when the fate of his plan would be decided. Nor had he long to wait, since at the next turning of the winding street he came face to face with a Hodon warrior. He saw the sudden surprise in the latter's eyes, followed instantly by one of suspicion, but before the fellow could speak, Tarzan addressed him. "I am a stranger from another land," he said. "I would speak with Khotan, your king." The fellow stepped back, laying his hand upon his knife. "There are no strangers that come to the gates of Allure," he said, "other than as enemies or slaves." "I come neither as a slave nor an enemy," replied Tarzan. "I come directly from Jad ben Otho. Look," and he held out his hands that the Hodon might see how greatly they differed from his own, and then wheeled about that the other might see that he was tailless, for it was upon this fact that his plan had been based, due to his recollection of the quarrel between Tarden and Omat, in which the Wazdon had claimed that Jad ben Otho had a long tail, while the Hodon had been equally willing to fight for his faith in the taillessness of his god. The warrior's eyes widened, and an expression of awe crept into them, though it was still tinged with suspicion. "Jad ben Otho," he murmured, and then, "It is true that you are neither Hodon or Wazdon, And it is also true that Jad Ben Otho has no tail. Come, he said, I will take you to Khotan, for this is a matter in which no common warrior may interfere. Follow me. And still clutching the handle of his knife and keeping a wary side glance upon the ape-man, he led the way through Allure. The city covered a large area. Sometimes there was a considerable distance between groups of buildings, and again they were quite close together. There were numerous imposing groups, evidently hewn from the larger hills, often rising to a height of 100 feet or more. As they advanced, they met numerous warriors and women, all of whom showed great curiosity in the stranger, but there was no attempt to menace him when it was found that he was being conducted to the palace of the king. They came at last to a great pile that sprawled over a considerable area, its western front facing upon a large blue lake, and evidently hewn from what had once been a natural cliff. This group of buildings was surrounded by a wall of considerably greater height than any that Tarzan had before seen. His guide led into a gateway before which waited a dozen or more warriors who had risen to their feet and formed a barrier across the entranceway as Tarzan and his party appeared around the corner of the palace wall. For by this time he had accumulated such a following of the curious as presented to the guards the appearance of a formidable mob. The guide's story told, Tarzan was conducted into the courtyard where he was held while one of the warriors entered the palace, evidently with the intention of notifying Khotan. 15 minutes later, a large warrior appeared, followed by several others, all of whom examined Tarzan with every sign of curiosity as they approached. The leader of the party halted before the ape-man. "Who are you?" he asked, "and what do you want of Khotan the king?" "I am a friend," replied the ape-man, "and I have come from the country of Jad Ben Otho to visit Khotan of Pal Uldon." The warrior and his followers seemed impressed. Tarzan could see the latter whispering among themselves. "How come you here?" asked the spokesman, "and what do you want of Khotan?" Tarzan drew himself to his full height. "Enough," he cried. "Must the messenger of Jad Ben Otho be subjected to the treatment that might be accorded to a wandering Wazdon? Take me to the king at once, lest the wrath of Jad Ben Otho fall upon you." There was some question in the mind of the ape-man as to how far he might carry his unwarranted show of assurance, and he waited therefore with amused interest the result of his demand. He did not, however, have long to wait, for almost immediately the attitude of his questioner changed. He whitened, cast an apprehensive glance toward the eastern sky, and then extended his right palm toward Tarzan, placing his left over his own heart in the sign of amity that was common among the peoples of Pal Uldon. Tarzan stepped quickly back, as though from a profaning hand, a feigned expression of horror and disgust upon his face. "Stop," he cried. "Who would dare touch the sacred person of the messenger of Jad Ben Otho? Only a special mark of favor from Jad Ben Otho may even Khotan himself receive this honor from me. Hasten! Already now I have waited too long. What manner of reception the Hodon of Allure would extend to the son of my father?" At first Tarzan had been inclined to adopt the role of Jad Ben Otho himself, but it occurred to him that it might prove embarrassing and considerable of a bore to be compelled constantly to portray the character of a god. But with the growing success of his scheme, it had suddenly occurred to him that the authority of the son of Jad Ben Otho would be far greater than that of an ordinary messenger of a god, while at the same time giving him some leeway in the matter of his acts and demeanor. The ape-man reasoning that a young god would not be held so strictly accountable in the matter of his dignity and bearing as an older and greater god. This time the effect of his words was immediately and painfully noticeable upon all those near him. With one accord they shrank back, the spokesman almost collapsing in evident terror. His apologies, when finally the paralysis of his fear would permit him to voice them, was so abject that the ape-man could scarce repress a smile of amused contempt. "Have mercy, O Dorol Otho," he pleaded, "on poor old Daklot. Precede me, and I will show you to where Khotan the king awaits you, trembling. Aside, snakes and vermin," he cried, pushing his warriors to right and left for the purpose of forming an avenue for Tarzan. "Come," cried the ape-man peremptorily. "Lead the way, and let these others follow." The now thoroughly frightened Daklot did as he was bid, and Tarzan of the Apes was ushered into the palace of Khotan, king of Pal Udon. Chapter 9. Blood-stained altars. The entrance through which he caught his first glimpse of the interior was rather beautifully carved in geometric designs, and within the walls were similarly treated, though as he proceeded from one apartment to another he found also the figures of animals, birds, and men taking their places among the more formal figures of the mural decorator's art. Stone vessels were much in evidence, as well as ornaments of gold and the skins of many animals, but nowhere did he see an indication of any woven fabric, indicating that in that respect at least the Hodon were still low in the scale of evolution, and yet the proportions and symmetry of the corridors and apartments bespoke a degree of civilization. The way led through several apartments and long corridors, up at least 3 flights of stone stairs, and finally out upon a ledge upon the western side of the building overlooking the blue lake. Along this ledge or arcade his guide led him for 100 yards, to stop at the last before a wide entranceway leading into another apartment of the palace. Here Tarzan beheld a considerable concourse of warriors in an enormous apartment, the domed ceiling of which was fully 50 feet above the floor. Almost filling the chamber was a great pyramid ascending in broad steps well up under the dome, in which were a number of round apertures which let in the light. The steps of the pyramid were occupied by warriors to the very pinnacle, upon which sat a large, imposing figure of a man whose golden trappings shone brightly in the light of the afternoon sun, a shaft of which poured through one of the tiny apertures of the dome. "Khotan," cried Daklot, addressing the resplendent figure at the pinnacle of the pyramid. "Khotan and warriors of the Pal Udon, behold the honor that Jad ben Othu has done you in sending as his messenger his son." And Daklot, stepping aside, indicated Tarzan with a dramatic sweep of his hand. Khotan rose to his feet, and every warrior within sight craned his neck to have a better view of the newcomer. Those upon the opposite side of the pyramid crowded to the front as the words of the old warrior reached them. Skeptical were the expressions on most of the faces, but theirs was a skepticism marked with caution. No matter which way fortune jumped, they wished to be upon the right side of the fence. For a moment all eyes were centered upon Tarzan, and then gradually they drifted to Khotan, for from his attitude would they receive the cue that would determine theirs. But Khotan was evidently in the same quandary as they. The very attitude of his body indicated it. It was one of indecision and of doubt. The ape-man stood erect, his arms folded upon his broad breast, an expression of haughty disdain upon his handsome face. But to Daklot there seemed to be indications also of growing anger. The situation was becoming strained. Daklot fidgeted, casting apprehensive glances at Tarzan and appealing ones at Khotan. The silence of the tomb wrapped the great chamber of the throne-room of Pal Uldon. At last Khotan spoke. "Who says that he is Dor-ul-Otho?" he asked, casting a terrible look at Daklot. "He does. almost shouted that terrified noble. "And so it must be true?" queried Khotan. Could it be that there was a trace of irony in the chief's tone? "Otho forbid." Daklot cast a side glance at Tarzan, a glance that he intended should carry the assurance of his own faith, but that succeeded only in impressing the ape-man with the other's pitiable terror. "Oh, Khotan," pleaded Daklot, "your own eyes must convince you that indeed he is the son of Otho. Behold his godlike figure, his hands and his feet, that are not as ours, and that he is entirely tailless, as is his mighty father." Khotan appeared to be perceiving these facts for the first time, and there was an indication that his skepticism was faltering. At that moment, a young warrior who had pushed his way forward from the opposite side of the pyramid to where he could obtain a good look at Tarzan raised his voice. "Khotan," he cried, "it must be even as Daklot says, for I am sure now that I have seen Dor-ul-Otho before. Yesterday, as we were returning with the Kor-ul-Lul prisoners, we beheld him seated upon the back of a great griff. We hid in the woods before he came too near, but I saw enough to make sure that it was he who rode upon the great beast as none other than the messenger who stands here now." This evidence seemed to be quite enough to convince the majority of the warriors that they indeed stood in the presence of deity. Their faces showed it only too plainly, and a sudden modesty that caused them to shrink behind their neighbors. As their neighbors were attempting to do the same thing, the result was a sudden melting away of those who stood nearest the ape-man, until the steps of the pyramid directly before him lay vacant to the very apex and to Khotan. The latter, possibly influenced as much by the fearful attitude of his followers as by the evidence adduced, now altered his tone and his manner in such a degree as might comport with the requirements if the stranger was indeed the Dor-ul-Otho, while leaving his dignity a loophole of escape should it appear that he had entertained an impostor. "If indeed you are the Dor-ul-Otho," he said, addressing Tarzan, "you will know that our doubts were but natural, since we have received no sign from Jad ben Otho that he intended honoring us so greatly, nor how could we know even that the great god had a son. If you are he, all Pal Uldan rejoices to honor you. If you are not he, swift and terrible shall be the punishment of your temerity. I, Khotan, king of Pal Uldan, have spoken." "And spoken well, as king should speak," said Tarzan, breaking his long silence. "Who fears and honors the god of his people? It is well that you insist that I indeed be the Dor-ul-Otho before you accord me the homage that is my due. Jad ben Otho charged me specially to ascertain if you were fit to rule his people. My first experience of you indicates that Jad ben Otho chose well when he breathed the spirit of a king into the babe at your mother's breast." The effect of this statement, made so casually, was marked in the expressions and excited whispers of the new awe-struck assemblage. At last they knew how kings were made. It was decided by Jad ben Otho while the candidate was still a suckling babe. Wonderful, a miracle, and this divine creature in whose presence they stood knew all about it. Doubtless he even discussed such matters with their god daily. If there had been an atheist among them before, or an agnostic, there was none now, for had they not looked with their own eyes upon the Son of God? "It is well, then," continued the ape-man, "that you should assure yourself that I am no impostor. Come closer that you may see that I am not as our men. Furthermore, it is not meet that you stand upon a higher level than the son of your god." There was a sudden scramble to reach the floor of the throne-room, nor was Khotan far behind his warriors, though he managed to maintain a certain majestic dignity as he descended the broad stairs that countless naked feet had polished to a gleaming smoothness through the ages. "And now," said Tarzan as the king stood before him, "you can have no doubt that I am not of the same race as you. Your priests have told you that Jad ben Otho is tailless. Tailless, therefore, must be the race of gods that spring from his loins. But enough of such proof as these. You know the power of Jad ben Otho, how his lightnings gleaming out of the sky carry death as he wills it, how the rains come at his bidding, and the fruits and the berries and the grains, the grasses, the trees and the flowers spring to life at his divine direction. You have witnessed birth and death, and those who honor their God honor him because he controls these things. How would it fare, then, with an impostor who claimed to be the son of this all-powerful God? This, then, is all the proof that you require, for as he would strike you down should you deny me, so would he strike down one who wrongfully claimed kinship with him. This line of argument, being unanswerable, must needs be convincing. There could be no questioning of this creature's statements without the tacit admission of lack of faith in the omnipotence of Jad ben Otho. Khotan was satisfied that he was entertaining deity, but as to just what form his entertainment should take, he was rather at a loss to know. His conception of God had been rather a vague and hazy affair, though in common with all primitive people his God was a personal one, as were his devils and demons. The pleasures of Jad ben Otho he had assumed to be the excesses which he himself enjoyed, but devoid of any unpleasant reaction. It therefore occurred to him that the Dor-ul-Otho would be greatly entertained by eating large quantities of everything that Khotan liked best, and that he had found most injurious. And there was also a drink that the women of the Hodon made by allowing corn to soak in the juices of succulent fruits, to which they had added certain other ingredients best known to themselves. Khotan knew by experience that a single draught of this potent liquor would bring happiness and surcease from worry, while several would cause even a king to do things and enjoy things that he would never even think of doing or enjoying while not under the magical influence of the potion. But unfortunately the next morning brought suffering in direct ratio to the joy of the preceding day. A god, Khotan reasoned, could experience all the pleasure without the headache, but for the immediate present he must think of the necessary dignities and honors to be accorded his immortal guest. No foot other than a king's had touched the surface of the apex of the pyramid in the throne-room at Allur during all the forgotten ages through which the kings of Pal-Urdon had ruled from its highest eminence. So what higher honor could Khotan offer than to give place beside him to the Dor-ul-Otho? And so he invited Tarzan to ascend the pyramid and take his place upon the stone bench that topped it. As they reached the step below the sacred pinnacle, Khotan continued as though to mount to his throne, but Tarzan laid a detaining hand upon his arm. "None may sit upon a level with the gods," he admonished, stepping confidently up and seating himself upon the throne. The abashed Khotan showed his embarrassment, an embarrassment he feared to voice lest he incur the wrath of the King of Kings. "But," added Tarzan, "a god may honor his faithful servant by inviting him to a place at his side. Come, Khotan, thus would I honor you in the name of Jad ben Otho." The ape-man's policy had for its basis an attempt not only to arouse the fearful respect of Khotan, but to do it without making of him an enemy at heart, for he did not know how strong a hold the religion of the Hodon had upon them, for since the time that he had prevented Tarden and Omat from quarrelling over a religious difference, the subject had been utterly taboo among them. He was therefore quick to note the evident though wordless resentment of Khotan at the suggestion that he entirely relinquish his throne to his guest. On the whole, however, the effect had been satisfactory, as he could see from the renewed evidence of awe upon the faces of the warriors. At Tarzan's direction, the business of the court continued where it had been interrupted by his advent. It consisted principally in the settling of disputes between warriors. There was present one who stood upon the step just below the throne, and which Tarzan was to learn was the place reserved for the higher chiefs of the allied tribes which made up Khotan's kingdom. The one who attracted Tarzan's attention was a stalwart warrior of powerful physique and massive lion-like features. He was addressing Khotan on a question that is as old as government, and that will continue in unabated importance until man ceases to exist. It had to do with a boundary dispute with one of his neighbors. The matter itself held little or no interest for Tarzan, but he was impressed by the appearance of the speaker, and when Khotan addressed him as Jar-Don, the ape-man's interest was permanently crystallized, for Jar-Don was the father of Tarden. That the knowledge would benefit him in any way seemed rather a remote possibility, since he could not reveal to Jar-Don his friendly relations with his son without admitting the falsity of his claims to godship. When the affairs of the audience were concluded, Khotan suggested that the son of Jar-Ben Otho might wish to visit the temple in which were performed the religious rites coincident to the worship of the great god. And so the ape-man was conducted by the king himself, followed by the warriors of his court, through the corridors of the palace toward the northern end of the group of buildings within the royal enclosure. The temple itself was really a part of the palace and similar in architecture. There were several ceremonial places of varying sizes, the purposes of which Tarzan could only conjecture. Each had an altar in the west end and another in the east, and were oval in shape, their longest diameter lying due east and west. Each was excavated from the summit of a small hillock, and all were without roofs. The western altars invariably were a single block of stone, the top of which was hollowed into an oblong basin. Those at the eastern ends were similar blocks of stone with the flat tops, and these latter, unlike those at the opposite ends of the ovals, were invariably stained or painted a reddish-brown, nor did Tarzan need to examine them closely to be assured of what his keen nostrils already had told him, that the brown stains were dried and drying human blood. Below these temple courts were corridors and apartments reaching far into the bowels of the hills, dim, gloomy passages that Tarzan glimpsed as he was led from place to place on his tour of inspection of the temple. A messenger had been dispatched by Khotan to announce the coming visit of the son of Jar-Ben Otho, with the result that they were accompanied through the temple by a considerable procession of priests, whose distinguishing mark of profession seemed to consist in grotesque headdresses, sometimes hideous faces carved from wood and entirely concealing the countenances of their wearers, or again, the head of a wild beast cunningly fitted over the head of a man. The high priest alone wore no such headdress. He was an old man with close-set, cunning eyes and a cruel, thin-lipped mouth. At first sight of him, Tarzan realized that here lay the greatest danger to his ruse, for he saw at a glance that the man was antagonistic toward him and his pretensions, and he knew, too, that doubtless of all the people of Pal Uldon, the high priest was most likely to harbor the truest estimate of Jar-Ben Otho, and therefore would look with suspicion on one who claimed to be the son of a fabulous god. No matter what suspicion lurked within his crafty mind, Lu-Don, the high priest of Allur, did not openly question Tarzan's right to the title of Dor-ol-Otho, and it may be that he was restrained by the same doubts which had originally restrained Khotan and his warriors, the doubt that is at the bottom of the minds of all blasphemers, even, and which is based upon the fear that, after all, there may be a god. So, for the time being at least, Lu-Don played safe. Yet Tarzan knew as well as though the man had spoken aloud his inmost thoughts that it was in the heart of the high priest to tear the veil from his imposture. At the entrance to the temple, Khotan had relinquished the guidance of the guest to Lu-Don, and now the latter led Tarzan through those portions of the temple that he wished him to see. He showed him the great room where the votive offerings were kept, gifts from the barbaric chiefs of Pal-Uldon and from their followers. These things ranged in value from presents of dried fruits to massive vessels of beaten gold, so that in the great main storeroom and its connecting chambers and corridors was an accumulation of wealth that amazed even the eyes of the owner of the secret of the treasure vaults of Opar. Moving to and fro throughout the temple were sleek black Wasdon slaves, fruits of the Hodon raids upon the villages of their less civilized neighbors. As they passed the barred entrance to a dim corridor, Tarzan saw within a great company of the Pithecanthropi of all ages and of both sexes. Hodon as well as Wasdon, the majority of them squatted upon the stone floor in attitudes of utter dejection, while some paced back and forth, their features stamped with the despair of utter hopelessness. "And who are these who lie here thus unhappily?" he asked of Ludon. It was the first question that he had put to the high priest since entering the temple, and instantly he regretted that he had asked it, for Ludon turned upon him a face upon which the expression of suspicion was but thinly veiled. "Who should know better than the son of Jad ben Otho?" he retorted. "The questions of Dor-ol-Otho are not with impunity answered with other questions," said the ape-man quietly, "and it may interest Ludon, the high priest, to know that the blood of a false priest upon the altar of his temple is not displeasing in the eyes of Jad ben Otho." Ludon paled as he answered Tarzan's question. "They are the offerings whose blood must refresh the eastern altars as the sun returns to your father at the day's end." "And who told you," asked Tarzan, "that Jad ben Otho was pleased that his people were slain upon his altars? What if you were mistaken?" "Then countless thousands have died in vain," replied Ludon. Khotan and the surrounding warriors and priests were listening attentively to the dialogue. Some of the poor victims behind the barred gateway had heard and rising, pressed close to the barrier through which one was conducted just before sunset each day, never to return. "Liberate them," cried Tarzan with a wave of his hand toward the imprisoned victims of a cruel superstition. "For I can tell you in the name of Jad ben Otho that you are mistaken." Chapter 10. The Forbidden Garden. Ludon paled. "It is sacrilege," he cried. "For countless ages have the priests of the great god offered each night a life to the spirit of Jad ben Otho as it returned below the western horizon to its master, and never has the great god given sign that he was displeased." "Stop," commanded Tarzan. "It is the blindness of the priesthood that has failed to read the messages of their god. Your warriors die beneath the knives and clubs of the Wasdon. Your hunters are taken by Jar and Jato. No day goes by but witnesses the deaths of few or many in the villages of the Hodon, and one death each day of those that die are the toll which Jad ben Otho has exacted for the lives you take upon the eastern altar. What greater sign of his displeasure could you require, O stupid priest?" Ludon was silent. There was raging within him a great conflict between his fear that this indeed might be the Son of God, and his hope that it was not. But at last his fear won, and he bowed his head. "The son of Jed ben Otho has spoken," he said, and turning to one of the lesser priests, "Remove the bars and return these people from whence they came." He thus addressed did as he was bid, and as the bars came down, the prisoners, now all fully aware of the miracle that had saved them, crowded forward and throwing themselves upon their knees before Tarzan, raised their voices in thanksgiving. Khotan was almost as staggered as the high priest by this ruthless overturning of an age-old religious rite. "But what," he cried, "may we do that will be pleasing in the eyes of Jud Ben Otho?" turning a look of puzzled apprehension toward the ape-man. "If you seek to please your God," he replied, "place upon your altars such gifts of food and apparel as are most welcome in the city of your people. These things will Jad Ben Otho bless, when you may distribute them among those of the city who need them most. With such things are your storerooms filled, as I have seen with mine own eyes, and other gifts will be brought when the priests tell the people that in this way they find favor before their God." And Tarzan turned and signified that he would leave the temple. As they were leaving the precincts devoted to the worship of their deity, the ape-man noticed a small but rather ornate building that stood entirely detached from the others, as though it had been cut from a little pinnacle of limestone which had stood out from its fellows. As his interested glance passed over it, he noticed that its door and windows were barred. "To what purpose is that building dedicated?" he asked of Loudon. "Who do you keep imprisoned there?" "It is nothing," replied the high priest nervously. "There is no one there. The place is vacant. Once it was used, but not now, for many years." And he moved on toward the gateway which led back into the palace. Here he and the priest halted, while Tarzan with Khotan and his warriors passed out from the sacred precincts of the temple grounds. The one question which Tarzan would have asked he had feared to ask, for he knew that in the hearts of many lay a suspicion as to his genuineness. But he determined that before he slept he would put the question to Khotan, either directly or indirectly, as to whether there was or had been recently within the city of Allur a female of the same race as his. As their evening meal was being served to them in the banquet hall of Khotan's palace by a part of the army of black slaves upon whose shoulders fell the burden of all the heavy and menial tasks of the city, Tarzan noticed that there came to the eyes of one of the slaves what was apparently an expression of startled recognition, as he looked upon the ape-man for the first time in the banquet hall of Khotan. And again, later, he saw the fellow whisper to another slave and nod his head in his direction. The ape-man did not recall ever having seen this Wazdon before, and he was at a loss to account for an explanation of the fellow's interest in him, and presently the incident was all but forgotten. Khotan was surprised and inwardly disgusted to discover that his godly guest had no desire to gorge himself upon rich foods, and that he would not even so much as taste the villainous brew of the Hodon. To Tarzan the banquet was a dismal and tiresome affair, since so great was the interest of the guests in gorging themselves with food and drink that they had no time for conversation, the only vocal sounds being confined to a continuous grunting which, together with their table manners, reminded Tarzan of a visit he had once made to the famous Berkshire herd of His Grace the Duke of Westminster at Woodhouse, Chester. One by one the diners succumbed to the stupefying effects of the liquor, with the result that the grunting gave place to snores. So presently Tarzan and the slaves were the only conscious creatures in the banquet hall. Rising, the ape-man turned to a tall black who stood behind him. "I would sleep," he said. "Show me to my apartment." As the fellow conducted him from the chamber, the slave who had shown surprise earlier in the evening at sight of him spoke again at length to one of his fellows. The latter cast a half-frighted look in the direction of the departing ape-man. "If you are right," he said, "they should reward us with our liberty, but if you are wrong, O Jed Ben Otho, what will be our fate?" "But I am not wrong," cried the other. Then there is but one to tell this to, for I have heard that he looked sour when this Dol or Otho was brought to the temple, and that while the so-called son of Jed ben Otho was there, he gave this one every cause to fear and hate him. I mean Loudon, the high priest." "You know him?" asked the other slave. "I have worked in the temple," replied his companion. "Then go to him at once and tell him, but be sure to exact the promise of our freedom for the proof." And so a black Wasdon came to the temple gate and asked to see Loudon, the high priest, on a matter of great importance. And though the hour was late, Loudon saw him, and when he heard his story, he promised him and his friend not only their freedom, but many gifts if they could prove the correctness of their claims. And as the slave talked with the high priest in the temple of Allur, the figure of a man groped its way around the shoulder of Pastar Ulved, and the moonlight glistened from the shiny barrel of an Enfield that was strapped to the naked back, and brass cartridges shed tiny rays of reflected light from their polished cases, where they hung in the bandoliers across the broad brown shoulders and the lean waist. Tarzan's guide conducted him to a chamber overlooking the blue lake, where he found a bed similar to that which he had seen in the villages of the Wasdon, merely a raised dais of stone upon which was piled great quantities of furry pelts. And so he lay down to sleep, the question that he most wished to put still unasked and unanswered. With the coming of a new day he was awake and wandering about the palace and the palace grounds before there was sign of any of the inmates of the palace other than slaves, or at least he saw no others at first, though presently he stumbled upon an enclosure which lay almost within the centre of the palace grounds, surrounded by a wall that piqued the ape-man's curiosity, since he had determined to investigate as fully as possible every part of the palace and its environs. This place, whatever it might be, was apparently without doors or windows, but that it was at least partially roofless was evidenced by the sight of the waving branches of a tree which spread above the top of the wall near him. Finding no other method of access, the ape-man uncoiled his rope, and throwing it over the branch of the tree where it projected beyond the wall, was soon climbing with the ease of a monkey to the summit. There he found that the wall surrounded an enclosed garden in which grew trees and shrubs and flowers in riotous profusion. Without waiting to ascertain whether the garden was empty or contained Hodon, Wasdon, or wild beasts, Tarzan dropped lightly to the sward on the inside and without further loss of time commenced a systematic investigation of the enclosure. His curiosity was aroused by the very evident fact that the place was not for general use, even by those who had free access to other parts of the palace grounds, and so there was added to its natural beauties an absence of mortals which rendered its exploration all the more alluring to Tarzan, since it suggested that in such a place might he hope to come upon the subject of his long and difficult search. In the garden were tiny artificial streams and little pools of water, flanked by flowering bushes, as though all had been designed by the cunning hand of some master gardener. So faithfully did it carry out the beauties and contours of nature upon a miniature scale. The interior surface of the wall was fashioned to represent the white cliffs of Pal Uldon, broken occasionally by small replicas of the verdure-filled gorges of the original. Filled with admiration and thoroughly enjoying each new surprise which the scene offered, Tarzan moved slowly around the garden, and as always he moved silently. Passing through a miniature forest, he came presently upon a tiny area of flower-studded sward, and at the same time beheld him the first Hodon female he had seen since entering the palace. A young and beautiful woman stood in the center of the little golden breastplate with one hand. Her profile was presented to the ape-man, and he saw that by the standards of any land she would have been accounted more than lovely. Seated in the grass at her feet, with her back toward him, was a female Wasdon slave. Seeing that she he sought was not there, and apprehensive that an alarm be raised were he discovered by the two women, Tarzan moved back to hide himself in the foliage. But before he had succeeded, the Hodon girl turned quickly toward him as though apprised of his presence by that unnamed sense, the manifestations of which are more or less familiar to us all. At sight of him, her eyes registered only her surprise, though there was no expression of terror reflected in them, nor did she scream or even raise her well-modulated voice as she addressed him. "Who are you?" she asked. "Who enters thus boldly the forbidden garden?" At sound of her mistress's voice, the slave maiden turned quickly, rising to her feet. "Tarzan Jad Guru!" she exclaimed in tones of mingled astonishment and relief. "You know him?" cried her mistress, turning toward the slave, and affording Tarzan an opportunity to raise a cautioning finger to his lips, lest Pan-at-Lee further betray him. For it was Pan-at-Lee indeed who stood before him, no less a source of surprise to him than had his presence been to her. Thus questioned by her mistress, and simultaneously admonished to silence by Tarzan, Pan-at-Lee was momentarily silenced, and then, haltingly, she groped for a way to extricate herself from her dilemma. "I thought," she faltered, "but no, I am mistaken. I thought that he was one whom I had seen before near the Kor-ul Griff." The Hodon looked first at one and then at the other, an expression of doubt and questioning in her eyes. "But you have not answered me," she continued presently. "Who are you?" "You have not heard, then," asked Tarzan, "of the visitor who arrived at your king's court yesterday?" "You mean," she exclaimed, "that you are the Dor-ul-Otho?" And now the erstwhile doubting eyes reflected naught but awe. "I am he," replied Tarzan. "And you?" "I am Olo-Ah, daughter of Khotan the king," she replied. So this was Olo-Ah, for love of whom Tarden had chosen exile rather than priesthood. Tarzan had approached more closely to the dainty barbarian princess. "Daughter of Khotan," he said, "Jad ben Otho is pleased with you, and as a mark of his favour, he has preserved for you through many dangers him whom you love." "I do not understand," replied the girl, but the flush that mounted to her cheek belied her words. "Bulat is a guest in the palace of Khotan, my father. I do not know that he has faced any danger. It is to Bulat that I am betrothed." "But it is not Bulat whom you love," said Tarzan. Again the flush, and the girl half turned her face away. "Have I then displeased the great god?" she asked. "No," replied Tarzan. "As I told you, he is well satisfied, and for your sake he has saved Tarden for you." "Jad ben Otho knows all," whispered the girl, "and his son shares his great knowledge." "No," Tarzan hastened to correct her, lest a reputation for omniscience might prove embarrassing. "I know only what Jad ben Otho wishes me to know." "But tell me," she said, "I shall be reunited with Tarden? Surely the Son of God can read the future." The ape-man was glad that he had left himself an avenue of escape. "I know nothing of the future," he replied, "other than what Jad ben Otho tells me. But I think you need have no fear for the future if you remain faithful to Tarden and Tarden's friends." "You have seen him?" asked Olo-Ah. "Tell me, where is he?" "Yes," replied Tarzan, "I have seen him. He was with Omat, the Gund of Kor-ul-Jah." "A prisoner of the Wasdon," interrupted the girl. "Not a prisoner, but an honored guest," replied the ape-man. "Wait," he exclaimed, raising his face toward the heavens. "Do not speak. I am receiving a message from Jad ben Otho, my father." The two women dropped to their knees, covering their faces with their hands, stricken with awe at the thought of the awful nearness of the great god. Presently Tarzan touched Olo'ar on the shoulder. "Rise," he said. "Jad ben Otho has spoken. He has told me that this slave girl is from the tribe of Kor-ul-Jah, where Tarden is, and that she is betrothed to Om-At, their chief. Her name is Pan-at-Lee." Olo'ar turned questioningly toward Pan-at-Lee. The latter nodded, her simple mind unable to determine whether or not she and her mistress were the victims of a colossal hoax. "It is even as he says," she whispered. Olo'ar fell upon her knees and touched her forehead to Tarzan's feet. "Great is the honor that Jad ben Otho has done his poor servant," she cried. "Carry to him my poor thanks for the happiness that he has brought to Olo'ar." "It would please my father," said Tarzan, "if you were to cause Pan-at-Lee to be returned in safety to the village of her people." "What cares Jad ben Otho for such as she?" asked Olo'ar, a slight trace of hauteur in her tone. "There is but one God," replied Tarzan, "and he is the God of the Wazdon as well as of the Hodon, of the birds and of the beasts and the flowers and of everything that grows upon the earth or beneath the waters. If Pan-at-Lee does right, she is greater in the eyes of Jad ben Otho than would be the daughter of Khotan should she do wrong." It was evident that Olo'ar did not quite understand this interpretation of divine favor, so contrary was it to the teachings of the priesthood of her people. In one respect only did Tarzan's teachings coincide with her belief that there was but one God. For the rest, she had always been taught that he was solely the god of the Hodon in every sense, other than that other creatures were created by Jad ben Otho to serve some useful purpose for the benefit of the Hodon race. And now, to be told by the Son of God that she stood no higher in divine esteem than the black handmaiden at her side was indeed a shock to her pride, her vanity, and her faith. But who could question the word of Dol-ul-Otho, especially when she had with her own eyes seen him in actual communion with God in heaven? "The will of Jad ben Otho be done," said Olao meekly, "if it lies within my power. But it would be best, O Dor-ul-Otho, to communicate your father's wish directly to the king." "Then keep her with you," said Tarzan, "and see that no harm befalls her." Olo'ar looked ruefully at Pan-at-Lee. "She was brought to me but yesterday," she said, "and never have I had a slave woman who pleased me better. I shall hate to part with her." "But there are others," said Tarzan. "Yes," replied Olo'ar, "there are others, but there is only one Pan-at-Lee." "Many slaves are brought to the city?" asked Tarzan. "Yes," she replied. "And many strangers come from other lands?" he asked. She shook her head negatively. "Only the Hodon from the other side of the valley of Jad ben Otho," she replied, "and they are not strangers." "Am I, then, the first stranger to enter the gates of Allur?" he asked. "Can it be," she parried, "that the son of Jad ben Otho need question a poor ignorant mortal like Olo'ar?" "As I told you before," replied Tarzan, "Jad ben Otho alone is all-knowing." "Then if he wished you to know this thing," retorted Olo'ar quickly, "you would know it." Inwardly the ape-man smiled that this little heathen's astuteness should beat him at his own game, yet in a measure her evasion of the question might be an answer to it. "There have been other strangers here, then, recently?" he persisted. "I cannot tell you what I do not know," she replied. "Always is the palace full of Khotan filled with rumors, but how much fact and how much fancy how may a woman of the palace know?" "There has been such a rumor, then?" he asked. "It was only rumor that reached the Forbidden Garden," she replied. "It described, perhaps, a woman of another race?" As he put the question and awaited her answer, he thought that his heart ceased to beat. So grave to him was the issue at stake. The girl hesitated before replying, and then, "No," she said, "I cannot speak of this thing, for if it be of sufficient importance to elicit the interest of the gods, then indeed would I be subject to the wrath of my father should I discuss it." "In the name of Jad ben Otho, I command you to speak," said Tarzan. "In the name of Jad ben Otho, in whose hands lies the fate of Tarden." The girl paled. "Have mercy," she cried, "and for the sake of Tarden I will tell you all that I know." "Tell what?" demanded a stern voice from the shrubbery behind them. The three turned to see the figure of Khotan emerging from the foliage. An angry scowl distorted his kingly features, but at sight of Tarzan it gave place to an expression of surprise not unmixed with fear. "Dor ul Otho," he exclaimed, "I did not know that it was you." And then, raising his head and squaring his shoulders, he said, "But there are places where even the son of the great god may not walk, and this, the forbidden garden of Khotan, is one." It was a challenge, but despite the king's bold front, there was a note of apology in it, indicating that in his superstitious mind there flourished the inherent fear of man for his maker. "Come, Dor ul Otho," he continued, "I do not know all this foolish child has said to you, but whatever you would know, Khotan the king will tell you. O Lo-Ah, go to your quarters immediately." And he pointed with stern finger toward the opposite end of the garden. The princess, followed by Panat-Lee, turned at once and left them. "We will go this way," said Khotan, and proceeding led Tarzan in another direction. Close to that part of the wall which they approached, Tarzan perceived a grotto in the miniature cliff, into the interior of which Khotan led him, and down a rocky stairway to a gloomy corridor, the opposite end of which opened into the palace proper. Two armed warriors stood at this entrance to the Forbidden Garden, evidencing how jealously were the sacred precincts of the place guarded. In silence, Khotan led the way back to his own quarters in the palace. A large chamber just outside the room toward which Khotan was leading his guest was filled with chiefs and warriors awaiting the pleasure of their ruler. As the two entered, an aisle was formed for them, the length of the chamber, down which they passed in silence. Close to the farther door and half hidden by the warriors who stood before him was Ludon the high priest. Tarzan glimpsed him but briefly, but in that short period he was aware of a cunning and malevolent expression upon the cruel countenance that he was subconsciously aware boded him no good, and then with Khotan he passed into the adjoining room, and the hangings dropped. At the same moment, the hideous headdress of an under-priest appeared in the entrance of the outer chamber. Its owner, pausing for a moment, glanced quickly around the interior, and then, having located him whom he sought, moved rapidly in the direction of Ludon. There was a whispered conversation, which was terminated by the high priest. "Return immediately to the quarters of the princess," he said, "and see that the slave is sent to me at the temple at once." The under-priest turned and departed upon his mission, while Ludon also left the apartment and directed his footsteps toward the sacred enclosure over which he ruled. A half-hour later, a warrior was ushered into the presence of Khotan. "Ludon, the high priest, desires the presence of Khotan the king in the temple," he announced, "and it is his wish that he come alone." Khotan nodded to indicate that he accepted the command which even the king must obey. "I will return presently, Dor ul Otho," he said to Tarzan, "and in the meantime my warriors and my slaves are yours to command." Chapter 11. The sentence of death. But it was an hour before the king re-entered the apartment, and in the meantime the ape-man had occupied himself in examining the carvings upon the walls and the numerous specimens of the handicraft of the Paul-Udonian artisans, which combined to impart an atmosphere of richness and luxury to the apartment. The limestone of the country, close-grained and of marble whiteness, yet worked with comparative ease with crude implements, had been wrought by cunning craftsmen into bowls and urns and vases of considerable grace and beauty. Into the carved designs of many of these virgin gold had been hammered, presenting the effect of a rich and magnificent cloisonné. A barbarian himself, the art of barbarians, had always appealed to the ape-man, to whom they represented a natural expression of man's love of the beautiful to even a greater extent than the studied and artificial efforts of civilization. Here was the real art of old masters, the other the cheap imitation of the chromo. It was while he was thus pleasurably engaged that Khotan returned. As Tarzan, attracted by the movement of the hangings through which the king entered, turned and faced him, he was almost shocked by the remarkable alteration of the king's appearance. His face was livid, his hands trembled as with palsy, and his eyes were wide as with fright. His appearance was one apparently of a combination of consuming anger and withering fear. Tarzan looked at him questioningly. "You have bad news, Khotan?" he asked. The king mumbled an unintelligible reply. Behind there thronged into the apartment so great a number of warriors that they choked the entranceway. The king looked apprehensively to right and left. He cast terrified glances at the ape-man, and then, raising his face and turning his eyes upward, he cried, "Jad ben Otho, be my witness that I do not this thing of my own accord." There was a moment's silence, which was again broken by Khotan. "Seize him," he cried to the warriors about him, "for Loudon the high priest swears that he is an impostor." To have offered armed resistance to this great concourse of warriors in the very heart of the palace of their king would have been worse than fatal. Already Tarzan had come far by his wits, and now that within a few hours he had had his hopes and his suspicions partially verified by the vague admissions of Olo-Ah, he was impressed with the necessity of inviting no mortal risk that he could avoid. "Stop," he cried, raising his palm against them. "What is the meaning of this?" "Loudon claims that he has proof that you are not the son of Jed ben Otho," replied Khotan. "He demands that you be brought to the throne room to face your accusers. If you are what you claim to be, none knows better than you that you need have no fear in acquiescing to his demands, but remember always that in such matters the high priest commands the king, and that I am only the bearer of these commands, not their author." Tarzan saw that Khotan was not entirely convinced of his duplicity, as was evidenced by his palpable design to play safe. "Let not your warriors seize me," he said to Khotan, "lest Jad ben Otho, mistaking their intention, strike them dead." The effect of his words was immediate upon the men in the front rank of those who faced him, each seeming suddenly to acquire a new modesty that compelled him to self-effacement behind those directly in his rear, a modesty that became rapidly contagious. The ape-man smiled. "Fear not," he said. "I will go willingly to the audience chamber to face the blasphemers who accuse me." Arrived at the great throne room, a new complication arose. Khotan would not acknowledge the right of Loudon to occupy the apex of the pyramid, and Loudon would not consent to occupying an inferior position, while Tarzan, to remain consistent with his high claims, insisted that no one should stand above him, but only to the ape-man was the humor of the situation apparent. To relieve the situation, Jardon suggested that all three of them occupy the throne, but this suggestion was repudiated by Khotan, who argued that no mortal other than a king of Pal Uldon had ever sat upon the high eminence, and that furthermore there was not room for three there. "But who," said Tarzan, "is my accuser, and who is my judge?" "Loudon is your accuser," explained Khotan. "And Loudon is your judge," cried the high priests. "I am to be judged by him who accuses me, then?" said Tarzan. "It were better to dispense then with any formalities, and ask Loudon to sentence me." His tone was ironical, and his sneering face, looking straight into that of the high priest, but caused the latter's hatred to rise to still greater proportions. It was evident that Khotan and his warriors saw the justice of Tarzan's implied objection to this unfair method of dispensing justice. "Only Khotan can judge in the throne-room of his palace," said Jardon. "Let him hear Loudon's charges and the testimony of his witnesses, and then let Khotan's judgment be final." Khotan, however, was not particularly enthusiastic over the prospect of sitting in trial upon one who might, after all, very possibly be the son of his god, and so he temporized, seeking for an avenue of escape. "It is purely a religious matter," he said, "and it is traditional that the kings of Pal Uldon interfere not in questions of the church." "Then let the trial be held in the temple," cried one of the chiefs, for the warriors were as anxious as their king to be relieved of all responsibility in the matter. This suggestion was more than satisfactory to the high priest, who inwardly condemned himself for not having thought of it before. "It is true," he said, "this man's sin is against the temple. Let him be dragged thither then for trial." "The son of Jad Ben Otho will be dragged nowhere," cried Tarzan. "But when this trial is over, it is possible that the corpse of Loudon, the high priest, will be dragged from the temple of the god he would desecrate. Think well, then, Loudon, before you commit this folly." His words, intended to frighten the high priest from his position, failed utterly in consummating their purpose. Loudon showed no terror at the suggestion the ape-man's words implied. "Here is one," thought Tarzan, "who, knowing more of his religion than any of his fellows, realizes fully the falsity of my claims as he does the falsity of the faith he preaches." He realized, however, that his only hope lay in seeming indifference to the charges. Khotan and the warriors were still under the spell of their belief in him, and upon this fact must he depend in the final act of the drama that Loudon was staging for his rescue from the jealous priest, whom he knew had already passed sentence upon him in his own heart. With a shrug he descended the steps of the pyramid. "It matters not to Dor ul Otho," he said, "where Loudon enrages his god, for Jad Ben Otho can reach as easily into the chambers of the temple as into the throne-room of Khotan." Immeasurably relieved by this easy solution of their problem, the king and the warriors thronged from the throne-room toward the temple grounds. Their faith in Tarzan increased by his apparent indifference to the charges against him. Loudon led them to the largest of the altar courts. Taking his place behind the western altar, he motioned Khotan to a place upon the platform at the left hand of the altar and directed Tarzan to a similar place at the right. As Tarzan ascended the platform, his eyes narrowed angrily at the sight which met them. The basin hollowed in the top of the altar was filled with water in which floated the naked corpse of a newborn babe. "What means this?" he cried angrily, turning upon Loudon. The latter smiled malevolently. "That you do not know," he replied, "is but added evidence of the falsity of your claim. He who poses as the Son of God did not know that as the last rays of the setting sun flood the eastern altar of the temple, the lifeblood of an adult reddens the white stone for the edification of Jad Ben Otho, and that when the sun rises again from the body of its maker, it looks first upon this western altar, and rejoices in the death of a newborn babe each day, the ghost of which accompanies it across the heavens by day, as the ghost of the adult returns with it to Jud Ben Otho at night. Even the little children of the Hodon know these things, while he who claims to be the son of Jud Ben Otho knows them not. And if this proof be not enough, there is more. Come, Wasdon, he cried, pointing to a tall slave who stood with a group of other blacks and priests on the temple floor at the left of the altar. The fellow came forward fearfully. "Tell us what you know of this creature," cried Ludon, pointing to Tarzan. "I have seen him before," said the Wasdon. "I am of the tribe of Kor-ul-lul, and one day recently a party of which I was one encountered a few of the warriors of the Kor-ul-Jar upon the ridge which separates our villages. Among the enemy was this strange creature whom they called Tarzan Jad Guru, and terrible indeed was he, for he fought with the strength of many men, so that it required 20 of us to subdue him. But he did not fight as a god fights, and when a club struck him upon the head, he sank unconscious as might an ordinary mortal. We carried him off with us to our village as a prisoner, but he escaped, after cutting off the head of the warrior we left to guard him, and carrying it down into the gorge and tying it to the branch of a tree upon the opposite side." "The word of a slave against that of a god," cried Jardon, who had shown previously a friendly interest in the pseudo-godling. "It is only a step in the progress toward truth," interjected Ludon. "Possibly the evidence of the only princess of the house of Khotan will have greater weight with the great chief from the north, though the father of a son who fled the holy offer of the priesthood may not receive with willing ears any testimony against another blasphemer." Jardon's hand leapt to his knife, but the warriors next to him laid detaining fingers upon his arms. "You are in the temple of Jad Ben Otho, Jardon," they cautioned, and the great chief was forced to swallow Ludon's affront, though it left in his heart bitter hatred of the high priest. And now Khotan turned toward Ludon. "What knoweth my daughter of this matter?" he asked. "You would not bring a princess of my house to testify thus publicly?" "No," replied Ludon, "not in person, but I have here one who will testify for her." He beckoned to an under-priest. "Fetch the slave of the princess," he said. His grotesque headdress adding a touch of the hideous to the scene, the priest stepped forward, dragging the reluctant Pan-at-Lee by the wrist. The Princess O-Lo-A was alone in the Forbidden Garden with but this one slave, explained the priest, when there suddenly appeared from the foliage nearby this creature who claims to be the Dor-ul-Otho. When the slave saw him, the princess says that she cried aloud in startled recognition and called the creature by name, Tarzan Jad Guru, the same name that the slave from Kor-ul-Lul gave him. This woman is not from Kor-ul-Lul, but from Kor-ul-Jar, the very tribe with which the Kor-ul-Lul says the creature was associating when he first saw him. And further, the princess said that when this woman, whose name is Pan-at-Lee, was brought to her yesterday, she told a strange story of having been rescued from a Tor-Udon in the Kor-ul-Griff by a creature such as this, whom she spoke of then as Tarzan Jad Guru, and of how the two were pursued in the bottom of the gorge by two monster griffs, and of how the man led them away while the Pan-at-Lee escaped, only to be taken prisoner in the Kor-ul-Lul as she was, seeking to return to her own tribe. "Is it not plain now," cried Ludon, "that this creature is no god? Did he tell you that he was the son of God?" he almost shouted, turning suddenly from Pan-at-Lee. The girl shrank back, terrified. "Answer me, slave," cried the high priest. "He seemed more than mortal," parried Pan-at-Lee. "Did he tell you that he was the son of God? Answer my question," insisted Ludon. "No," she admitted in a low voice, casting an appealing look of forgiveness at Tarzan, who returned a smile of encouragement and friendship. "There is no proof that he is not the son of God," cried Jardon. "Dost think Jad ben Otho goes about crying, 'I am God, I am God'? Hast ever heard him, Loudon? No, you have not. Why should his son do that which the father does not do?" "Enough!" cried Loudon. "The evidence is clear. The creature is an impostor, and I, the head priest of Jad ben Otho in the city of Allur, do condemn him to die." There was a moment's silence, during which Loudon evidently paused for the dramatic effect of his climax. "And if I am wrong, may Jad ben Otho pierce my heart with his lightnings as I stand here before you all." The lapping of the wavelets of the lake against the foot of the palace wall was distinctly audible in the utter and almost breathless silence which ensued. Loudon stood with his face turned toward the heavens and his arms outstretched in the attitude of one who bares his breast to the dagger of an executioner. The warriors and the priests and the slaves gathered in the sacred court awaited the consuming vengeance of their god. It was Tarzan who broke the silence. "Your god ignores you, Loudon," he taunted, with a sneer that he meant to still further anger the high priest. "He ignores you, and I can prove it before the eyes of your priests and your people." "Prove it, blasphemer! How can you prove it?" "You have called me a blasphemer," replied Tarzan. "You have proved to your own satisfaction that I am an impostor, that I, an ordinary mortal, have posed as the Son of God. Demand, then, that Jad ben Otho uphold his godship and the dignity of his priesthood by directing his consuming fires through my own bosom." Again there ensued a brief silence, while the onlookers waited for Loudon to thus consummate the destruction of this presumptuous impostor. "You dare not," taunted Tarzan, "for you know that I would be struck dead no quicker than you were." "You lie," cried Loudon, "and I would do it had I not but just received a message from Jad ben Otho directing that your fate be different." A chorus of admiring and reverential ahs arose from the priesthood. Khotan and his warriors were in a state of mental confusion. Secretly they hated and feared Loudon, but so ingrained was their sense of reverence for the office of the high priest that none dared raise a voice against him. None? Well, there was Jardon, fearless old lion man of the north. "The proposition was a fair one," he cried. "Invoke the lightnings of Jad ben Otho upon this man if you would ever convince us of his guilt." "Enough of this," snapped Loudon. "Since when was Jardon created high priest? Seize the prisoner," he cried to the priests and warriors, "and on the morrow he shall die in the manner that Jad ben Otho has willed." There was no immediate movement on the part of any of the warriors to obey the high priest's command, but the lesser priests, on the other hand, imbued with the courage of fanaticism, leapt eagerly forward like a flock of hideous harpies to seize upon their prey. The game was up, that Tarzan knew. No longer could cunning and diplomacy usurp the functions of the weapons of defense he best loved. And so the first hideous priest who leapt to the platform was confronted by no suave ambassador from heaven, but rather a grim and ferocious beast whose temper savoured more of hell. The altar stood close to the western wall of the enclosure. There was just room enough between the two for the high priest to stand during the performance of the sacrificial ceremonies, and only Loudon stood there now behind Tarzan, while before him were perhaps 200 warriors and priests. The presumptuous one who would have had the glory of first laying arresting hands upon the blasphemous impersonator rushed forward with outstretched hand to seize the ape-man. Instead, it was he who was seized. seized by steel fingers that snapped him up as though he had been a dummy of straw, grasped him by one leg and the harness at his back, and raised him with giant arms high above the altar. Close at his heels were others ready to seize the ape-man and drag him down, and beyond the altar was Loudon with drawn knife advancing toward him. There was no instant to waste, nor was it the way of the ape-man to fritter away precious moments in the uncertainty of belated decision. Before Loudon or any other could guess what was in the mind of the condemned, Tarzan, with all the force of his great muscles, dashed the screaming hierophant in the face of the high priest, and, as though the two actions were one, so quickly did he move, he had leapt to the top of the altar, and from there to a handhold upon the summit of the temple wall. As he gained a footing there, he turned and looked down upon those beneath. For a moment he stood in silence, and then he spoke. "Who dare believe," he cried, "that Jad ben Otho would forsake his son?" And then he dropped from their sight upon the other side. There were two at least left within the enclosure whose hearts leapt with involuntary elation at the success of the ape-man's maneuver, and one of them smiled openly. This was Jardon, and the other Pan-at-Lee. The brains of the priest that Tarzan had thrown at the head of Loudon had been dashed out against the temple wall, while the high priest himself had escaped with only a few bruises, sustained in his fall to the hard pavement. Quickly scrambling to his feet, he looked around in fear, in terror, and finally in bewilderment, for he had not been a witness to the ape-man's escape. "Seize him!" he cried. "Seize the blasphemer!" And he continued to look around in search of his victim with such ridiculous expression of bewilderment that more than a single warrior was compelled to hide his smiles beneath his palm. The priests were rushing around wildly, exhorting the warriors to pursue the fugitive, but these awaited now stolidly the command of their king or high priest. Khotan, more or less secretly pleased by the discomfiture of Loudon, waited for that worthy to give the necessary directions, which he presently did, when one of his acolytes excitedly explained to him the manner of Tarzan's escape. Instantly the necessary orders were issued, and priests and warriors sought the temple exit in pursuit of the ape-man. His departing words, hurled at them from the summit of the temple wall, had had little effect in impressing the majority that his claims had not been disproven by Loudon, but in the hearts of the warriors was admiration for a brave man, and in many the same unholy gratification that had risen in that of their ruler at the discomfiture of Loudon. A careful search of the temple grounds revealed no trace of the quarry. The secret recesses of the subterranean chambers, familiar only to the priesthood, were examined by these, while the warriors scattered through the palace and the palace grounds without the temple. Swift runners were dispatched to the city to arouse the people there, that all might be upon the lookout for Tarzan the Terrible. The story of his imposture and of his escape, and the tales that the Wazdon slaves had brought into the city concerning him, were soon spread throughout Allure, nor did they lose aught in the spreading, so that before an hour had passed, the women and children were hiding behind barred doorways, while the warriors crept apprehensively through the streets, expecting momentarily to be pounced upon by a ferocious demon who, bare-handed, did victorious battle with huge griffs, and whose lightest pastime consisted in tearing strong men limb from limb. Chapter 12. The Giant Stranger. And while the warriors and the priests of Allure searched the temple and the palace and the city for the vanished ape-man, there entered the head of Khor-ul-Jar down the precipitous trail from the mountains a naked stranger bearing an Enfield upon his back. Silently he moved downward toward the bottom of the gorge, and there, where the ancient trail unfolded more levelly before him, he swung along with easy strides, though always with the utmost alertness against possible dangers. A gentle breeze came down from the mountains behind him, so that only his ears and his eyes were of value in detecting the presence of danger ahead. Generally, the trail followed along the banks of the winding brooklet at the bottom of the gorge, but in some places where the waters tumbled over a precipitous ledge, the trail made a detour along the side of the gorge, and again it wound in and out among rocky outcroppings, and presently, where it rounded sharply the projecting shoulder of a cliff, the stranger came suddenly face to face with one who was ascending the gorge. Separated by 100 paces, the two halted simultaneously. Before him the stranger saw a tall white warrior, naked but for a loincloth, cross-belts, and a girdle. The man was armed with a heavy, knotted club and a short knife, the latter hanging in its sheath at his left hip from the end of one of his cross-belts, the opposite belt supporting a leathern pouch at his right side. It was Tarzan hunting alone in the gorge of his friend, the chief of Kor-ul-Jar. He contemplated the stranger with surprise, but no wonder, since he recognized in him a member of the race with which his experience of Tarzan the Terrible had made him familiar, and also, thanks to his friendship for the ape-man, he looked upon the newcomer without hostility. The latter was the first to make outward sign of his intentions, raising his palm toward Tarzan in that gesture which has been a symbol of peace from pole to pole since man ceased to walk upon his knuckles. Simultaneously he advanced a few paces and halted. Tarzan, assuming that one so like Tarzan the Terrible must be a fellow tribesman of his lost friend, was more than glad to accept this overture of peace, the sign of which he returned in kind as he ascended the trail to where the other stood. "Who are you?" he asked, but the newcomer only shook his head to indicate that he did not understand. By signs he tried to carry to the Hodon the fact that he was following a trail that had led him over a period of many days from some place beyond the mountains, and Tarzan was convinced that the newcomer sought Tarzan Jadguru. He wished, however, that he might discover whether as friend or foe. The stranger perceived the Hodon's prehensile thumbs and great toes, and his long tail with an astonishment with which he sought to conceal. But greater than all was the sense of relief that the first inhabitant of this strange country whom he had met had proven friendly. So greatly would he have been handicapped by the necessity for forcing his way through a hostile land. Tarzan, who had been hunting for some of the smaller mammals, the meat of which is especially relished by the Hodon, forgot his intended sport in the greater interest of his new discovery. He would take the stranger to At, and possibly together the two would find some way of discovering the true intentions of the newcomer. And so, again, through signs he apprised the other that he would accompany him, and together they descended toward the cliffs of Mat's people. As they approached these, they came upon the women and children working under guard of the old men and the youths, gathering the wild fruits and herbs which constitute a part of their diet, as well as tending the small acres of growing crops which they cultivate. The fields lay in small level patches that had been cleared of trees and brush. Their farm implements consisted of metal-shod poles which bore a closer resemblance to spears than to tools of peaceful agriculture. Supplementing these were others with flattened blades that were neither hoes nor spades, but instead possessed the appearance of an unhappy attempt to combine the two implements in one. At first sight of these people, the stranger halted and unslung his bow, for these creatures were black as night, their bodies entirely covered with hair. But Tarzan, interpreting the doubt in the other's mind, reassured him with a gesture and a smile. The Wasdon, however, gathered round excitedly, jabbering questions in a language which the stranger discovered his guide understood, though it was entirely unintelligible to the former. They made no attempt to molest him, and he was now sure that he had fallen among a peaceful and friendly people. It was but a short distance now to the caves, and when they reached these, Tarzan led the way aloft upon the wooden pegs, assured that this creature whom he had discovered would have no more difficulty in following him than had Tarzan the Terrible. Nor was he mistaken, for the other mounted with ease until presently the two stood within the recess before the cave of Omat the chief. The latter was not there, and it was mid-afternoon before he returned. But in the meantime many warriors came to look upon the visitor, and in each instance the latter was more thoroughly impressed with the friendly and peaceable spirit of his hosts, little guessing that he was being entertained by a ferocious and warlike tribe who never before the coming of Tarzan and Tarzan had suffered a stranger among them. At last Omat returned, and the guest sensed intuitively that he was in the presence of a great man among these people, possibly a chief or king, for not only did the attitude of the other black warriors indicate this, but it was written also in the mien and bearing of the splendid creature who stood looking at him while Tarzan explained the circumstances of their meeting. "And I believe, Omat," concluded the Hodon, "that he seeks Tarzan the Terrible." At the sound of that name, the first intelligible word that had fallen upon the ears of the stranger since he had come among them, his face lightened. "Tarzan," he cried, "Tarzan of the Apes," and by signs he tried to tell them that it was he whom he sought. They understood, and also they guessed from the expression of his face, that he sought Tarzan from motives of affection rather than the reverse, but of this Omat wished to make sure. He pointed to the stranger's knife, and repeating Tarzan's name, seized Tarzan and pretended to stab him, immediately turning questioningly toward the stranger. The latter shook his head vehemently, and then, first placing a hand above his heart, he raised his palm in a symbol of peace. "He is a friend of Tarzan, Jadguru," exclaimed Tarzan. "Either a friend or a great liar," replied Omat. "Tarzan," continued the stranger, "you know him. He lives. O God, if I could only speak your language." And again reverting to sign language, he sought to ascertain where Tarzan was. He would pronounce the name and point in different directions in the cave, down into the gorge, back toward the mountains, or out upon the valley below, and each time he would raise his brows questioningly and voice the universal "eh?" of interrogation which they could not fail to understand. But always Omat shook his head and spread his palms in a gesture which indicated that while he understood the question, he was ignorant as to the whereabouts of the ape-man, and then the black chief attempted as best he might to explain to the stranger what he knew of the whereabouts of Tarzan. He called the newcomer Jar-Don, which in the language of the Pal-Uldon means stranger, and he pointed to the sun and said, "As." This he repeated several times, and then he held up one hand with the fingers outspread and touching them one by one, including the thumb, repeated the word Adnen until the stranger understood that he meant 5. Again he pointed to the sun, and describing an arc with his forefinger, starting at the eastern horizon and terminating at the western, he repeated again the words as Adnen. It was plain to the stranger that the words meant that the sun had crossed the heavens 5 times. In other words, 5 days had passed. Omat then pointed to the cave where they stood, pronouncing Tarzan's name and imitating a walking man with the first and second fingers of his right hand upon the floor of the recess, sought to show that Tarzan had walked out of the cave and climbed upward on the pegs 5 days before, but this was as far as the sign language would permit him to go. This far the stranger followed him, and indicating that he understood, he pointed to himself, and then indicating the pegs leading above, announced that he would follow Tarzan. "Let us go with him," said Omat, for as yet we have not punished the Kor al-Lul for killing our friend and ally." "Persuade him to wait until morning," said Tarzan, "that you may take with you many warriors and make a great raid upon the Kor al-Lul, and this time, O Mat, do not kill your prisoners. Take as many as you can alive, and from some of them we may learn the fate of Tarzan Jadguru." "Great is the wisdom of the Hodon," replied At. "It shall be as you say, and having made prisoners of all the Kor al-Lul, we shall make them tell us what we wish to know, and then we shall march them to the rim of the Kor al-Grif and push them over the edge of the cliff." Tarzan smiled. He knew that they would not take prisoner all the Kor al-Lul warriors, that they would be fortunate if they took one, and it was also possible that they might even be driven back in defeat. But he knew, too, that At would not hesitate to carry out his threat if he had the opportunity. So implacable was the hatred of these neighbors for each other. It was not difficult to explain At's plan to the stranger, or to win his consent, since he was aware, when the Great Black had made it plain that they would be accompanied by many warriors, that their venture would probably lead them into a hostile country, and every safeguard that he could employ he was glad to avail himself of, since the furtherance of his quest was the paramount issue. He slept that night upon a pile of furs in one of the compartments of At's ancestral cave, and early the next day, following the morning meal, they sallied forth. 100 savage warriors swarming up the face of the sheer cliff and out upon the summit of the ridge, the main body preceded by 2 warriors whose duties coincided with those of the point of modern military maneuvers, safeguarding the column against the danger of too sudden contact with the enemy. Across the ridge they went and down into the Kor al-Lul, and there almost immediately they came upon a lone and unarmed Wasdon, who was making his way fearfully up the gorge toward the village of his tribe. Him they took prisoner, which, strangely, only added to his terror, since from the moment that he had seen them and realized that escape was impossible, he had expected to be slain immediately. "Take him back to Kul-ul-Jar," said At to one of his warriors, "and hold him there unharmed until I return." And so the puzzled Kul-ul-Lul was led away while the savage company moved stealthily from tree to tree in its closer advance upon the village. Fortune smiled upon At in that it gave him quickly what he sought, a battle royal, for they had not yet come in sight of the caves of the Kul-ul-Lul when they encountered a considerable band of warriors headed down the gorge upon some expedition. Like shadows, the Kor-ul-Jar melted into the concealment of the foliage upon either side of the trail. Ignorant of impending danger, safe in the knowledge that they trod their own domain where each rock and stone was as familiar as the features of their mates, the Kor-ul-Lul walked innocently into the ambush. Suddenly, the quiet of that seeming peace was shattered by a savage cry, and a hurled club felled a Kul-ul-Lul. The cry was a signal for a savage chorus from 100 Kor-ul-Jar throats, with which were soon mingled the war cries of their enemies. The air was filled with flying clubs, and then, as the 2 forces mingled, the battle resolved itself into a number of individual encounters as each warrior singled out a foe and closed upon him. Knives gleamed and flashed in the mottling sunlight that filtered through the foliage of the trees above. Sleek black coats were streaked with crimson stains. In the thick of the fight, the smooth brown skin of the stranger mingled with the black bodies of friend and foe. Only his keen eyes and his quick wit had shown him how to differentiate between Kul-ul-Lul and Kor-ul-Jar, since with the single exception of apparel they were identical. But at the first rush of the enemy he had noticed that their loincloths were not of the leopard matted hides, such as were worn by his allies. At, after dispatching his first antagonist, glanced at Jardon. "He fights with the ferocity of Jato," mused the chief. Powerful indeed must be the tribe from which he and Tarzan Jadguru come. And then his whole attention was occupied by a new assailant. The fighters surged to and fro through the forest until those who survived were spent with exhaustion. All but the stranger, who seemed not to know the sense of fatigue. He fought on when each new antagonist would have gladly quit, and when there were no more Kul-ul-lal who were not engaged, he leapt upon those who stood pantingly facing the exhausted